What Demon Slayer movie? Hello everyone, welcome. I see 2 people, so I'm gonna be a little bit more casual right now. It's a chill stream. We're gonna chill. Oh. Helping people with their streaming stuff. You're welcome, Girl Biscuit. Welcome. I heard he was Canadian and was like, yeah, that guy. I watched the new Demon Slayer movie. How good it was. The new Demon Slayer movie. I haven't watched Demon Slayer. I think I watched like 2 episodes. I heard it was really good. I just haven't had like the time to watch things that are not related to streaming. Yeah. Big soda. It's not big soda. Sorry. I'm getting there. Getting there. I know. Suck. Whoa, what a day. It's been fun. It's been a fun couple of days. Yesterday, I have to say, it was an incredible day, streaming wise. I wish I could leave the stream on, but I don't wanna. I have enough enemies to be wise enough to take it down. I don't think it's wise to leave that stream up. So yeah, it is what it is. It's unfortunate. Everyone can hear me fine? I think so. I hope so.
And there we go. Why can't I? Emmett, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
I can hear you. Let me see. Oh, that's
can
why. You can hear me now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, awesome.
That was you. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. When are you
Emmett,
When are you going to learn how to put your fucking mic? As I told you, it's so easy to do, and you keep fucking it up.
It's so close to how you told me.
Yeah. It's not close enough though. Like
it's so close because it's about this distance. I think I'm following your instructions pretty well. It's like this far away.
Yeah. That's perfect. It's just yesterday you were having problems with it because you had it too close to you again. Again.
You know what happens, Emmett? I don't appreciate the title of this stream, calling me a wine mom. And you know what? Guess what? Today, it's beer time, and look at this. This is a fucking 10% beer. That's a strong beer, okay? Yeah. So this is to break the wine allegations that I've been getting, okay?
Okay, Miss Wine Mom.
I'm a beer mom now, Emmett, okay? You're a beer dad,
You're moving up in life, I think. Yeah, you're moving up in life. I'm doing this wrong. There we go. There it is. Now you're centered. Okay. Yeah, welcome to stream. How are you doing today? Are you streaming too?
I am streaming. I'm so bad at streaming, but I'm trying to be like, look, I always do the stream stuff. I just got to have it set up. So at least people could come by. Shout out Confluence 358. Go to my channel, show some love, subscribe to the channel. Tell them to do it, Emmett. Tell them to do it. They'll listen to you.
I'm trying my best. Yeah, go and like him at least. Give him a like. At least give him a like. You have somebody there that I never seen before. You better do the same for me. And go to. In fact, I'm gonna even put it in chat. I feel so bad. Here is live stream. You can go. Like, sub, you know.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. All I ask is, hey, I mainly make YouTube videos. If you are watching, someone go check out my YouTube videos. That's where I strongly shine, I think. I've made some fire videos, okay? So Check out the channel if you like the content. Then leave a little subby. That's all I'm asking.
We're gonna try. We're gonna try. So, Confluence, you had a big debate yesterday. By the way, hello, Kat.
Well, see, now I need your chat open too because I can't see. This all gets too complex.
Wait.
How can I have your chat open?
Before we continue, I have an actual question from chat that's very, very important. We all need to know. If it's fruity. Is your beer fruity?
Oh, brother, I'm glad you asked. It's called the Fox Brewery from Denmark. This stuff is like, it's a quality extra strong beer. This is like Guinness on steroids, okay? 10%. This is not a fruity beer. This ain't your grandma's beer, okay? That's just what I want to say.
Okay.
This would, this would make your balls drop so hard if you tried to drink it. You wouldn't even be able to. You'd be like, where's my cerveza? I want my Corona back. I want my light beer.
Do you realize that I used to drink like artisanal beer at one point?
Testicle beer?
Artisanal.
I just misheard you.
Jesus
artisanal.
Christ.
The artisanal could be still light, or you could make an artisanal beer that's like 2%.
No,
so
I like stouts. I like stouts. So they were like from 10 to 12% usually.
That's pretty decent for a beer. I mean, 10% is more than most wines, and beer is like usually like 4 or 5%.
You're still there.
Exactly, I'm still in the sweet spot. So that's
still in the sweet spot.
Counts.
You're still going for the wine mom from the wine mom hour. Yeah, it's still there.
Look, you got to like taper off the wine slowly, okay? So you find the thing that's closest in percent, and then actually, I got 2 of these, and they almost equal exactly 1 bottle of wine. So it really is kind of like the same type of thing, same type of vibe I'm going for.
Oh no, can we?
Okay, I'm gonna load up your chat on my other window so I can see all your haters hating against me. No, I'm just kidding. They gotta love me by now. Come on.
I did say hi, but Confluence completely ignored you, Cat. Absolutely.
Oh, Oxycat, how's it going?
Oxycat.
She'll always be Oxycat to me after our first discussion.
Oh man.
Abe, how's it going? Shout out Jared. Shout out all the people in Confluence chat. Shout out Gorilla Biscuits. I mean, yes, but also in Emmett's chat. Didn't mean to say that, but yeah, also Emmett's chat. That's what I meant.
Man.
07s to everyone. 07s all around. Okay.
07s all around.
Emmett, how much of the debate did you even watch? You said you didn't.
Nothing.
You watched nothing. Emmett, then let me tell you, everyone at the end, Grid got up and started clapping. Cleaner was like weeping. He's like, I've never seen such a good performance. Anson was like so chubbed. Like Anson was noticeably chubbed on camera, so he got kicked for TOS. It was like wild. The whole thing was wild. I watched
the end of the debate where Grid was pretty. I got in when Grid was pretty much telling you guys that the debate sucked. And that you needed like probably another 2 weeks to prepare yourself so you can have a proper debate.
Okay, let me give some context. Can I give some context? So
before we do that, because most people haven't watched it, and I haven't watched it. So let's start. I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions from the beginning, and then we can move.
Can I give some I want to give context from before the beginning. Just some brief context.
Let's go.
Very brief. So this started on the Friday thing. Me and Jesus were in the final round. We have this debate about, is Christianity the best moral system that you can have, right? I get called out for accepting a future debate prompt, but all 3 judges agree I win. Then they change their votes an hour later, whatever. That doesn't matter. I disagree with that. Not in my head canon. Doesn't matter. But the point is then, me and Lutch are like, we should talk about this more. And then Grid's like, hey, yeah, you guys should. And then we're like, could we do it tomorrow? But then and I don't blame Indian Jesus for this. We pick a prompt. We're like, okay, we're going to do this. Then I get a message like, I don't know, 4 hours before the debate. And he's like, I think we should actually do a different prompt because this one, it seems too future focused still, but I already have like my stuff ready. So I'm like, oh my God. And he has to go out because he's got a client. So now I'm like, we're like scrambling. He's like, what about this topic? But it's like, I'm like, I agree with you on that. I'm like, what about this one? He's like, I agree with you on that. So we're like trying to come up with something. So we're like, what about this? So we had like so little time to refine it is the problem. Like it's not even that we had the whole day. We had like literally like we were trying to hammer it out in like 10 minutes before he went. So it's like, so that's why the prompt was kind of just like, not like super well, articulated. It was just like, should everybody worship God? He's like, yeah, I think that sounds good. And then we just come up with it. So that's the context on that.
That's a pretty weird, in my opinion. It's kind of a weird prompt. Yeah, Fredo. Yeah, I saw it and I was like, huh. I don't even know how to feel about the prompt. It's such a weird prompt.
I hope. Do you know what I'd ask? Do you think you could like pull up the openers at least? Because I feel that at least will give you some.
Yeah.
So you don't like end up killing me. You know what I mean? And like ask me like a bunch of bad questions. So I'm thinking
I wasn't gonna ask you bad questions. I was asking.
No, I'm just teasing you. I'm teasing
some questions until Kel decided to
I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna kill you. Well, maybe. You know what? You're killed. So
only kill me only kill me in Minecraft, okay?
Oh no. Besides,
but yeah, the openings are very brief. So yeah, you should watch both the openings. It's like less than like 4 minutes, just because I think that could set up for a good interview.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Besides, as I said, you're not a troon, so you'll be fine.
Good.
Yeah.
Just a wine mom.
Yeah, troons are very angry. They get very fucking angry because they think they're women and they're not. So it's kind of hard to get them to calm down. But you're just a wine mom. You're already calm. You have the wine to calm you.
Yeah, you should see me without my wine, brother.
Yeah. Okay, that's a different story at that point. I'm looking up for it. It's such a he had such a big fucking stream.
Because I think my opening, I think I really tried to set what I wanted to talk about, and I think my opening was strong. And I mean, you let me know. I don't want to like sweeten the well. Is that a fallacy? I don't want to sweeten the well, and bias you. But I think the opening was good, but then it kind of just went off the rails directly after the opening.
I have a problem with the debate the debate itself, and the reason why I have a problem with the debate itself is because I am 100% sure that that the theology is not correct. Anyway, so it doesn't matter to me if it's
right,
good or bad.
If you watch the intro, I'm trying to take it kind of not in a mainly. It's not specific to Christianity. That's the first part that you need to realize. So.
Yeah, I know, but I still think that you need to be able to have, to go through. You need to be able to go through the whole philosophical argument, and I don't know if you even know the full philosophical argument for God. In my opinion, to be able to say, hey, you should worship it. You're probably gonna.
Well, but again, I'm gonna make a prediction. That's hyper specific to Christianity, right? Like
no,
that. Well, yes, it is. There's a lot of philosophical arguments on why you should worship God. There's a lot there. So you saying you don't know if I know there's many arguments, philosophical arguments that I could make on why you should worship God. Well, and it's like you might say they're theologically wrong, but that's from your kind of like ortho Christian perspective, which is fine.
But I said
that's not what
the arguments. Like I don't know if you went with predeterminism, which I don't think you did. I don't know if you went with moral axiomatic, which is where you get your morals and why you should worship the thing that grounds your morals. I don't know if you went with I
went with the more that you should worship the thing that brought you. This is in if you watch the intro, you'll see my third point is theological, and it's basically that you should worship the thing that created you and brought you into existence. That you have because that thing made you, you have some onus to worship it. But that was only one of the three things, and we didn't really go down that rabbit hole.
Okay, well,
but check out the opener. Check out the opener. Then we'll keep talking because I feel like that'll help ground things.
I think he's okay. Let's see if it's gonna start around here.
Going down a Christian path, but I'm also applying this to any form of divinity, whether
Oh yeah, this is your. So let's go a little bit.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Should be around here.
I mean, what? Spend
Bro.
the extra $3.
Spend
No.
the extra $3.
Jeez.
No, it's
Oh man.
Look at the wine. Look at the wine mom. Look at the
I think
wine
they're
mom
wine
right
shaming
there.
me right here.
Oh, right here is the wine mom. Yeah, they're shaming me. Jesus. You know what? I'm gonna get ready another thing to show on stream. In fact, we're gonna start with this because this is way funnier. Then we'll start with the debate.
You're a character.
It's here, the entire.
Maryland.
Do you say
Maryland.
oh, Jay Dyer?
What's up? Yeah. So, why do you not think you practice idolatry? Like, why do you not feel like you serve an idol?
And what is the idol that we serve?
I guess just an image rather than a relationship. I don't know. I feel like we're friends of God and not slaves. Do you know what I mean?
No, I'm sorry. But I mean, I'm sure that you have it all figured out. So, don't have a lot of time for the wine moms tonight. But Ramirez, what's up? We haven't had a wine mom in so long. I was kind of
I should
thrown
call
for a
in.
loop. What up, though? Hey, what's up, Essie?
Hey,
Oh, I'm
what's
sorry,
up,
man.
Jesse?
I have a really trivial question.
I ain't got no
This
answers,
kind of
bro.
sounds stupid, but
I ain't got no
I'm
answers,
like,
bro.
what happened?
I ain't got no answers, bro.
I was just wondering the relation between baptism and chrismation.
I got no answers, bro. I got no answers. Looking for people who disagree, dog. Look at this. What's up? I ain't got no. I cannot refute the wine moms. That's the only
No.
people
They can't refute
that
the wine moms.
stump me. Marilyn, I'm so sorry. If you'd like to come back and give us spiritual guidance.
Mr. J. Dyer.
Oh, I know.
heard you were spreading rumors
Anytime,
about aliens.
anytime somebody calls me Mr. J. Dyer, I know that it's going in the bad direction. Marilyn, come back. We need a wine mom. Wine mom, front of the
I feel
line.
like Jay has had it.
I got renewed energy and strength. I feel like I could handle you now. Jindo, what's up? Marilyn, come back. I'm so sorry. Where did Marilyn go? Marilyn, come back. I made a mistake by conceding the debate too early to you. I want you to come back and refute me. I made a mistake. I'm not infallible. Okay, I can err. I'm not inerrant. I'm not impeccable. I made a mistake. I need you to come back. Or we'll just go to the Muslims. Ali. Marilyn, we need wine mom wisdom here.
What's okay? What's up?
How much Franzia have you had?
I haven't had any wine.
Oh, come on now. I don't believe that.
I might have had one shot of vodka all day,
Oh,
and it was right before I called you.
We got a
so
vodka mama, not a wine mom.
One shot.
Okay.
Let's go.
And you're saying that, what's idolatry exactly? Remind me what your statement was.
Just hierarchy, competition, anything. I just feel like in the kingdom of God, you never have to be disloyal to one to prove your loyalty to another, because it's basic witchcraft. Control and manipulation is basic witchcraft. I don't understand.
Hold on. If what about imbibing spirits? Is that not witchcraft because you're imbibing a spirit?
I don't believe in all that superstitious stuff because my father's not the devil. I believe evil is merely the intentional throwing off of the equilibrium, and you manifest evil, and you manifest.
This is why I just love them. It's not charismatics. Jesus, I forgot what they are. What you are. I told you yesterday. I forgot right now. I'll remember the word in a moment. This is why I love him.
Yeah,
They can just come with their own shit, Christianity. They can say whatever the fuck they want about Christianity. And you don't have a way to say, no, that's not Christianity. You're like, yep. Why mom theology has to be considered Christianity, I guess.
Manifest the devil because you won't take accountability for being the image of God. Laugh it up, Jay.
I don't even understand. Like, hold on. Where'd you get this idea? Is this like a ayahuasca trip theology? This sounds like ayahuasca.
No, I've been through enough. I've seen and heard enough. I'm tired. I'm tired of it. I'm just tired.
All right. Again, I concede. I don't have an answer. Marilyn has refuted me. Canned beans. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Canned beans.
I thought that was an L on both sides, in my opinion.
that was a great L. Is this a clip of Jay Dyer debating Confluence? Yep. He just doesn't remember.
Yeah, that's actually me calling in.
He just doesn't remember. It was one of those days late at night. It was like
Yeah.
3 wine, a couple of bottled wines in. He mistook it from vodka. It was great.
More than that.
Now we're wine shaming.
Yeah, you
We're
don't know
wine-
you don't know the tax, okay, where I live. You don't understand that.
Oh, he's in Canadian land. I'm not even sure.
Oh, you're Canadian, right? That's why you're talking
I'm not.
about tax.
I live in Canada, temporally located in Canada.
Yeah, that's right. You're Canadian. That's why. Yeah, you're right.
I'm sure they like import wine from like New Jersey or
The
something.
amount of money that alcohol costs, same with cigarettes, is fucking unreal. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah.
So
All
don't
right.
don't cork shame me. Okay?
All right. Well, you just let me know when you're ready to start your opening statement, and we'll roll right into it.
Okay, well, I'm fucking ready. So start
Do it.
the timer. Okay. So my argument will be threefold: from a personal point of view, from a societal point of view, and from a theological point of view. I will now delineate it thusly. Point the first, from a personal point of view.
Can you even say it's a nail? It's like a nail is made up. Cross reject.
We as humans are better off worshiping what we see as the highest note. I'm fine going down a Christian path, but I'm also applying this to any form of divinity, whether it's your highest self, an amorphous deistic creator, a primal mover, the highest good, pantheism. Pick your divine poison and fucking drink it, because ultimately when humans aspire towards the highest, when they give attention to the highest, when they revere the highest, celebrate the highest, give deference to the highest, in a word, worship the highest, as the prompt says, they themselves are doing what is ultimately the best for themselves. When people are insular and give into morbid acute introspection, their inner eye gazes inward, and that inner eye becomes clouded, cataracted, if you will, and you
my
must, and they
God.
suffer personally as a consequence, because by definition they're no longer worshiping the highest good, but they're now worshiping themselves. Point the second. From a social point of view, when people worship God, however that culture defines it, we see cohesion, we see a shared moral framework, we see a coming
Merlin's a master debater. She slayed that mighty Jay Dyer with verbal combat. It was the wine. Okay, you cannot refute the wine. It's impossible to refute the wine.
together. It almost doesn't even matter how God is precisely defined, whether it's a sky daddy, as the degenerate neo-atheists falsely frame it, or whether it's the omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, omnibenevolent, omni-based, omni-goated, omni-red-pilled God that Christians believe in.
I
or
like
whether
that
it's even
part.
polytheism, like it often is in Jesus's country of origin. Just kidding. I'm not sure where Jesus was born, but I do know that he's Indian. And so whether it's Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, or Krishna, which I think is an incarnation of Vishnu, even these quasi-questionable pantheons bring people together, harmonize them, and allow them to build a coherent and cohesive society that has shared and moral and cultural values. Point the third. From a theological perspective, God is in almost every single religio-spiritual tradition I can think of, the one who created us, the one who granted us the breath of life, the one who has brought us all into existence, and brought existence itself into existence, and we therefore ought to worship him. That part is an ought claim, yes. As the Apostle Paul says in the book of Romans, but who are you, O man, to answer back to God? Will what is molded say to its molder, why have you made me like this? Has the potter no right over the clay to make out the same lump, one vessel for honorable use and another for dishonorable use? God has made us. God is the reason we're sitting here tonight talking, discussing, having fun. Now, I will, of course, be happy to address the Odyssey in this discussion. That is the very present and real and tangible so-called problem of evil. But again, we are the creation. God is the creator, and we should be thankful for being given the gift of being brought into existence, however painful, however strife-driven. So in so much that Lech will touch very much on such points and not clutch onto crutch fallacies and word games, I look forward to a great debate.
Beautiful.
They had 8 seconds left.
Damn.
That was good. That was well timed. Okay.
That was
Indeed.
exceedingly well done, sir.
I'm probably either going to be way too
Exceedingly
short,
well
or I'm
done.
gonna
Did you hear
chicken,
that,
and then
Emmett?
time's gonna
Yeah,
go
it'll
out.
be-
Yeah, it
We
was
will
good.
see.
It was a good
Alright.
intro. I will
Start
agree
talking,
with that.
man.
Thank you.
So, in
And you made
order
it fun,
to
too.
say that all humans should worship God, that means that
He said God instead of God. That was funny. It's Anson saying, do we really need more Confluent? He took the L on Friday and Saturday night against the ancient Jeebus.
Yeah, only because you flip-flopped your mind, Anson.
If you don't have a good definition of God, you can't debate issues related to morality derived from Him. You need use the poor tactic.
No, you would just have poor reasoning skills, Anson.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
My whole argument is that whatever you, and I go on to delineate, my whole argument is that whatever you think of it as God, it is better to worship that than to not worship that.
Yeah, but-
so even if your idea of God is false, you should still worship God, however you conceptualize it. That was just what I said in my fucking opening.
It's just me? What if I'm Ryan and I think I'm the arbiter of all that's true?
If that's what you think is the highest, if you truly think that you are the highest, then yeah, but I don't think anyone would say that. Even like a secular humanist, they would still say, well, kindness and goodness is the highest. And in that case, it's still better to worship that than to worship like hatred. And very few people think that hatred is the highest.
No,
you know?
I have made several people say that they are the authority when it comes to reality.
They're the authority, but they don't say that they're the highest thing. If you ask them, what's the highest thing you can conceptualize?
What
People will
is
say
higher than the authority?
well, like being an authority figure is one thing, but like most people would say, I'm not greater than the universe. I'm not greater than existence itself. I am not greater than goodness. They might say I'm the authority on what's right and wrong, but they're not gonna, those people, if you ask them, they wouldn't answer that way. At least no sane human would.
Yeah, they will, and I've done it. I've gotten. You'll probably answer that too at one point. We'll get there at some point. Pretty
never.
sure. Yeah,
never in my
you're
life.
gonna go down this rabbit hole. You're gonna get to a contradiction, and you're gonna be like, "Yeah, I'm the authority." It's like, okay.
Well,
let me see what Lutz has
first
to say about this.
first of all, fuck it button. I do not get high, so I was not high at all for this opening. That's why you never see me smoke anything on camera ever.
Because you get high before? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just don't get high.
Oh, okay. It's too expensive, right?
No, it's dirt. That's the one thing that is the one thing that's dirt cheap here.
Jesus Christ.
So cheap. So cheap.
of course we have to have the correct God, because if we are saying we should worship this God versus that God, but I'm willing to put that to the side at least temporarily to discuss even within the framework of the Christian God. We don't need to worship him, it, whatever you want to call either. Luckily in this format, I think we're going to be able to dive into
Why not? Okay,
these
whatever.
topics a little bit more instead of
I mean,
the
he's in the
mini blood
negative, so
sport.
he
So I'm
can just
looking
say,
forward
yeah,
to that. Don't worry, still bringing the passion. But the reason this matters is because belief is not a choice. You are not able to choose.
It's actually not a choice, but it is not a choice if you think true belief is necessary. Otherwise, it is a choice. If you are the arbiter of what you believe because you are the authority on your belief system, then why can't you say, "I want to believe in X"? I don't understand.
Well, I kind of briefly get into that, and I forget what the Greek word is. It's like pistos or something, I think, right? Is the word for faith given in Greek? And I bring that up, that it's like that word, we always use believe as in like, well, do you believe it? As in like, are you intellectually convinced it's true? But the word in Greek is more about like trust and like a chosen belief than it is. So I bring that up because I feel like that's a relevant point to bring up, right? If he's talking about that type of belief.
Well, he's
Because
just
I
saying-
can see what he's
just
saying. Like, if you're just not convinced of something, I can't make myself believe in unicorns, right? If no matter how hard I sit here and try to make myself believe that there's a unicorn in my closet there, I can't so in that sense of like, you can't make someone accept something as true that they don't think is true. But I
What if
think
a person-
from the Greek and religious point of view, by belief, we don't mean that. When we say have faith in Christ, we mean it in a more volitional kind of way, right?
Let me put it this way. Let's say that a person believes, the person has this dumb belief that 1 + 1 = 3. Can you make that person believe that it equals 2?
You can try to convince them, and hopefully you could win them over. But as we
So
saw,
you
what's that
can?
guy's name? Terrence Howard. I mean, many people have tried to make him think that 1 × 1 = 1, and he still commits that 1 × 1 = 2. You know, I'm talking about the Empire. The Empire
people
actor.
can be retarded. I don't disagree with that. But
That's what I
talking
mean.
about
So
a
like that
retarded
guy
person.
is.
Let's
it's
say
really
that there's
hard
a
to convince
person
him.
that is smart enough, and he just believes that 1 + 1 = 3, and he's asking you, is it equal 3? Can you like?
Again, the
Okay.
best you can do is try it. I think it depends on a lot of factors, right? Like the
You
best
can't?
example
You
I always
think
use.
You cannot. A reasonable person, he's just wrong about that specific part. Can you convince them that it's 2?
Yeah, if he assuming he's reasonable and accepts your arguments, yes.
Oh Lord.
But wait, I mean, to use a non-ridiculous example, look at someone like Alex O'Connor. If we trust him on face value, you know, like Cosmic Skeptic, he said he's an atheist, but he says, "I want to believe. I don't see the evidence. I wish I did. I hope there is a God." And he seems sincere. I think I
No,
actually believe him.
I don't believe him. Why would
well,
I
I
believe
personally
him?
do.
Why?
I personally do.
Yeah, but
I've
I don't
watched
care
him
about you
enough.
personally. I care about the entitlements of the positions. I don't.
What's
I
the
never,
what's the entailment?
entailment is the logical conclusion of the position.
No, I know what I know what unentailment. I'm saying, what is the entailment in this
The
conversation?
entailment, the entailment is that he is the authority onto what he perceives to be evidence, and he hasn't even challenged the idea of what exactly is he, where exactly the authority lies. For example, if I go to Alex Connor and I will ask him like, "Oh, I wanna believe," and I were to ask him, "Well, how can you come to the conclusion of where the authority lies for you to be able to accept evidence?" I assure you that he will have a moment where he's gonna be like, "Oh well, I am." He's gonna come back to "I am the authority," and at that point, you're not actually going off until you're not actually questioning your beliefs. What you're doing is you are questioning whatever you think evidence is, right? But where do you get the evidence, and where do you get the authority to even look at the evidence? That's the problem.
Right, but I guess what if you're so I guess I mean maybe you have an answer to this, but what would you tell somebody? Because like what you're gonna tell them is like, okay, yeah, the authority is like you're gonna point them in like more like Christian directions. But
I would
obviously
go
if
to- I
if
would
an
go to
Islamic scholar,
transcendentals. No, I will go to transcendentals.
right, but
if
that's
you-
not gonna
Yeah,
and he's heard all that. I mean, he's made videos on all that, right?
yeah,
like
okay. And I agree, but what are you gonna say when I tell you you cannot have knowledge without God?
I mean, I guess
Do
you'd
you
have
have
to ask.
knowledge?
Well, I mean, I'm
Confluence?
not an atheist. So
I know.
I
but
mean,
do you have knowledge?
yes.
How do you ground knowledge? What is your justification for knowledge?
I think knowledge can only exist. I would agree with you because there is a God who is logical. There is a God who allows us to have knowledge, and the world only makes sense because there is a God who is rationality itself.
I don't know why, but somebody is asking you to check your closet. I think they're saying that you have cat in the closet.
Who's Kathy?
Cat, Oxycat.
Oh, Oxycat.
Yeah, it
I
says,
hope it's not
"Can
Stabby
Confluence
Cat
go
in my
into
closet?"
the closet and then come back and sit down?"
Who said that? Who said that? Is it fucking
Anson,
fun? It's probably fucking
Anson
fun.
is still coping in chat because he.
Oh, that's
he came
Anson,
into-
yeah.
Yeah, we started to going to the transcendental argument to tag, and when I questioned him about the future and how can he justify something that is not empirical in an empirical universe, he just lost his mind. He's still
Yeah, Anson
coping
loves
about
to-
that one.
Anson's been malding in me for so long, you know, ever since we met. He loves to mald, cope, and seethe. That's what his new name should be.
He's probably also very angry that I keep calling the Troon a Troon. He thought it was a woman, so it's like, Jesus, that's a Troon.
You talking about Kel?
Yeah.
That'd be a shocking twist.
What
Kel is the sign male at
Why
birth.
am I wrong? She's a Troon. Why am I wrong?
I mean, do you have the knowledge that she for sure is?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with her logic. You know, it's very simple. If trans women are women, then Kelly's a trans woman.
Wait, that's a fallacy.
No.
All dogs are mammals. That doesn't mean all mammals are dogs. So all trans women are women doesn't mean all women are trans women.
I didn't
That's
say
a
all
fallacy.
trans women. I said if trans women are women, then Kelly's a trans woman.
That would be like saying if cats
I didn't
are
say
mammals.
all. If they are the same, if trans women are women,
Right.
which is an equalizer, then
It's not an
Kel
equalizer.
is a trans woman.
Cats Cats are mammals.
If
It's not an equalizer.
Trans woman equal
If
woman,
cats-
and then trans woman equals Kel. Okay.
When
It's that
Kel is
simple.
saying, I mean, I don't want to speak on her behalf, but when
I
most
don't-
people
I
say
don't
trans
care.
women are
You
women,
don't have to
they don't
explain
mean
that
they're
to
the
me.
same as cis women. They mean it in the same way as like a cat and a mammal. A cat is a type of mammal.
No,
so is
they
a
mean
dog.
it. They mean it. That's not how they say it. And that's not how they mean it. They mean that.
That's
a
how.
trans
That's how
woman is
I
a
would say
woman.
a cat is a mammal. In the same way that someone would say a trans woman is a woman.
No.
The verbiage is the same.
If
The
I-
semantics are
no, no,
exactly
no.
the same.
It would be the same as saying a dog is a cat. Thus, this cat is a dog. That's the.
Except one is a category. A trans woman, they would say, is a category of women. It falls into the broader category of women because they would
No,
say,
it
and you know this,
doesn't.
Emmett, they would
But
say a
in my
trans
view- okay,
woman is
then-
not a
then
cis
you
woman.
agree.
They would say that.
Wait.
They
then
would say
you
a
agree,
trans woman is
Confluence.
not a cis woman.
Then you agree. If a trans woman is in the category of woman, then any woman is trans woman. It's the same thing, right?
No, that's literally a logical fallacy.
No, it
That
isn't.
goes back to my if a cat is a mammal, that
No.
means a mammal is a cat. It doesn't
No.
work like that.
No, it works exactly.
Yes,
like
it
that.
does.
Listen,
It does not work like that.
I know you want to save the troon, but it's okay. Okay, she can save herself. Maybe.
She can save herself. I'm just saying that just the logic doesn't follow. Okay, the logic doesn't follow because no one would say if you ask Kel, is the cis woman the same as a trans woman? She wouldn't say yes. So therefore, she's not making an equalizer when she says a trans
She's making
woman
an
is a woman.
equalizer. Yeah. If
Then,
they
how would she say
that,
a
then
cis
yeah.
woman is not a trans woman? If you asked her, is a cis woman? If you were DNI'd, I wish you could have Kel on. You could ask her, is a cis woman a trans woman? And she'd say no. And then you'd be like, oh, I guess Confluence was fucking right, like he always is.
Yeah, I said exactly what I said. Yo, half food. So you're wrong because according to the logic, when you say something is something, that means that it's equal to that thing. Okay, if you don't know the logic, I cannot help you, dude. I can't
Bro,
help you.
you
don't
know the logic. I
No,
don't know how
I know the
clear I
logic.
can
If
be.
I say-
you don't.
If I say
don't.
this phone is a phone, then it means the phone is a phone. You see? It's simple.
No,
That's
that's
simple.
that's
That
called
simple.
semantic overload.
It's
That's called
it's
semantic
equal.
overload.
If you go,
When you
if
say
you say
something
one,
is something, you're not necessarily making an equalizer claim. That's not how the word is works. This is philosophy 101, brother. This is philosophy 101.
Calm down.
No,
If you-
I should have bought wine. I should have bought
Calm
wine.
down.
Because
How
I need
would you
wine
type-
right now. You're making my
Calm
wine mom
down.
come out.
Calm down. How would you type in an equation 1 is 1?
That's not how language works. Then that shows
How
an ignorance
would you
of the
type
philosophy of
in an
language.
equation 1 is 1?
Yes, 1 equals 1.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So we can move forward with the actual argument.
so you don't
from...
understand how so do you deny that philosophy of language is even a thing? You don't even think that should be studied. You
No,
don't think words have different
I
meanings.
believe that.
You don't think is can also be an equalizer,
No,
but is
you're
can also
wrong.
point to a
You're
broader
making-
category. So I can't say. So if I say cats are mammals, you would have to say, well, I guess cat equals mammals, and therefore mammals. Like holy
You're
shit,
making
that's
you're
some,
making a confluation.
that's-
Okay, you're conflating things. You know, It's very like your
I am
name. It's a
confluating
confluence, exactly. So I'm gonna continue.
Would you know what a
watching these.
confluence is? Even
Choose to believe
Yeah,
in
you're
something
conflating.
that
Yeah, you
do
don't.
not
You
believe in. You are
don't.
either convinced of it or you are not convinced of it. And if I am not convinced of something, then how can I worship it? I don't know what it is that I'm worshiping. So I think it is a logical impossible.
Jared, yes, I am.
It's logically not a applicable ought claim saying that we should worship God if we don't know what God we're talking about. And if we're not saying worship a God, which is different than worship God, then we do have to narrow it down and pick a particular one. But again, we can go into the Christian God, and I'm fine with that as well. And then finally, I think my debate partner here has to say why it would be morally wrong to not worship God. To say that you should worship means that it is, as he said, an ought claim, and that means if you don't do it, that it is wrong. And I don't see how you can make the argument that worshiping something that you either don't know or don't understand could be wrong. I think that's about it.
You had a minute
So that's
left.
that's the openers, at least, to hopefully give some context.
Yeah.
So you can see already we're kind of going down slightly different paths already in the openings.
Yeah, well, absolutely. But I mean, this is something I have a problem with some of the debates. Like, if you make two positive claims, what you should do is have two internal critiques, and then you can have maybe an open discussion after the internal critiques. But it's usually not done, and it's very hard for people to even understand what an internal critique is. So.
I know you're going to disagree with this, Emmett. I already know this, but I think the whole internal critique thing, there's a time and a place, but I think that some people get too like Andrew Wilson pilled with it, where it's like you're not actually moving any discussion forward, and you're trying to drag territory back into something, because Andrew is very comfortable with internal critiques, and some people are. The people that are like, it's like the precept people, like Jay Dyer. It's like he'll bring it there, and you can see it happen in real time. If he doesn't know the answer to something, he'll just be like, well, how do you even know anything? And it's like, it's a bit of a pivot if you don't have an answer to the question and you just like punt back into transcendental stuff.
Okay.
There is a time and a place for it. I just think sometimes I see it used when these people, they'll pull it out as a tactic when they don't have a good answer to a question being asked. And I think that's kind of lame. I think I'd rather have a discussion and just go open into it and like just talk it out. I think that gets more progress done than Andrew talking to like OnlyFans girls and be like, but how do you know that you can know? And it's just like, it's the same thing every time. It never leads anywhere. It's just, I don't know.
How do you know that?
Look, I said I agree with you.
No, you don't. You're debating Andrew and Jay Dyer on claims that I don't even really understand what you mean. It's like, do you think?
I'm not saying.
Do you think Andrew and Jay Dyer hasn't made an actual dent on the idea of culture when it comes to one, the transcendental argument, and two, the new way forward with the anti-feminist rhetoric?
No, I'm not saying they haven't done good things. They're obviously both skilled debaters.
So I don't understand where you're getting this idea that they're not going anywhere. It's like you're refuting yourself.
I don't think with all due respect, I don't think you listened to what I said then, Emmett. And I know English isn't your first language, so I'll try to like maybe talk
you're gonna
a bit
go
slower
there.
And
Yeah.
not use such big words.
Yeah,
No,
it makes sense. Maybe it's because you're black. You know, black people have trouble understanding me. Yeah, it's your black part.
No, but I'm just kidding. No, all I'm saying, again, it's not bad to go down those paths. There's just sometimes, I think, when the argument seems to be getting into an area that maybe they don't have a whole lot of knowledge about, and then that's when they decide to punt into these like precept arguments or transcendental arguments, which I just feel like...
Give me one example. You bring up these. You bring up these, so you must have an example of that happening, right?
Yeah, I don't know where it happened in the Jay Dyer Eru debate on whatever, but like I'd have to go and find it. There was just that one.
You mean that
I actually
not so erudite debate?
I think Kyla actually kind of won
you mean
that
the
debate.
Not so erudite debate? The one, oh god,
on
the
whatever
one when
podcast.
She said,
yeah.
The one where she said, when they asked her about one philosophy book she read, she replied with the 5 dialogues of Aristotle, Plato, Republic. That one.
I don't remember her saying that.
Oh, okay.
Like she said it as one title,
God.
or did she say?
It was one.
'Cause
Yeah, that was the title. I can find the clip if you want me to.
Maybe there's some like thing that has them combined together, you know, like the Republic is a philosophy book, and you know, I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you at least agree? At least so we can like, I can do a sanity check on you. Do you at least believe she beat Jim Bob's dick off? Okay, not in that way, not in like a sexual way, but like, do you at least believe
It's
that
gonna be
she,
very
you know,
hard for me to accept that
because that was a
erudite-
slaughter. I made a video on that, and I would challenge anyone to watch that video and see if you disagree. Because I went
Yeah,
in there
let's go
biased
watch
against
your
Kyla
video
because
on
Kyla
it.
annoys me.
Let's see what kind of dumbassery you're trying to talk to about. Because
It's a long-winded video. I go through the whole debate and give and score points on each thing. So, Emmett, you better be sub to my channel at least. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I'm sub to you, brother.
I am sub to you.
Okay, good.
Unfortunately, at this point, because you believe that fucking erudite is a good debater, apparently.
I think Kyla is what I would say is Kyla is an honest debater, and I put that really high. I don't think Andrew. I think Andrew is
she
very
likes
strong.
To cock his husband. Yes, I believe that too. I think you're correct in that aspect of her. Yeah, I think she's very honest when she's like, "Yeah, I like to cock my husband." Yeah, I think you're right.
Look, you can disagree. I'm just saying I find it refreshing. I think she
We're
wants
not
to have real
disagreeing.
talks. I think she wants to have real talks, and I appreciate that. And I think
I
she wants to
remember-
like find common ground, move things forward.
Yeah.
And I can respect that. Like I
remember when she was extremely honest with the Destiny stuff, when she was like, I'm not gonna work with him anymore because I think because we now know that he did X and Y thing, okay? And then a month later, she was pretty much participating in the live event with Destiny. So yeah, I think she's absolutely very, very, very honest about all
First
of
of all,
her
I don't know what her
intentions and shit.
involvement is, just if it's with Unfuck America or if it's specifically with if she's like back with Destiny. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're not doing the Bridges podcast anymore.
I remember the last time I said, yeah, I'm not gonna ever work with fucking Steelman ever fucking again. He's banned from my channel. I'll never have him again. And then a month later, I decided to have him on, and we're like buddy with the guy on a live event.
I don't, is that true? All I know
you.
is she is on the Unfuck America tour as well. So you tell me. You seem to know more
She
about
wasn't
their
speaking,
lives.
She was just there, bringing moral
But
support.
for Destiny,
You know?
do you know that? Is that true?
Yeah. Rob
Okay,
Noor.
I saw her at the event.
Mr. Amazing, also called Rob Noor, covered that.
But again,
The
I
videos
feel
are
like
there.
you're pivoting a little bit. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying Kyla is necessarily honest in her personal life. I don't know about that. I'm just saying, if I sat down with Kyla, I think we could make a lot more headway than if I probably sat down with like Jay Dyer. Because like,
Yeah,
I feel like Jay Dyer.
Of course, you can have a better conversation with Kyla than with Jay Dyer, because when he starts asking you the ideas of knowledge, you're gonna pivot away, and then he's gonna get pissed off because you don't know anything about philosophy. And then he's gonna probably kick
I think
you
you
the
should be
fuck
careful.
out.
I think Emmett. I think you should be careful to know what I've studied before you tell me
Lord.
that.
No,
I'm just
I don't
saying
think
that.
So. Like,
I
fine.
think you should be.
Okay, fine. Give me your accountant for knowledge. Give me. How do you get epistemology? How do you get epistemology?
See, I feel like as long as I say an answer, if it's not your answer, you're not gonna like it, and you're gonna say I'm wrong.
How
But
do you
that's just-
ground epistemology?
I ground epistemology. I think that because God is the creator, and I think God has given us access to knowledge, and God has given us rational minds with which we can know, and because God is logic, we can make inferences, we can broadly trust our sense data, and we can know things. But epistemology is an issue of degrees. There are some things that we know with certitude, there are some things that we don't, and there's different theories that talk about how we can be certain about some things and uncertain about other things. There are some things
but now
that we
you're
can
talking
know.
about your limitation. I don't care about your limitation. I'm not talking about you as a person.
Okay, well, that's how. Well, okay, if you go back to grounding it, I'm saying that's
Yeah,
how I
I'm
ground it.
talking
I
about
ground it in the
grounding.
fact that we have a God who is logical, rational, and He has created us as rational creatures,
Okay,
and that's
give me
how we
just
can
one
know
second.
things.
You can expand on that for a moment. I need to answer the door.
Okay. Well, what else is there to talk about epistemology? I guess I would go back then to my limitations, because I think that's kind of a more interesting thing. Because even though I think we have a God who is all rational and all knowing and who is logic himself, I think that there is still a gulf, between that ultimate God and that ultimate knowledge and us necessarily knowing that knowledge. Because those two things are not the same. And I think that's why we see that even among Christians, even amongst, as much as Emmet likes to talk about Orthodox Christianity, yes, the Catholic Church is technically in union to a degree. They still disagree on like points of theology. Obviously, they're connecting to the same God. The churches are even in harmony to some degree, in a way that obviously the Protestant churches are not, and they're not with either the Orthodox or the Catholic. But yet, obviously, people still arrive at disagreement. So obviously, that limitation thing still happens, where even if we have this perfect God, that in theory, right, both sides will point to apostolic succession, and they just point to different apostolic succession. So it's really hard to actually make that practical gulf and like cross that epistemological chasm between knowing that there is truth out there and then being able to access it. And that's why all of these religions and stuff disagree on that. And it's fine to just like go into your ortho bro bubble and just think that you have all the answers because you're Eastern Orthodox. But like, obviously the Catholics would say the same thing, and they could punt to apostolic succession. They'd punt to the patristics, they'd punt to the Bible and their correct interpretation of it. And, obviously everybody does that. So any comments in chat? Let me see. Confluent, fuck it button. I'm gonna fuck it to your button. I don't know what I'm saying right now. Let's see. Yeah, no birds chirping, Oh yeah, I remember Agrippa's trilemma being brought up too. I know Agrippa's trilemma is weird because that's not the name I know it under either. I knew it in philosophy but I never called it that. There's a different name that I think's a better known name. Let me see if I can find it. Cause that threw me off. It can be called that, but there is like, the Munchausen's trilemma. The Munchausen trilemma. That's like the normal term for it. And so I wonder if that like threw it off, because it seems to be like a less common title. But so I don't know. A lot of these gotcha questions, I mean, I think Emmet has tried to do this to me before as well. It's like they can be a little tiresome, although they can also be slam dunks, like when Jim Bob was asked by Erudite about the 3 branches of government, and Jim Bob had no idea what the 3 branches of government were. And that's like, there's certain gotcha questions that's like, okay, yeah, you probably shouldn't ask this. But let me just close this. But yeah, there's a lot of if it's a basic question like that, like the 3 branches, it's kind of like, okay, that's fair, because it's like, how are you debating politics and you live in America and you don't know the 3 branches of government? But there's also times where I think a lot of those questions are just serve to make people look a bit ridiculous and stuff. If the Trinity in Orthodox is a logical conclusion or explanation from Judaism, how can other forms of Christianity be focused on the truth other than their agreed upon God? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, almost every branch of Christianity believes in the Trinity, right? Besides like oneness Pentecostal or like weird things. No, Jared, I can find you a clip if you want. Jim Bob was asked what the 3 branches of government are, and he conceded that he didn't know. This is a well-known clip. I'm not making this shit up. I can try Googling it for you if you want now. Even Andrew Wilson agreed with this, actually, just before I even look. Andrew Wilson even agreed, because he's like, you have me fucking... Someone asked him this, and he's like, you must have me confused with fucking Jim Bob, because Jim Bob didn't know what the three branches of government were with erudite. Like Andrew Wilson has repeated this. This is true. It happened in the Jim Bob and erudite debate.
Yeah, it did happen. But what is the argument that we have when it comes to voting? Which was, I believe, that was the idea.
Oh, I was just bringing up like the kinds of gotcha questions because I think Oxycat mentioned Agrippa's trilemma.
That's true.
And they didn't know what it was, but so I was just saying about like utility.
What was my question? What was my question? What is the argument
from before?
What is the argument we have when it comes to voting?
Well, I don't know what you're asking me.
What is the argument that Jim Bob and Andrew use when it comes to voting?
You have to be more specific. They've used a lot of arguments about voting. They've said that you shouldn't vote, that they would be for a higher age, they'd be for maybe some type of like civil service. They've said that maybe you should have to have skin in the game.
Okay, fine. What do they think about voting? Do they think everyone should vote?
No, they don't.
Who should vote?
It depends on at what point they're talking about it. I've heard Andrew Wilson make arguments that women shouldn't vote, although he weirdly denied it to me on a panel and said that he has never said that, which I thought was very strange.
You don't even know what they say.
I went back after the debate. It's funny. I went back and I found clips of Andrew saying exactly that and his wife saying exactly that.
Do you want me to tell you what is the actual argument?
You can tell me, but after I watched it, I looked at him, his wife saying it, I looked at him saying it.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, the voting should be
well, I heard
limited.
it from him.
And most people, not only women, most people shouldn't vote.
Yeah.
Okay? So if most people shouldn't vote, and Jim Bob is saying that most people shouldn't vote, maybe including him, wouldn't that be an actual step towards his argument that he didn't know the three branches of government? Why can't he vote if he doesn't know the three branches of government?
Yeah, I think I agree. Jim Bob is probably too retarded to be able to vote. I think
what's her name? Not so fucking tard is too fucking retarded to vote either. You know. So at the end of the day, I think they're in the same.
Hey, at least she knows how the government works.
No, I don't think so. I think she just knows the three branches of government like a fucking toddler that repeats things from ChatGPT. So. I believe.
Well, that's better than Jim Bob then.
Well, at that point, I agree. That's better. Why is that better? That because she can repeat shit from ChatGPT?
That's not ChatGPT. That's basic, like it's junior high level civics.
It's ChatGPT.
No, that's basic civics,
it's fucking
Emmett.
ChatGPT, okay?
Emmett, no one needs ChatGPT to know the three branches. I'm sorry, brother. That's like
how
not
do you,
knowing
how do you
what
know
like
the
a
three
prime
branches
number
of government?
is.
Because you just repeat them enough times, and that's it.
Because if you follow politics for any length of time and you went to school in the US and you paid attention in civics and weren't like fucking smoking weed the whole time, then you would have learned about it and you see it play out all the time, constantly.
That doesn't mean
Kyla's
she
Canadian
knows how it
and she
works.
still knows. She knows better than
know
Jim Bob and she's
how
fucking
it works.
Canadian.
She just knows the singers.
She knows how it works. I mean, I know you don't like Kyla, but she's smarter than you're giving her credit. I disagree with Kyla on a lot, but you're not giving her enough credit here.
On what do you disagree with her? Give me one thing you disagree with her. You probably never listened to anything she said because you were too distracted with her boobs anyway. Okay, the point is that you don't have a way to actually disagree with her because you don't know, you don't listen to her. You just look at her fucking boobs and say, "Oh, you're so smart."
I've listened to her on Bridges. I've watched her debate Jay Dyer. I watched her debate Jim Bob.
Tell me one thing you disagree with her.
I disagree with her on all of her like leftist politics. She's anti-Trump. She thinks Trump is like fascistic. I mean, how's that for a start? I completely disagree on that. I think she has lukewarm responses on political violence and doesn't take a strong enough stance, even though she says she disavows it when she still hung around with Destiny after he talked about a bunch of stuff. I have moral disagreements with her. I have political differences. I have religious differences. She was open to like an open relationship at one point. Or at least opening it up to flirting. I don't want to
Let's go back. Let's go back for a second.
I'm just answering your question.
You fought me on her relationship with Destiny a moment ago, and now you're like, I disagree with her relationship with Destiny. Can you take a
Don't try
stance?
don't straw man me.
I'm
I
not
said
strawmanning you.
all I knew was that she was seen in the Unfuck America tour, and I asked you. I said,
With
I don't.
whom?
Is she there because of Destiny?
With whom?
I know Destiny's a part of it. I don't know why she's there. Are they? And I'm asking. This isn't me saying it. I'm literally asking.
Who was
Like, I feel like you don't
who was the
understand.
person doing that tour specifically? Who was there actually doing the Fuck America talking and like
I-
answering questions?
I know
and
Destiny was
engaging?
there.
It was only Destiny.
I don't
There
know
was no
enough
other
to know-
person.
Okay, then that's something I don't know because I know it was
Oh,
supposed to be
man.
like Dean Withers and stuff, and the other guy Parker.
Not
but
on
then
that
there was like
specific
some.
tour. It's like there's a lot of
Okay,
tours
see
and
this.
turning point.
I'm not
the Charlie
claiming I know
Kirk-
this, Emmett. You understand this? This is why Kel pilled you. Okay, you're supposed to be asking me questions about this, and instead you're
We
misquoting
are
me about the
talking.
fucking
I didn't
Destiny.
ask you to. I didn't come here to just talk about your debate. I want to talk about the debate, but it was gonna go anywhere. You know this. We've done this before.
I know, but you're
And
like
you
going
cannot
off
take
into.
you can't agree with anything. If I say anything to you, even if I'm right, you'll be like,
No, I need to go around and try to fight this guy because it's my debate tactic to just go ahead and say a bunch of words until they're so fucking annoyed with my voice that they will concede because they're fucking annoyed with me.
Okay, brother. Okay, brother. If that's what you think, I mean, you can rewind the VOD and see where I was literally asking you if she was there with Destiny or not, saying I didn't know explicitly, and now you're saying I'm defending.
And then
you
yeah,
know.
but now you're saying that you disagree with her because of her connection with Destiny, with her only connection we know after the time she said it was exactly during this tour, and obviously we know
I'm
they've been
against-
working together.
I'm again. No, I feel like you don't listen to me at
Lord.
all. I'm saying I don't like her lukewarm response into the political violence stuff specifically. Destiny's comments about the firefighter that was shot at the Trump rally. I don't think she was unhappy with it and she like disavowed it, but I don't think she was sufficiently unhappy with it. I don't think she sufficiently disavowed it. I think we see the same with a lot of the stuff that Destiny says that's crazy. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking
You
about the
mean like
Pixie
Ryan?
stuff and how so?
How so? You don't think
Yeah.
Ryan thinks that it was wow, it's unfortunate that he died, but what do you have? What can you do
Like-
when you go to a fascistic rally, right?
Like Ryan, the radical coder?
Yeah, the radical coper.
Did he say that? If so, that's bad. I don't know. I've talked to Ryan like 1 or 2 times. Like I'm not familiar with Ryan.
I don't know if you're as obtuse when it comes to these kind of things, or just you're
How is it
dumb when it comes
obtuse?
to these kind of
You,
things. I
you
don't know.
you fucking dumbass. How is it obtuse for if I just don't know Ryan the radical coder well enough? I heard of him for the first time like 2 weeks ago in my life. So I'm sorry I can't tell you what his stance was after Thomas Crooks took a pot shot at Trump. I'm sorry. That's not me being obtuse. That's just called like, hey, I don't know this online personality as much as you do. Holy Christ.
I agree with you. You're right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Silence. Thank you. What are you eating? The fuck are you
I'm not
eating?
eating anything. I'm doing zins.
You're doing zines because it's cheaper than to buy cigarettes.
No, it's honestly, it's probably more expensive. It's more healthy, and I can do it inside. I don't want to smoke cigarettes in my freaking house.
Okay. He said repeal the 19th. Yeah, but the idea of to the repeal the 19th is to get rid of the whole of universal voting, not necessarily to get rid of only women voting. That's where people like Confluence loses their mind because they hear woman and they go directly for the shield, you know. They take the white cape.
Go to Kairos. Just want to say that.
They go the white
the
cape. They go with the shield. They're like, yeah, I need to white knight. How dare you take away the right of women?
I think if you're arguing to repeal the 19th, you don't want women to vote. I think that's just
Yeah, and men.
on its face.
We don't
true.
want most men and women to vote.
Sure, but then when I say to Andrew, "Oh, I thought you don't want women to vote," and he says, "I never said that,"
He never said that. What is the argument?
but he wants all women and also a lot of men to not vote. So
Yeah, but
included
that
in
was-
that
but that was
category is
not the
also all
prescription.
women.
That was not the prescription. The prescription is most.
But he
people
also
shouldn't
does.
vote.
But he also thinks that all women shouldn't vote. Yes.
No, that's not the prescription
which-
he gave. The prescription is
So-
you should have some kind of service for the country, and if you do it, you can vote. It doesn't matter your sex. That's the prescription.
Okay, that's interesting because I literally found the clip of him saying the exact opposite that night, and his wife openly says
That
women shouldn't
night?
vote. Do we at least agree on that?
Yeah,
Like his wife, Rachel Wilson, openly says women should not vote.
I'm
I just want to
sorry.
make sure.
I just want to be sure.
Testing you.
I just want to be sure.
I know they're not
okay?
the same person.
My
I just
name
want a
is my
sanity
name
check.
is Emmett, and then Bill Hicks coming to my chat and he says something, and you're like, Emmett said this, and I'm like, no, his name is Bill Hicks, not Emmett. By the way, good to see you, Bill. And you're like, no, but I saw it happen in the stream. Like, really?
I'm just I'm just sanity checking you to make sure you're not going to try to say that. To make
Dude,
sure we're on the
I
same
was
page. That-
watching that debate and literally muted you guys and went into his chat and told us the argument. And he laughed at you because you don't know it. And I realized once again that you don't know it.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that I went into his chat after too, and there were so many people that were like, wait, I thought Andrew doesn't think that women should vote. So if your communication is so poor that a large portion of your regular audience thinks that women shouldn't vote, then I think you're a bad communicator at that point.
I think you're lying because that's not what happened. I was in chat and everybody knows it. Everybody that listens to Andrew for more than 5 seconds.
You
knows
can
it.
go back and look at the chat.
Yeah,
I'm just
I know.
saying. Andrew
Well,
had to
in
pause
fact,
and
we
explain
can't.
to his chat. He had to explain because people were showing it up in his chat, and he was like, this is what I was saying.
He didn't have to pause to explain to the chat. He paused to make fun of you because you don't know the argument.
I watched it. I don't know what to tell you.
I watched it.
Okay.
I was live. You were there, and I was looking at it as it happened. And
Yes,
you
and
cannot
I
see
went
the
back.
chat right now. You know why? Because the video doesn't exist. In YouTube.
Why doesn't it exist?
Because he privates them and puts them in the crucible.video. Subscribe.
Oh,
Only $15.
that's convenient. That's so convenient.
That's not convenient.
I love that.
That's his business
I love that.
model.
You know what I also love?
You know, you
I
don't
love what-
know anything, Confluence. This is why I go ahead and I'm like,
You know what I
explain
also
things
love,
to you.
Emmett? Do you know what he did that night? He said he was going to do a raid for a TikTok invasion for $3,000, and then he decided randomly to arbitrarily raise the limit to $3,600. Like what?
Oh,
just
you're gonna go with the grifting
disgusting.
argument? Do it. Do the grifting
disgusting.
argument. Oh,
Disgusting.
Why?
If
Why
you
is it
promise your
disgusting?
chat, if you promise your chat something at $3,000 and they reach that goal, you fucking do that thing. You
Did he
don't
do
raise
it?
it again.
Did he do it?
He raised it, and then it met the goal, didn't it?
Did he do it? Did he do the invasion?
Once it got to the 3,600 goal, yeah.
Did he do the invasion or not?
Yes, once
Oh,
it got
okay.
to the
So-
new $3,600 goal.
Why are you complaining? Did you
Emmett,
pay?
if I tell
did you
you-
pay?
if-
Did you
Emmett,
give him
if I-
any money at all?
Emmett, if I pick you up outside of Home Depot and I say, Essay, get in my truck, I need you to like mow my lawn, I'll pay you like $10. And then as you're doing it, I'm like, well, I'll pay you $9 actually, I'll pay you $8, and I'm not gonna drive you back, and I end up paying you $2. I still paid you, you still mowed my lawn,
Okay.
but there was something unfair about our transaction.
No, there wasn't. By the way, he made. Let me put it this
I'll
way.
remember that the next time I see you outside Home Depot.
Confluence. Yeah, I know. When I'm outside Home Depot, you can pick me up. We'll see. Let me put it this way. Let's say that you are, okay? Let's say that I make a stream and I say, if I get $250, we're gonna do X, and I get $200, not $250, and then I tile my next stream, whatever the fuck I was gonna do, and instead of doing that, I put one song in repeat every 2 minutes, and I start making fun of you every 15 minutes, saying you caused this. Do you think that's grifting?
Can you say that again? I
Oh
got
Lord,
lost
you
in the
don't
sauce.
understand. It's okay. I'm not gonna put the hypothetical. It's too big brain for you. You're kind of drunk already because you're lightweight. So
I mean, I could drink you under the floor, okay?
Yeah,
I could drink
don't
you
think
under
so.
the fucking floor.
yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't think so.
Any day,
You would
brother.
I have so many ways of drinking you under the floor that you wouldn't even realize how it happened.
You got the. I guess you boof, so maybe that changes things.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
You will never know. You would be the next day. You would be,
I don't want to know.
In fact,
I
it
don't wanna
already
know.
happened. One of my streams, you came in, you end up so fucking drunk that you couldn't even move, and I was fine.
I'm not sure about that, but
I was
yeah,
completely
I've gotten-
fine. You don't even remember. You didn't even remember you went into the chat and started attacking chat in another stream that we raid after.
Is this the night when I was going after Oxycat for some reason? I was really drunk that night.
I know.
But I had like a whole 2.6, okay? I had a 2.6 of whiskey. That's why I switched to wine, okay? Because the whiskey
is
I
I
goes down too
agree with
easy.
you.
Yeah, but can you drink a 2.6 and not do that? I think if you drank a 2.6, you'd fucking die, Emmett.
Yeah. What about if I go? If I say I'll loan your I mow your lawn for $20, and I go into your house and I say, nah, it's gonna be 25. It's too big. Is that bad?
It's bad if I already. What you have to understand, it's crazy that your chat is so like Andrew pilled. Like who's that one guy? I'm gonna
It's
call him
because
out.
you
Bill
don't get it.
Hicks.
Okay. Let me put it
It's
this
crazy. No,
Confluence,
let me put it
Confluence.
this way.
No.
Let me put it this way.
I have another
No,
question.
let
It's
me
a
put it
very
this way.
simple question.
I want to say this. I want to address this Bill Hicks thing.
Do you?
I want to address
wait.
this. Let me address this. Emmett, please.
Do
let
you?
me. Emmett,
give me a
come on.
second. It's gonna be real quick. Do you
Fine,
think people
fine.
like being timed out in chat?
No.
Okay. What do you think a creator will be in the wrong if he times all of his chat off because he wants to?
No.
He's just gonna time everybody off. It's like gonna be timing everybody off at a specific moment in his stream. Do you think?
Sure.
Do you think chat will like that?
No.
No. Chat. Did you like when I timed you out at the end of the Steelman debate versus Big Soda when he was when he was a joke for you and with you, and we had a laugh and everybody was happy and there was no problem with it? Let's see what my chat has to say.
Is this an argument?
Yeah, it is an argument because you're not.
That's like
understanding.
someone asking, "Are you?
You're
are
not.
people
You're
happy
not understanding
when you punch them in the face?" It's like.
It was
yeah,
funny.
No, and you'd be like, yeah, but there's one guy who had like a fetish for being punched in the face. So my that's the exception that proves the rule. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, obviously, how does this tie into the grifting? Can I say
funny.
my thing now? Because your thing is so retarded. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It was
Can
funny.
I say my thing?
It was hilarious.
Sure, that's fine. It was like an
support
inside
people
joke
counting
between you and your
peel head
chat.
to the party. That I disagree. No. I didn't mean being timeout to the Mao. It was fantastic.
Yes, most.
Jared Noble stand me up. Noble. By the way, I don't know what happened. He just died. Oh man.
You have to dono some money to hear my thoughts on Israel. Oh, sorry. I hit the back button on my stupid mouse. It's got those side buttons. Okay, but let me say that, and Emmett, you have to agree. You have to be sane here. Forget about your love of Andrew Wilson, okay? Just think
You're
about
not
a normal
understanding
example.
the dynamic
No, please.
he has.
Just let me talk.
You're not
Just let me-
understanding. Okay, I'm gonna say this and then you can talk. You're not
Okay.
understanding that there's there's dynamics that he has with chat in which he grifts. Okay, and it's kind of funny for the chat and for the people that donate for him at the same time. Okay, you're not getting that.
I get
It's,
that.
it's
I've
like
also seen.
it's like the time he pretended he was fucking It's like the time he couldn't open the olive jar and he pretended he had like an injury on his hand and he raised like $5,000 for it, and then he just took off the thing that supposed injury and he was making fun of it because it's funny. And you're thinking like you're holier than that. Oh my god, I am gonna get
You said it was gonna be be quick, Emmett.
It's quick.
Is this quick?
It's
Can
quick.
I talk?
I am gonna get
Fucking
I'm
hell.
gonna get angry for the chat because I'm holier than thou. That's the whole point.
First of all, I've seen sections of his chat get angry because not everybody that goes to Andrew is a longtime Andrew viewer. If you join for the first time, let's say you've only seen him on whatever, and someone has a goal set up to do something at 3,000, and you're like, sure, I'll chip in $50 to see this happen, and then he's like, actually, the goal's 3,600. I'll go to bed if it doesn't get done. If you apply that to any other situation besides Andrew, everyone in your chat, including Bill, fucking retard Hicks, I'm just kidding, Bill, but actually, kind of not kidding, but like also kidding, but like in a fun way. Okay, I no hate toward you, but if you set this up in any other way, if you like we're doing, let's say you're like busking and you gather a big crowd in Paris, France, right? And you're like, guys, I'm gonna swallow a sword if I raise $150, and then people put $150 into your basket, and you're like, actually, I will only swallow the sword if it's 250, and then people are like, that's kind of annoying, but they put more money, and you're like, actually, I'll only do it if it's 300. That's terrible. You're a toxic, scummy person, right? You would agree in that situation, right? If you forget about Andrew, the sword swallower is being shitty. He promised to do it at 100. People paid their money. They can't get it back now. That's why your mowing example doesn't work, because that's a negotiation that's happening. These people have already given their money. That's different than going to someone and now you're haggling about what the price is. They can't get their money back from Andrew. It's not like if he doesn't do the thing, they get to do a refund now. Now they have to like charge back the thing, which they all should do, because Andrew would learn his lesson. If all those people charged him back, then he absolutely wouldn't do that anymore. And again, I have seen people get mad,
Because
especially
you
the newer
don't
people.
get it.
I do get it. You have to understand, not everyone
All
that
of
goes
the
to
new-
Andrew's chat and donates are
Yeah.
old heads. They're not all Crucible heads. There's some people that are there
Most
for the
of them-
first time that donate. Most of them are regular people. I agree with you, but not all of them. And it's like Andrew made more than, I think, $5,000 that night. Like, you know, like what? Just do there's a degree of grifting that's funny. Like when you watch the whatever podcast sometimes, right? When Brian's like, guys, I think I think Twitch is bugged. I'm not seeing any primes come through. I think it's bugged, guys. And then someone will like, that's funny. It's obviously a joke. And I have seen one autistic person in chat be like, you're grifting, and I think that's stupid, because it's like that's clearly a joke. But what Andrew's doing, that's not a joke. He actually won't do the TikTok invasion unless it gets to 3,600. He actually won't do it.
No, he doesn't. I've seen it. But he likes to mess with chat, and he does it all the time, and it's funny most of the time.
So with my sword swallower example, you don't see anything weird about that, about him continuously raising it?
Do
Let's
you
say even he
realize
knows,
that people
I'll do
can't
it
stop
anyway.
watching him, right? You don't have to watch Andrew Wilson. And in reality, what we've
I'm saying
seen
if
is
you
a trend
pay-
forward,
I'm saying
a
if you-
trend upwards instead of a trend downwards when it comes to all of these. And it's because
No, I know.
people realize that they're not fucking stupid and they can donate if they want. And if they don't want to, they cannot donate. He has gone
I
to
know.
places where he doesn't meet the goal, and it's fine.
And I'm
Who
not
cares?
trying to be like super anti Andrew Wilson. It's just, I think if you're making like 5,000 in a night, do you need to do that extra bit of like, I've raised the dono goal now.
You don't
I've
know
like
Confluence.
I don't know what.
You don't know how much money he's actually making. You don't know how much he's spending. You don't know the people that depend on him. You don't know if he's gonna have to be away.
Well,
and
you
he's not
can
gonna
see
make
how
that
much money he has, like a dono goal. Like I said, he made $5,000 that night.
Yes, he can make a bunch of money if he wants to. Does he stream every day? What about every single time he has to go out to a debate in person? You think I
think Andrew's doing very well for himself.
I think he's doing very well
for himself.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna be all fucking envious for him. Be like, Andrew's making too well. I don't think he should do this because he's making money.
I think it's. I
Dude,
just think.
I
I'm sorry.
don't give a shit
that could
at
be
that
something
point.
we disagree
I'm so
with.
happy. I'm so happy for him that he's making 5K every stream.
I'm
fucking
fine
happy
with that.
for him.
I have
that's what I
no
would
problem
think.
with him. I have no problem with him making money. I think it's inherently immoral to take people's money for a perceived goal that then you raise the goalpost by to get more money. I think that's inherently immoral. I think it is.
And he has done it
that's my
before.
stance.
That time he did it 2 times. Cat is right. I see him doing like 3 or 4 times and pretending that it's a technical difficulty. And
everybody knows that's just him having fun and making fun of the chat.
It's
he
not
has,
though.
He has timed everybody out sometimes in chat as well.
Emmett,
he's
I don't
giving
think
L's
Emmett,
to chat. He's getting L's from chat.
Emmett,
He gets called Canadian to this day every single stream from chat.
Emmett, I want to say something. Okay, I make some of my most popular videos on my channel, the ones that have kind of blown up, at least according to my standards, right? Are me commentating on a whatever podcast, which means I get a lot of whatever podcast fans commenting in my comment section, right? Because they're watching my video and it's obviously about the whatever podcast. And I know firsthand a lot of people that are in these red pill spaces, a lot of them are not all there and not incredibly moral. And I mean, even look at that guy Imperius that's in Grid server that Grid called a cuck, right? The guy who was arguing that you should legally be allowed to grape women, and that called, I think, Kel a human urinal and called Sara Skeletor or something. The guy is unhinged. The guy, and then he, like I said, he argued that grape should be legal. There's a certain percentage of the red pill audience that is just degenerate to hell, that are truly black-pilled individuals, people you would not want to meet on the street, actual people that are scary individuals and also retarded. Okay, so there's a percent of people that are like that, and so you can
the
act
percentage
like the Crucible
in the left
audience
is 10 times though. That's the reason why I prefer the right. It's who do I prefer?
It is
a fucking Truny that's gonna go into whatever place he wants and pretend that it's ma'am. Okay, and it's gonna be 10 times as likely because it's on the left, and if you say anything, people are gonna cancel you because you can't say anything about that.
Sure.
Or fucking guy that's gonna be grip should be legal, and everybody's gonna cancel him. Who do I care for more? Oh, okay. I see.
Okay.
The guy that you're not even supposed to touch because he believes that. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Okay.
Is that so? I don't give a shit.
Wait,
at that point,
push you.
Don't care. Don't give a shit.
Who would you rather be forced to talk to, Kel or Imperius? Okay,
Imperius.
One you think is a troon. One wants grape to be legalized, and is someone you would never want to meet in real life. You'd rather get a beer with that guy.
You know how easy would it be to finish a conversation with Imperius? 99%.
I'm not saying debate. I'm saying hang out. Who do you want to be around?
You know what you can do when you don't like the person you're hanging out? You just leave.
No, but that's what my thought experiment is. You have to get a beer with either Kel or Imperius for 5 hours. You got to talk to them. Who are you picking? Be honest. You don't want to hang around with the guy that wants grape to be legal.
Yeah,
and
I would
calling
be
people human
because
urinals.
I can't stand fucking troons.
Really?
Yeah.
Bro, some of these people. I don't know if Imperius has ever cammed up.
Can you imagine trying to have a conversation with Kel? I can't imagine trying to have a conversation.
I've had many conversations with Kel.
I tried it once and she crashed out so hard she's still crying about it.
I've had many good. You're
there you go.
Because I'm
there
a
you
leftist,
go, Confluence.
but I've
there
had
you
many
go,
good
fucking
conversations with
Confluence.
Kel.
Okay. I can have an actual conversation with Imperius, especially if it's in person. We can have a beer and we can have an actual conversation and go with a lot of different
someone
topics.
who says I think he said
grape
should be legal, and then women would understand that about what men can do to them. That's a psychotic thing to say.
You're not
That's
understanding.
psychotic.
You're not understanding the internet. Okay. The internet has a different standard of ways of talking, especially with Imperius. Imperius is a fucking troll that likes to go as close as possible to TOS and then cry when he gets banned like Steelman, okay? That's what he does. He fucking loves it. So if he starts saying, hey, grape, it's gonna be great, okay? Because that's his fucking idea and people ban him, then he goes to another channel and he starts crying. Oh, this guy cannot take a joke. That's the point. Kel is a fucking retard. Okay, that is a retarded person. That is not a personality on the internet. That's her. She's fucking retarded. I don't want to deal with a fucking troon. I prefer to deal with a person I can have an actual conversation with. Yeah.
The guy that thinks that women would understand. and
Did
would
you-
change your
did you-
mind if
did you
only
listen
grape
to
was
anything
legal.
I said,
then,
Confluence?
because then all the men would
No,
grape
you
them, and then the
didn't.
woman would
You
go in
didn't
line.
get it.
I did listen to you. I did. I get what you're saying about the internet. I guess, and maybe this is actually me. I
No,
actually
you
might
didn't get
concede
it.
on this. No, I did, Emmett. I did get it. And
What
I might
did I
concede.
say? Can you
You
tell
said
me
that-
what did I say?
I will tell you. You said that the internet, people on the internet act unhinged, but they don't necessarily act like that in real life. So Imperius is a troll. He'll go to one chat, then he'll get banned. He'll do everything against TOS, and he'll go to another chat and cry about it. But Kel is actually retarded in real life, and it's not an internet character. So I heard what you said, and I'm conceding that maybe this is me. When I'm online, I try to behave the same way I would in real life. That's just my personal morals. I don't, even if I'm like commenting just randomly on something and I'm anonymous, I don't like behaving in a different way. I don't see any difference. Like even now, if you and me, I'm like, we have a good riff going, right? You make fun of me, I make fun of you, right? I love it. I think it's good. If we were having a beer, it'd be the same dynamic. It wouldn't change. If I was talking to you on Omegle, chatting anonymously, it would be the same thing. I know some people put up that line. I don't think that's a healthy line to put up, though. I think that shows some disconnect, some empathetic disconnect that happens because of the internet, and I don't think that's healthy. So I don't give Imperius bonus points because he's a guy online, and he must not think that in real life. I think he probably is kind of that way in his own head, at least, and maybe in real life he's not autistic enough to like go and be like, hey, all women should be raped, because he knows like I can't say that, but that's his true thoughts are coming out. It's like all the people that like post on 4chan and talk about hiding their power level. What do you think? That's not internet trolling. Those are people that know I can't say this in real life because I will face consequences, so my true thoughts only come out online. But those are their true thoughts. Those are Imperius's true thoughts. Change my mind.
I think he's trolling. I think he's a troll. He likes to troll. Okay. And
So you don't think he believes that?
and wait, what was the question? The question was, who do you want to spend an evening with in real life? And I told
Yes.
you who I preferred. I'm not gonna spend it with him in a fucking chat because he's gonna troll me, right? But I'm gonna spend it with him in a normal setting. It's expected for him to behave.
So
way
I guess
easier.
what you're saying.
That's way
what you're saying
easier
is-
than a fucking lady that's probably gonna say 2 days later that I was harassing her and probably pretending that I got some grape going with her because she didn't like me. So I do prefer to be with Imperius because I don't want to deal with that kind of crap from a fucking woman. How about that?
I don't actually
How
think.
about
I
that,
actually think-
Confluence?
No, I will give you an answer. I talked to you. You remember a whole Plushygate thing from a few days ago with like Cleaner and Sara and stuff. I actually talked with Cleaner about it. I talked with Grit about it, and I talked with Kel about it. And you know what Kel didn't do? She didn't say. She said, "I absolutely don't think that Cleaner is at all. I didn't mean to imply that." Sara kind of went in that direction. That I was not going in that direction. I don't think that his question was PDF file related. Like, so I don't think she is the kind of person that would like be like, "Oh, Emmett harassed me in this bar," and make up some accusation.
No, I think she
don't
would.
think that.
I absolutely think she
Why?
would.
Why do you think that? What's the evidence of that?
Oh, I saw her. I saw her do exactly that when she was talking about the way that we have our interaction. Okay.
But she didn't accuse you of like something like Sara.
Yeah, of
arguably,
course.
Cleaner was very
Absolutely.
unhappy about this.
You know why?
Sara arguably said stuff as
You know-
Cleaner.
you know
and
what
I can
she
say this
accused me
publicly
of?
because Cleaner said this on stream. But Cleaner
Oh,
was
Lord.
saying that
You're not
this
gonna
could
let
get
me
him
talk about
killed.
what she accused
No,
me
I
of.
will. I just want to say this quickly. Cleaner was saying that the stuff Sara's saying is stuff that could get him killed. Right? When you make like PDF file accusations against someone, that could like. So what Sara did, as much as like I do respect Sara, but that is like bad. What Kel did to you, right, is like. Kel's like, oh, it's a disingenuous interview question, or it's like that's so mild. It's not like Kel's
I'm
like
gay, right?
Emmett
gay?
essayed me. What?
And I'm gay, right? When she said, well, you should go out and try to meet somebody, and I said, I'm out of the dating market, she was like, it's because he's gay. It's because he's gay.
To me,
Oh.
I mean, I would.
You
call me a wine mom.
Oh, I see.
You
You
call me
are
a
a wine mom. That's because
The
you're a
first-
wine mom. You're whining like a wine mom. That's the reason why.
The first night I met Kel, she called me a bitch. Okay, but I take it on the cheek because it's in the same way that when you call me a wine mom, I'm not gonna rage quit over it. It's funny.
Dude,
Anson calls me shit all the time.
She
Like all
wasn't-
these people.
Dude, there's a
Fucking
difference.
Buttons says nonsense about me. Fucking Buttons probably saying
Confluence.
nonsense about me right now.
Confluence. There's a difference between banter and joking and I know you can. I know I can joke with you, and it's gonna be fine. Okay, 99% of the time. But when a person is like, I don't want to joke with this person is horrible. I don't want to joke with them because it's horrible, and then I say crap about them, I mean that crap. It's that simple. Okay.
No, I get that. I get that.
Okay. So she wasn't bantering. I don't think it's banter. I was trying to. I said it myself in one of the things. I said it myself. I was like, yeah, I was bad. It was a bad interview on my end. I'll try to be better. And what she did, okay, she started saying pure amount of crap. That's what she did. That's why I call her a fucking troon now. Because I don't give a shit at this point.
Okay.
Why would I care?
Can I differentiate something though? Like
what?
So in your chat, that guy I was like making fun of, Bill Hicks. Okay, it's like
what's wrong with
I'm
Bill?
calling him a retard. I'm calling him a retard and stuff, and it's like part of me is serious, but I think there's an undertone that like I don't obviously have something against the guy. Like I'm playing along. But so I guess don't you think that's probably what Kel's was?
We are bantering.
I know you and me are, but I'm saying I don't know Bill Hicks. I'm just kind of like trying to give him back his energy into chat. But I'm not like looking for like a fight with Bill Hicks. Like I don't know where he is. Like he could be a good guy, he could be a bad guy. I don't know. And so with Kel, don't you think that it probably was kind of like, yeah, she's mad, but it's like she doesn't actually mean to like cast aspersions on you that you're like a homosexual, right?
I don't know.
Or do you actually think she did mean that?
I think she means that. Why not?
Well, I guess because I don't think you actually think that she's a troon. You call her a troon, you know she's not a troon, so...
Yeah, I call her a troon because of the logical entailment of her position when it comes to women.
Exactly, but not because you think she's a troon. You don't think she was assigned male at birth. So even it's still in a bit of a joking way, right?
Assigned male? Do you think doctors assign things at birth? Like, oh, this one... I'm gonna decide what it is. You're gonna be a girl, and it magically the genitals magically appear there, right? Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, yes, yes.
Oh, I see. It's not an observation. It's the magical word of the doctor. I see.
Well, no.
Anson, I hope you're happy because this is
Emmet,
this is the amount of reason of Confluence right here. Okay,
Emmet, you can't say something and declare victory. You have to hear my side of it. Okay,
the reason I
say this. No, well, I would ask you to as a reasonable guy. Okay, the reason I say assigned is because there are cases of intersex, right? It affects a small percent of the population where you have ambiguous genitals, and a doctor has to make a decision. There have been historical cases where the doctor makes the wrong decision and decides to cut off something or not cut off something, right? Intersex cases, you can't deny that. I don't know why you're laughing. Intersex cases exist, right? Now the people that you would call troons exaggerate the instance of intersex. I agree, because most intersex is stuff that's still obvious to a doctor, right? They try to say it's 1%. It's actually quite lower than that if you take out things like Klinefelters, which isn't a genital ambiguity intersex issue. But there is an issue where you do have ambiguous genitalia, and then a doctor is kind of being like, I think it's a man, and they assign male at birth. That's a fair phrase.
No, it's not. Confluence. Let me put it this way.
How?
In the letter people, okay, in the letter people, do they have an eye for intersex?
Do they have a name?
Do they have an eye in the letter people for intersex?
I don't think so, actually. No.
Oh, you don't think so?
LGBTQ plus. I think it's in the plus. There's so many different versions of it, though.
What the fuck has the I for intersex got to do with the T? Confluence?
Wait, it doesn't.
What the
you
fuck
just
has
said
to do?
you. Wait, brother, you challenged me because I said assigned male at birth.
Yeah,
and you said
assigned,
that was ridiculous.
There's no such thing as assignment, okay? What you're talking about is specifically rare cases, and usually it's not the doctor. It's not the doctor that just decides a thing. It's usually, and especially, it's usually the parents as well, and they go on.
No, that's not true.
Is it. Oh yeah,
that's not true.
It is
no,
true.
That's just not true.
It is
no.
true. How often does that happen? No Confluence. Do you know?
Oh, I actually was speaking to this, and then you started cutting me off. I said,
how often does it happen?
The trans people like to say it's 1%. It's quite a bit lower than that. It's probably less than 0.2% where you have ambiguous genitalia. It's only 1 to 2% when you count things like Klinefelters, things that are like very... It's intersex, but it's like XXY, where it's like...
So you don't think
it would be obvious?
let's say that a chimera is born. You don't think there's going to be any specialist looking at the case?
Yeah, there are, and sometimes
and you don't think that they will probably talk to the parents and they would have a decision of what to do with it?
yes, but the doctor's largely informed, just like in all these cases. Like you can, I mean, I don't know how many
So
birthing.
who the fuck who is the one that
Emmett.
assigns it then? Because you're saying the doctor just
It's the
assigns
doctor. Yes, it's the Emmett.
It.
I don't know
It's
how many
the
birthing.
parents. It's the parents with advice with the doctor.
Emmett, I don't know how many birthing people you've been around. Like I don't like serious question. I don't know how much.
I never met a woman in my life.
Okay, well that's the problem then. I think that's the problem because
Birthing
doctors.
people.
where-
I've never.
where-
What is
when-
a birthing people? Can you tell me?
I mean, that's me making a joke. I mean, because that's like the phrase that they use because they don't want to say like like a woman, so they say birthing person. So that's a joke to be clear. Okay.
Oh
I'm not
yeah.
that
By the way,
cucked, okay?
that's actually true. Kel accused me of harassing her in DMs to do the interview when I was trying to schedule it, and she wouldn't give me a date.
Okay, but that could be true, but that's not accusing you of like harassment.
Yeah,
right?
I was begging her, according to her. I was just begging her to do it.
Okay, but that's still not the same.
Every
You can't
day
equate
going
that with
around
a false
just begging her to do
accusation,
it.
though.
Oh no, you don't think that's an accusation of harassment?
It's not the same. It's not in the same category as like her saying that you harassed her.
I think
it's
if
not
we
the same
had
category.
spent 2 hours together and she wanted to get back at me because I told her if she was a retard, she would absolutely be saying that I did some kind of inappropriate thing with her, so I don't want to be around her. Why would I be wrong to have that kind of things?
Maybe I'm too Kel-pilled. Maybe I'm too Kel-pilled. I don't think she would say that.
Yeah,
I don't think she would say that.
Yeah, you just look at her and it's like, oh, yeah, I told you, it's the same thing as with Erudite. You see boobs and it's like, yeah, I don't think anything. You just think boobs.
I don't give a shit about boobs. Don't give a shit. Not because I'm gay. Not because I'm gay. To be clear, okay.
Okay. I'm gonna send this to Kel.
Allegations.
I'm gonna send this to Kel so she knows what she's dealing with from now on. Okay.
Look, I think you guys can make up. Okay, I talked to Kel, I talked to you, and I want to be the middleman that mends your guys' relationship. You and Kel, I think you can go on to do great things in the streaming world. Okay,
there's no way.
With your bombastic Hispanic energy and Kel's ginger California leftist crash out energy. I mean, you put those two together. Oh,
you're just too simp, Bill.
Magic.
Yeah. Dude, it's not gonna happen.
Emmett, I simp for you more than anyone else, brother.
Listen,
okay.
I offer so many olive branches to her, in a sense. Like I went on a stream. On grids. Literally said, yeah, this happened. It was me. I was a bad debater. I was trying to do X, Y, and Z. And I just fucked up. And no, I'm not gonna be ahead. And I think she's better context, so she'd be fine. That's what I said. And this bitch just decided to be a bitch to me. So why would I even?
Wait, what did she do? What did she do after that?
Spurgfest, that's 23-year-old.
Wait, what did she do after that? Because I heard you say that. I thought that was mature of you, Yeah. And but
what she did, she crashed on one of the panels I was on. She muted me on her end, and I had to keep.
Yeah, I remember that. That
was
on
while taking her headphones off. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was so.
Yeah, well, she got, she fucked around. She found out. So did Ryan, right? Ryan got kicked too, and they should have been
I
kicked.
kicked them both. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, and they should have been. You can't join a panel unless you expect to talk to everyone on that panel. You can't have certain people muted. So yeah, they both should have been kicked on that one. I agree with you.
So okay, but in reality, I don't really care. As I said, it's like I don't have any kind of relationship with her. It's fine.
It's just I hate when my two friends are fighting, I hate it, and it's like I like Kel, I like you, and so I want to build bridges.
Everybody was fucking. Let me put it this way: everybody was fucking laughing at her when she fell down the stairs. Okay, everybody was fucking laughing. The only person who was like, "Hey, is she fucking okay?" at all was me.
That's good. That's good.
I don't think it was funny. I don't think it was that funny. Okay?
That's good. I'm honestly
but
happy to hear that.
I don't. Yeah, now when she fucking falls, I'm just gonna be yeah. That's actually fucking funny. Fucking retarded.
No, don't get
retarded. It's like a fucking
don't get doomer
retarded.
pilled.
It's like a fucking retarded toddler. You go on. You're like and he's like
don't let
fucking throw him from the stairs because he's fucking retarded. It's like
don't get doomer pilled. Okay, empathy is always good. Showing for it is always
I never
bad.
have empathy. It was not empathy. I cannot feel. Confluence. There's no way in the world I can feel like a fucking woman. I'm a man. Okay. I don't know if you understand the difference.
I'm not saying it's not falling down an escalator isn't a gendered thing, Emmett. Okay,
I cannot feel like a woman falling down.
We're all red inside. Okay, to quote one of my people. Okay, one of my exports from Canada land. We're all red inside.
Let me put it this way. I'm gonna ask a question to Kat specifically. Okay, Kat. Do you understand when women are talking about alignment in a relationship? Do you understand what they're saying? Let's wait for a second to see if she replies. Because I want to know.
Fucking cat is saying that I'm collected like Pokemon. Is that what I think she's talking about?
Yeah, that she's collecting you like Pokemons, which is
this
true.
Is what
by
I was
the way.
complaining about.
You're getting collected.
This is what I was complaining about. If I'm friends with Emmett because he's a guy, I get no shit because obviously I'm not like because Emmett's not like a girl. But if I'm like at all say anything positive about a girl, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you're a simp, and that's like the fucking red pill.
Positive about Kel, you're just simping for Kel. It's like, hey, my friend, she's so nice.
Exactly how?
She wouldn't.
Emmett, if I was
do that. Of
Emmett,
course she would.
Emmett, I just want to let you know, brother. I have been on Kel's panel live defending you. Okay. But guess what? No one in her chat is saying I'm an Emmett simp because it doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
so I've like fought with Kel and be like, you got to give Emmett a second chance. He didn't mean it.
Come on,
exactly.
Dude.
But I'm just saying,
it's obvious that I don't have a simp. Okay, let me put it this way. She's saying it's compatibility. Okay, I don't even know what the fuck that means. When women talk about alignment,
what does that mean?
When women talk about alignment in a relationship, I still don't know what they mean. They say compatibility or whatever. I don't know. You know what I think when they say alignment? I think about the car, the alignment of the car, about aligning a side. I think about those kind of things. I think about completely different things that what I believe they're referring to. Because we're different. We're not the same inside. We're not interchangeable widgets. Okay?
Oh, I agree. Oh, yeah. I
agree.
I would recommend you watch Sam Hyde's message to Elon Musk about that very topic. Okay, one of my favorite videos on the entire internet. Have you seen that video?
No, but I like Sam Hyde. I think it's probably
amazing. Honestly, it's honestly I think the best video I've seen on YouTube in the past 5 years. You have to watch
How long
it. His
is
message
it?
It's quite long. It's like 45 minutes. But it's incredible, Emmett. It's the best. Like literally in the past 5 years, I haven't seen a better YouTube video. Sam Hyde is actually like a genius. Like so am I simping? If Sam Hyde had boobs, then Oxycat would be telling me that I'm simping and that Sam Hyde is collecting me like I'm a fucking Pokemon. And like, what the fuck?
You know what friends do? If somebody came in and started shit talking you, I would probably defend you, and that would be like us being bros. But when I know, the difference between that is that if Kel probably goes to another place and they start talking shit about you, she'll probably join in. And you'll be like, it's fine.
No. I actually have seen the opposite. I've seen her chat shit talk me, and I've seen her like step up and be like, no, Confluence is based. Actually, I've seen that, and I've done the same on Kel's stream to you. So I don't know why we have to. And again, Kat, I want to ask Kat actually, because Kat, you're a woman allegedly, right? So like, okay. So Kat, how is it unreciprocated? Because again, I would defend Emmett. Emmett said you would defend me. I defend Kel. Kel would defend me. So like, what's the asymmetry there? That's what like bugs me. It feels like just because woman equals simping, and it's like I agree, simping happens a lot, but it's like I just feel like you can't make any like positive defense of anyone of the opposite gender without being called a simp in like red pill adjacent spaces, which really frustrates me. Because I can say I can defend Emmett all day. I can talk about how beautiful Emmett is. I can gush over Emmett and nobody cares. No one's ever gonna call me a simp because Emmett's a guy and I'm a guy. But if I say even the smallest thing about some bitch online,
they will call you a
all of
fucking
sudden
liar.
like,
That's what they will call you, okay?
All of a sudden I'm a simp if it's like a other gendered person, and I'm like, I fucking hate that. And Kat, you should fucking hate that too, okay?
Okay, I'm back to it with him, allegedly a woman. You
Wait,
really
that was a
said
joke.
that? You're a fucking
Oxycat,
retard.
that was a
Oh,
Oxycat,
no,
that's a joke. That's a joke.
Why are you
Wait,
so
that's
Confluence? Let me
that was
tell
a
you
clear
something as a
joke.
friend, okay? You're fucking retarded. Why do you say
That
that
was
kind
a-
of shit?
That was Oxycat. That was obviously a joke. That was
I should kick
obviously
you the
a
fuck
joke.
out of my panel.
You should. That is not. No, come on.
You
Oxycat,
suck,
if you
dude.
Oxycat, if you took that legit, I am sorry. That was 100% meant as just riffing. Clearly,
Oh no.
yeah, that was a joke. Okay, I'm sorry. I was just trying to be funny.
Yeah, you fucked up
Oxycat,
that
you know
one.
I love you. That's a joke. See, am I simping for Oxycat now because I'm trying to apologize and
No,
trying to
because
like
you
make sure she didn't
fucked
take
up.
offense?
You fucked up. It was like you fucking up.
It was a joke.
Oh man.
It was literally honestly again, okay, Oxycat, just I know I'm on stream. Okay, I'm not a simp. It was a joke, fully a joke. No intention at all, anything bad. It was fully just because we were talking about the genders, talking assigned male at birth. I just made a joke. It was not. Just want to be clear, okay?
When
Just wanna be
dating
very
wars
clear.
when dating wars start again, if it becomes dating wars, well, I'll invite you on the side of simping. Okay, you'll be defending that.
God, I don't want to defend
you'll do
simping.
a great you'll do a great defense.
No, but this is the problem too. Again, I told you it's like the stuff I make on whatever podcast. There was so my biggest video on my channel is about a girl named Brenna Black who was on a whatever podcast, okay? And Brian was on there and she like lied the whole time. She lied about saying she didn't have an OnlyFans and then she did, and then it was an ex only. It was like lie after lie after lie. And then Brian eventually said, "I found your old OnlyFans content. It's you like sucking off a guy." And he said, "I'm gonna post it in my Discord." And all I said in the video, this is like a 45 minute video I made. Okay, all I said was like, I don't think Brian should probably post that. I feel like probably like a quarter of the content of the comments were like, "What do you mean Brian shouldn't post that? Of course he should. What the fuck? What are you simping for Brenna?" I'm like, the other 44 minutes are me shitting on this girl. There's like 1 minute of me being like, I think it's probably a little improprietous for Brian to like post if she's trying to move away from this. So I don't think he should post it to Discord. That's all I said. And it was enough that I get called a simp endlessly in the fucking comments of that video. At least, like I said, like probably like a quarter or a fifth of the comments. It's like, you can't say anything nice about a woman without being absolutely shat on.
I don't know. I think you have a problem in identifying behavior that is if a woman has boobs, you have a problem with identifying behavior that's obviously bad behavior.
How can you say that? Do you know how
With
many
my
women I
mouth,
hate?
it moves up and down, and I let air out.
Do you know how
and
many
I use
women
my
I
vocal
fucking
cords.
hate? Okay. Do you know how many women I like? There's a lot of women I can't stand.
Tell me
okay?
one woman you hate.
Denims. And Denims is kind of hot. I'll say that. And Denims has boobs.
Denims?
And I fucking hate Denims. I fucking can't stand Denims.
Wait.
Denims is kind of hot. Okay,
Denim
I'm
looks like a
sorry.
fucking dude.
Denims is kind of. Denims, yeah, no, I mean, like I'm not gonna lie. If me and Denims were, getting a beer together, and she wasn't a communist, radical, insane person, Do you disagree?
I disagree.
At least,
I don't.
okay,
I
at least,
never liked
at least,
Denins. He looks.
okay, at least.
Do you know the old series, like the old TV series, when there was this friend that was the ugly friend that everybody just overlooked.
You think that's Denims?
Yeah, that's Denims.
Come on.
Have you seen? You know who she looks like? Have you seen the girlfriend that Kutrapali had in The Big Bang Theory? The one that came.
I hate The Big Bang Theory more than any other show I've ever seen in my life. So Big Bang Theory is a show about smart people for stupid people. Okay, change my mind.
They're all stupid. Okay. especially the ones that say they're smart in universities, they're fucking retarded. Yeah, let me show this so you know. This is how she looks
Okay, I do not, sarcastic state, I do not have a woman currently. I would not want a female version of Radical Coder. I need my woman to be a little bit crazy, you know, and more, not crazy, but like more bombastic, you know.
This is Denims.
No, that's not. Denims is so much better than that. Okay, and I
she's
hate
older.
Denims,
She's older.
Denims is the
She's
example
older
of someone
looking.
I said I hated.
But I hate
Denims.
This is Denims.
I think Denims is evil, but
Looks
I will still
like
say.
this.
Okay. Oh wait, actually, no. Better example: Sniper Wolf. Sniper Wolf is someone who is on paper attractive, but is such an ugly personality that almost when I see her now, I don't even see attraction. I just see like ugliness. But that's because of like who she is. But just if you just saw her and you didn't know anything and she never opened her fucking mouth, you'd be like, oh, Sniper Wolf is pretty hot, you know?
No.
So do I simp for that?
Probably. You know, there's a difference. There's some people in the world that you know that you will never have any chance with. And you are so unaligned with that you don't care anymore, like me and Kel. That simping is out of the question. Because it doesn't fucking matter, you don't care. Okay? So, in your case, I think that's the case. You believe that you believe in your hearts of hearts there is a chance with Kel. And that's why you're willing to do fucking anything for the 23-year-old retard
what am I
on the
doing?
internet. Okay? That's what I'm saying.
This is my problem. I say stuff about you, but because you're a guy, no one would ever accuse me of anything. You know, I say stuff about anything else.
Dude.
And no, fuck it button. I'm not saying Ryan is stable. I'm saying if Ryan was a girl, there's a certain level of like kind of like manic pixie dream girl that I'm like looking for, you know, and Ryan the coder, he's too level-headed for that. I need a bit of like kind of like all over there, you know.
He needs a little bit of Kel in his life. That's what he means.
No, that's
what he means. That's exactly
that's
what
a bit too much.
It's like he's like I need
okay?
that Kel energy. That's what I need. I need to be with the one that's gonna be like, yeah, trouble in the future, sure.
Oh God, no! But that is probably why I get along with Kel. To be honest, it's probably why I get along with you, Emmett, because we can riff back and forth, and I like that. Me and like Ryan, I don't know if we could ever be like super close because I feel like we just don't like it. Just it doesn't vibe. We disagree a lot, but it doesn't. It's calm. I need that like energy, like Indy and Jesus. I feel like him and me, I think we could be good friends. It's like we both have that fire, we have that passion, but we both know like we're not crossing a line. We're both being, you know, okay. And yeah, so that's kind of my stance. Date Kel's roommate to get to Kel, the trans roommate.
You should do that.
Okay, Oxycat. How am I? What bad behavior am I not calling out? I've called out so much of Kel's bad behavior. Like I feel like if that's who we're talking about, I said she shouldn't have DNI'd I've tried to convince Kel so many times to not DNI Emmett, like because and is that simping for Emmett? I've tried so hard because I'm like, it's not fair. It was just maybe if anything, just not great interview questions. And I know Emmett probably doesn't even care that I'm doing this. Like he probably doesn't even care about talking to Kel. But I want the two people that I talk to, I want them to talk to each other. So I'm all about
now
that
I am the
harmony,
one that's
peace
like,
and love.
fuck this shit. I'm not gonna interact with this bullshit. It's my choice now.
I just feel I want to actually ask Oxycat. Don't you think there is a thing that happens? Okay.
Yeah. For example,
it's like
wait. I have Jesus Christ, cat with the W's, the big singers right there. What would you do if I start crying in a debate?
I've never said that. This is what I mean.
What would you do if I start crying in a debate, Confluence?
Okay. Well, actually, if you want me to actually answer that, and maybe you're going to say this is cucked, but I'll answer that honestly. Mm-hmm. Actually, if you started crying in a debate, I would probably feel bad for you. And if everyone started mocking you, I would probably tell you to log off. Because I would think like something, like you're not okay. Like something's happening in your personal life.
Lord.
I know. I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry, but again, it's not gendered. I would just feel if you started crying and everyone was making fun of you, and I thought your tears were legit, I would feel bad for you. I'm sorry. I care about people. I'm sorry if that's a hill I have to die on, that I care for people, then I'll die on that fucking hill. Okay, male or female, I don't care. And I'm not saying this is what I don't like about what like Oxy is saying. Because like I'm not saying, okay, it was a generalization not specific to you. Okay, that's fair. Okay, it's not gay. It's not gay. It's not gay. It's not gay. But I'm not saying, it's not like I'm saying Kel is a good debater because she like cried or something. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, yeah, do I feel bad when anybody is in an emotional state and they, yeah, I do feel bad. I don't know. Is that cucked? How is that cucked?
Dude, if you started crying, I would laugh my ass off. You should do the same for me. You know, it's normal. You don't cry in a debate as a guy. It would be the end of your debate career in a million years.
It would be, but that's the thing. If you did cry, I would think something like maybe your mom died last night, and then someone said something and it triggered you. I would think like something has happened to you. I think women probably cry a lot more often than men, so like I understand. But I'm saying if let's say Grid cried on a debate panel, my thought wouldn't be like ha ha ha, Grid is crying. I'd be thinking what happened in Grid's life. I would think like something like he's not okay. Like I should check on Grid.
That would be the first thing I do, and I work with Grid.
Is laugh?
I would laugh. Yes.
Then why not laugh at Escalator Gate? If you have that amount of Schadenfreude in you, then just fucking laugh when someone gets hurt. Why not? Just own it. Just be like, I'm a sadist. I like watching people get hurt. I love it. I love watching. I'm a Jeffrey Dahmer type. Just
you don't get
say
the
it,
difference
Emmett.
between one and the other.
Explain it to me, Emmett.
You don't
Explain
think
it to
there's
me.
a difference?
No, I do, but I would love for you to mansplain it to me. Okay.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Yesterday I had open karaoke. People could play. People could pay me, and I would sing
I was
any
there.
song. Yeah.
I was there.
What do you think? What do you think my chat would say if they sent "What Up" in the bot again, and I was like, I'm not gonna sing that. I'm not gonna sing that. What do you think was gonna happen?
Oh, you're gonna get roasted, absolutely.
Okay.
And you should.
What do you think? What do you think happens when you're in a debate and at the end of the debate you're like, these people beated me and they don't like the advice.
Again, because
what do you think is happened to me?
I want to go back to the Grid thing because we all know Grid's pretty stable. So if Grid was in a debate and he actually started crying, I would not laugh. I would think something has happened in his personal life. He is mind broken right now. I'd be concerned about his mental health state.
No.
And I think you are a misandrist, actually, to be honest with you. Because
I'm an anthropologist.
Okay, I guess you're nodding, so I guess
what is the thing that you hate everybody?
A misanthropist?
A misanthropist, yeah. I'm a misanthropist. I like a specific people.
But I honestly think that is unfair in a way, because if I saw Grid crying, my first thought would be like, something happened. Like maybe his kid died earlier and I didn't know. Maybe he just got some bad news during the debate.
No. You're changing the
first thought wouldn't be to laugh because I think, what happened?
Confluence. You're changing the argument, okay? Let's say that the reason why he's crying is because people were mean in the debate. He lost, and they told him something that he didn't like in the feedback. That's the scenario.
No, that's fair. I kind of am adding extraneous things to that. I'll give you that, because when Kel's crying, none of us are thinking she got like bad news or that her mom died or something. So I'll give you that. But I guess I don't know.
What do you think would happen to me if I start crying for that?
It would happen. I'm just saying I wouldn't laugh at you. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. I'm sorry. I don't like it. I don't like
you fucking love. You're a sadist, Confluence. Stop lying to yourself. You'll be laughing your ass off. You will. Maybe you would mute. Maybe you would mute, and then you will enjoy every single second of my suffering.
I will say, Emmett. Actually, to be honest, and you can go and check this. And I I don't like saying this, but the first time I ever interacted with Kel, I think it was on one of Grid's panels, and she started crying. It was a different time, okay? And I actually had to cover my hand because I was laughing and I didn't want to be laughing. But it's because I saw the tears as manipulative at the time. I was like, I think she's trying to manipulate people. And so you can see in the VOD, I cover my mouth and I'm laughing my ass off because I even say, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And then I close my mouth and I'm laughing.
All right, that's
because I thought it was manipulative. So yeah, if you cried and I think you're trying to score sympathy points, or I think the tears aren't real, then yeah, I would laugh at that. But if I think, Emmett, in your mind, if I thought you were crying and you're honestly in a state of suffering, yeah, my human side would just take over and I'd be like, I don't know what's happening with Emmett, but it's he's obviously not in a good place right now. And I don't know, maybe that's too, I don't know. If that's gay, fuck it, then it's gay.
Let's change topics. This is too gay for me anyway. Let's go back into, let's go back to another thing. Just whatever is fine.
Yeah, what happened to your goated interview questions? Okay, you're supposed to redeem yourself after getting Kel DNI'd. Okay,
I can tell
where's
you.
Where's my interview questions?
I can tell you this. I wasn't planning an interview. I was just want to talk to you about. I told you I didn't see the fucking debate. What am I gonna talk? I'm gonna ask you about.
You used the word interview. That's your words. I have it on DMs.
Let's see the DMs. Fuck it. Yeah. Whatever.
I'll look it up. You literally say. I don't think this will go to my stream if I pull
Want to do something? Wait, we can talk about your debate yesterday. Full disclosure, I've not seen it fully. Yeah, what time? I'll be live probably before that time. Oh, it doesn't say interview, does it?
Wait, does it really not? Okay, I'm bringing it up. Okay, you still said talk about. That's interview adjacent if you think about it. Right?
It's interview adjacent.
Surely. Let me check. Okay, having tech issues.
I see.
Emmett, you're so hot. Emmett, you're such a hot Mexican. Oh, I shouldn't read that out loud. Oh shit, never mind. I didn't say that.
Fuck you.
Yeah, okay. It says that you deleted a few messages, so that was probably where the interview stuff came from, So yeah,
it came from Anson because he's a fucking retard. That's where it came from. So this is the con in Confluence. Yeah, lies and lies. I didn't say that it was gonna be.
What am I lying about?
You called me. You said that I suck at interviewing when this isn't even an interview. I said you want to talk.
Look, I was poking fun. I was poking fun at you about interviewing. Okay?
Yeah, you were poking fun as you were saying. Let's watch the DMs. Let's see the DMs.
Well, okay.
Welcome.
Okay. Yes. You said you wanted to. What was your words? You said you wanted to talk about the interview, talk about the debate. We can talk about your debate yesterday.
Want to do something today? We can talk about your debate yesterday.
Yeah, would you not say that's interview adjacent? Would you not concede to that point? Fuck it, Button. I get so many mixed messages from you. I feel like half the time you're like, oh, what Confluence says is goat, and half the time you're like, I fucking hate Confluence. He should fucking die.
I know.
Oxy, you better not have. Oxy, I swear to God, you better not have. You know that was a joke. I explained it was a joke. I swear to God, Oxy. I swear to God, Oxy Cat.
Do you realize
you better not DNI me?
You do know that she has mod powers in my channel and she can just ban you, right?
I know she does. I know. I just don't want her to think that I actually meant something bad by it, But then if I come across too sympathetic, I'll be called a simp, and I don't want to be called a simp. So now I have to walk this fine line of trying to apologize and fucking hell.
It's because of the sympathetic, It's sympathetic.
A DNI is a do not interact.
A do not interact. Yeah, I have some of those. They're pretty fun.
Okay, fuck it, Button. I can appreciate that. Okay.
I like you. It's you just have shitty takes.
I accept that. Sometimes...
Every time you come to my channel, you become more to the left. It's kind of funny. You start being kind of funny, and then I say anything, and you're like, yeah, No, I love the Troons. I have to defend them. Like,
Emmett, it's just because I try to be honest with you. Okay, you should respect that. Okay.
no, I love the Troons. I have to defend the Troons. What about
Yeah,
the
like our
G's?
last
Oh,
talk about
I love
Buck
the
Angel.
G's. Dude, you still haven't answered that
Okay,
question.
good.
Does that
Thank
look?
you,
does
Oxycat.
that-
I just wanna make sure.
Do not
Yeah,
inseminate.
Oxycat has a do not inseminate order on me now.
Jesus. Put a DNI on Kel. I mean, at this point, we hate each other. If we're ever together, we're just gonna troll each other to the end of the world. So she knows what is bad. So she knows what bad fate Emmet actually looks like.
You guys will make up eventually, okay? I will build the bridge. The Emmet Kel bridge.
Never.
Kel Emmet. Is there a way I can combine both your names?
I'm
really.
not getting
Kel
near
Emmet is
that
probably the
essay
best.
accusation ever in my
That's not a
life.
thing. There's no reason to think that.
I'm
that would
not gonna
happen.
get near that essay accusation ever in my life. That's an essay accusation waiting to happen, and I'm not getting near that crap. No, fuck that.
No. See, Emmett, you're too black-pilled. That's your problem. You could argue I'm too white-pilled. I might be too white-pilled. I can concede that.
I am
okay?
the most white.
And I mean that in all the senses of the word white, to be clear, okay? But, you know,
I am
you're
the
too
only. I
black-pilled.
am the only guy. No, I'm not black pilled. I just look, hook up. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna wingman you guys.
Fuck no.
What would the dono goal be, do you think, for both you and Cal to get you guys to meet up and go on a date
I don't
together?
think it exists. I just don't
Like if it
think
was like
it's possible.
$1,000 for each of you. What state do you live in?
We are actually
Are you
almost
open about
neighbors.
that?
We're actually almost neighbors.
Like North
She's
Dakota
in-
or Minnesota?
No, she's in
Oh,
Cali.
you and Cal. Oh, I thought you meant you and me are almost neighbors.
Oh no, I thought yeah. No, I'm Utah.
Oh, okay.
He's pale, not white. Shut up. I'm a white chicken, okay? Jesus Christ. I put 500 on that Dono goal.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. I think we could, Emmett. You could make a lot of money, and so could Cal if you guys went on a date together, okay? And live streamed it, especially. Oh my Christ,
Dude,
oh, that'd be
you
so
don't-
good. Has to be a minimum of 6 hours.
You
has
really-
to be a little bit of touching. Oh, I'm getting so hard just thinking about it.
No. That is that. No. I can't. No. Listen, I don't wanna have eyes on my door. Okay, I'm fine. I don't want to get deported. Jesus Christ. I don't see a Dono goal. I don't want a Dono goal. Not for that. There's not enough money in the world for me to.
Oh, God.
Wait. Maybe there would be. I would need to talk to a lawyer and be like, hey, how much does it cost for you to represent me legally against an essay accusation? Okay. And
What if she signed a contract ahead of
after
time
that-
saying that she wouldn't accuse you of anything, and it's it's streamed, it's in public, so like, what could the accusation be? Right? You streamed the whole time. No essay allegation.
I haven't. No, I don't know. If you make up with Kel, I'm unsubscribing. I'm unsubscribing for life. That's what I'm gonna do if it ever happens.
I'm just saying, think about it. That could be some fire content.
Can we
okay?
can we move on for this conversation? I'm done talking about a soulless person.
Yo, what do you want to talk about? I tried to move it on by asking you to ask me interview questions, and you said it's not an interview.
Indian Jesus said yesterday that you weren't able to tell him. And I want to know your answer to these. Like, what is your reply to what is moral? What, where do you get morality, and what is the moral?
I think what is moral, I think, is defined by God, but this might kind of dovetail into our epistemological discussion from earlier. Because
but how would you where do you get the idea of morality in this case?
So again, the whole this is this is a weird mind blank. Oh God, what's it called? You know, the whole like, is it Athanasius dilemma? Oh, no, what is it? You know, like the is God above what is good? Is good above what is God? How do you solve? What's that called? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like a good versus God philosophy problem. I just want to get this right. It's the Euthyphro dilemma. So the Euthyphro dilemma is that is something good because God wills it, or is it good? Does God only will good things? Like you have those kind of like two things, but there's like a third option that says that tries to harmonize those things. That says God is good and therefore he defines what is good, but also only does what is good. And it kind of gets around the problems of being like, well, what if God told you to go and torture infants? It would be like, well, God wouldn't tell you to do that because God both defines what is good, but good is God. It's an God is good in the equal sign we talked about earlier. God equals good. So it goes both ways. Good is God, God is good. And so that's where I get my morals from. I think that's how I establish a framework of morality. But then my knowability of that, then that comes down to reading the Bible, prayer, introspection, meditation, some other stuff that you would probably think is halal, you know, etc. But that's
I'm not
kind
a
of how
fucking sand person. I was gonna say another word, but I stopped myself right there. Thank God. I'm not a sand I'm not part of the sand people. Okay. So let's go back for a moment. Okay, I'm gonna take the atheist hat for a second. And I'm gonna make the basic question here: if God good, why bad? Do you know?
If God good, what?
If God good, why bad? If God good, why bad thing happen? That's the question.
Oh, so like a basic theodicy thing?
Mm-hmm.
I think, okay, so it depends what direction you want me to go, because I have my personal thoughts, which are more heterodoxical, and then I have like a basic kind of Christian, like C.S. Lewisan kind of like Problem of Evil or Grief Observed, if you read those books.
Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. Wait, Confluence, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay.
You can lay their case as long as you want, okay? Go ahead.
Okay, sure. So I think from a biblical point of view, I think God is the one who has created us, and I think we're the ones that we're given free will, and free will necessitates that evil must exist. There's some amount of evil that has to exist. If you imagine even Adam and Eve, let's say as soon as they lose their immortal status, a rock can fall on your head, it can kill you. So there's a certain amount of natural suffering that has to happen. We see this in the animal kingdom. We see this in every other area of life. Death is just a reality of life, and there's a higher state to punt towards. So no matter how much we suffer now, once we go to the eternal kingdom, all of our suffering will seem as straw and it won't matter to us. Now, this is where I want to spend my next minute talking about my which I agree is a heresy. I think that we ultimately have, Emmett's going to cringe at this. I think the best answer to theodicy is I think we all are a part of God, and I think we have chosen to incarnate onto this earth knowing what would happen to us. So I think that the whole like orthodox thing of like becoming, you know, theosis and stuff, I think that we are becoming God, but I think we already were a part of God. And so I think we consented to come to the earth, and I think that we consented to have all the bad things happen to us, to experience it, to experience life, the universe, and God, and then we'll return back to the Godhead in the process, the spiraling up of theosis. Those are my kind of two sides, the orthodox side and the more like crazy side.
So the Gnostic side, you had to be a Gnostic. So you're like one step
look what's
away.
In my background.
Yeah,
okay?
you're like one step away from saying we're gods. You're the one. This is as
we are God.
This is
we're not gods, but we are God.
This is the perfect tile for the stream. Perfect tile, because the wine mom comes out at this time. It's amazing. I love how
it's
every
just true though.
Time
it's just
I
true.
Go back to it.
It is.
How do you know if it's true? You're gonna make a true statement now. Justify it.
I would say it's the only one of the reasons I think it's true is I think it's the only, even though I gave a different theodicy, I would tear that theodicy to bits and pieces. I would rip the dick off the theodicy I gave because I don't think it's strong enough. I think the only theodicy that actually works is the one I'm positing, to say that we consented to the suffering. Otherwise, I don't think the theodicy is worth its weight at all. And so that's one of my reasons. Secondly, I think that we have comments from Jesus.
You believe in consent, that's why.
Well, I feel like you have to refine your question, brother. Do I believe in consent?
Yeah, you think consent is this kind of end-all be-all when it comes to the libertarian position. So this is a very libertarian idea.
I don't. I just want to say I disagree with that fully, just so your whole audience knows. I don't think that's true.
Where do you get consent from? What is okay? Where do you think you get it from?
Can you?
Why do you
be
think it's important for a person to consent to this suffering? Where do you get that idea from?
I think that if we look at, like, let's say an extreme example of like a 1-year-old that has like bone cancer and dies, I think there is something that just strikes the human soul as this being unfair. And I think God has given us our rational faculties and our feelings. I think those are things that God has given us. And so I think there is a disconnect in those things. There is something we see in the world and we know it's not right. And we know that something is unjust about what happens. And I think the only good, I'm not saying my theodicy has to be right. I'm saying it's the only one that at least lets me be like, that makes sense. If I am a part of God and I am an incarnation of God and I am to then spiral upward toward God via the process of theosis, then that makes sense, because then I consented to all this. I chose to suffer. Otherwise, if you have a kid who like lives to be 7 and has cancer their whole life of leukemia and dies, then it's like, it's hard to think of a good theodicy. I haven't heard a good one. If you have a good one, I would love to hear it, because that's one of my reasons, is the only theodicy is that we chose our suffering.
I don't think we choose our suffering at all. And I don't think long suffering, which is the idea of I am going to be able to withstand the life that's been given to me. I'm going to be happy for the life that's been given to me. I'm going to be grateful for the life that's been given to me. It's actually a virtue, but I don't think suffering for the sake of suffering would be a virtue either. Okay? And this is what I'm asking you. Like, at what point do you think the idea of consent when it comes to your life has any value? Where do you get that idea from?
Again, I get that idea. I think God has imbued us with rationality and emotionality and a subconscious and a bunch of other faculties. And I think when those faculties are pointing us in a direction, I think if we...
Can you be very unhappy to have all of those things and be completely ungrateful?
You can be. I want to ask you. You've asked me a lot of questions. I want to ask you a question. There's a condition that happens. I can't remember what it's called, but where your bones will start to grow spikes almost out of them. And it happens in like infants. It's incredibly painful, and they'll almost certainly die very, very quickly. It's a horrific death. Yeah. It's and the pictures are disgusting. Everything is terrible. It's similar to like a Harlequin fetus situation where it's horrific.
There's babies that are born with scales too, and they usually are dead when they're born.
Yeah. And so I guess what would you offer as a theodicy to explain, because I've heard them all, I think, and I don't think they don't let me sleep well at night. I've read a bunch of theodicies. I've read it from a number of perspectives. I don't see a reason why, the classic problem of evil, if God is all good and all knowing and all powerful, then why would he allow the baby to have the bones growing outside, the scales, all that stuff? Why would he allow that? And I've heard all the theological stuff. It doesn't hold weight. The only thing that holds weight is that if we chose it, that squares the circle in my mind, because then that baby, they chose to incarnate in that way. There was some level of consent. And so then I think it kind of does like fit. So I guess if you have an alternative, then I would want to hear it, because I'm curious if it would like pass the muster. I don't know. You're gone, so I can keep talking to your chat.
No, I'm here. I just don't know.
Oh, you're here. Okay.
Stuff. Okay, it doesn't matter.
You don't smoke shrooms, sarcastic saint. Have you ever even done shrooms before? Fucking hell. People that talk about drugs, they're like, have you ever smoked cocaine? It's like, you don't smoke cocaine. You fucking Okay.
You don't?
Sorry.
I think you did. Anyway.
No, you can't. That's not. You can't smoke. You
Jesus
can freebase
Christ! It was a
cocaine.
joke. Confluence. Shut
I
up.
know. I'm just saying. I just don't like when people, confuse their drugs.
So, I don't think specifically when we're talking about the thing in the world as the is statement of how the world is has any capability of being moral. Okay, so we live in a fallen world, which means that things can happen that are second cause, and the second causation can be devoid of God, right? It doesn't have an ontology of it. It's just something that is happening at random interfaces because we live in a broken world.
Sure. that God allows, though, right? To be clear.
Yes, but it's part of free will. If you don't have free will, you don't have humanity. And if you don't have humanity,
that's a bit of a cop out.
No,
you could imagine
you
a
have
God
to be able to. No, I don't care about imagining gods. I'm trying to explain to you why is this happening. The idea is that you need to be able to have free will so you can actually have agency in the world, so that you can actually be judged for whatever you're doing, and so that you can actually get saved or get salvation out of your belief, out of your faith, out of the way that you act on. Otherwise, we're talking about Calvinism, and then everything is predetermined, and then there's again no knowledge, and there's no way to even receive salvation because everything has been predetermined.
Okay, so I guess
there is a lot. Let me finish.
I'm curious.
I'm not done with this. Okay, I
Well,
gave
you
you
stopped.
I gave you two. I give you two.
I'm
how
sorry,
many
you
minutes
paused.
I gave you?
I thought you were done.
How much time I gave you to lay the claim? You think
You-
it's so easy to just lay the claim that?
I'm sorry, you
claim like
paused. I thought you were done.
Yeah,
You
I'm
talked
not
like a
done.
minute and a half. I thought you were done. Keep going.
Oh my god. So that is the first part. The second part of it is there is divine there's something that is called it's like divine will, that we get what things happening in the world are, even though they may seem to our eyes not good, or we may suffer for something that happened, it all ends up serving a higher purpose, because God at the end of the day is going to use what happens in accordance to his will to bring glory to God. So when you have a baby that is deceased, or when you have a specific thing that happens with that is bad, or that you would consider to be not optimal, most of the time it has to do either with your own actions, something that you did to cause that suffering, or it has to do with a way in which you are going to be exalted in the future, so that you have better idea of you have a better proposition for your soul, and you can grow into theosis. That will be the idea. So
Okay. Can I respond to that?
yeah.
Okay, so I think I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the word you're looking for is divine providence.
Yeah, providence.
For your second part. I guess I want to tackle the first part first, though. I guess because that's the order. But like, I think free will, I think that sounds good, and I think it sounds nice in theology textbooks and stuff, and in catechism classes.
Wait a
and whatnot,
second.
but
Give me just 1 second. I need to check something real quick.
okay, sure.
Fucking headset is acting up.
Well, I'll just talk to your chat then. Who wants to fight me? I'm not a hippie. I
Okay,
just
I'm
know
back.
stuff, okay?
Yeah, I'm back.
Sarcastic saying giving a ChatGPT answer. Yeah, people don't do that. Okay. Different topic though.
Yep. Go on.
Okay. So the free will stuff, I guess I would say that I think, again, that works in a theological textbook, and it works, and just teaching it in general. But I think ultimately free will is cold comfort, I think, to a child who's dying of leukemia. And I think we could easily imagine, how does that affect free will? If God was like, okay, all of a sudden, Harlequin fetuses aren't a thing anymore. That doesn't affect anyone's free will. I think we'd have to acknowledge that. God could easily create a world that has free will where Harlequin fetuses just don't exist. Where the thing where your bones will grow spikes and stab into your body. He could create something. Free will does not answer that question. Free will addresses certain issues of the problem of evil. It is a partial theodicy, I'll agree, but it's not a full theodicy. I want to get to my second point as well before you respond, Emmett. But you said two things.
Yeah, because you made me for a full-on argument. Okay, let's go in. Put this one
fine.
first. Okay. Do you have any responsibility for your life?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's your life and you're agentic and you have free will.
Do you?
Yes. I used to be a Calvinist though, so I do grow tulips, but not anymore.
Okay, but your reply to me is a Calvinist reply which, by the way, is a very conceited way, okay, or a very arrogant way of saying God should do what I think is moral. Right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
no.
In fact, I'm almost saying the opposite. I'm saying that
you are saying that this thing that exists shouldn't exist because according to you, God should act in accordance to what you think is not what He has as providence, right?
Well, almost the opposite in a way. I'm kind of using it as a way to say that this is why we consented. This is why the kingdom of heaven is within, because we have consented pre-incarnation to do this.
Wait, in that case, I can use exactly the same thing. You know, when it's a kid dying out of osteoporosis or whatever, it's very, very small. You know, it's a very it's a very high consolation to just say, well, you consented to this. Right? Oh, you have bone cancer. Oh, you have bone cancer. Well, but you consented to this. You wanted to have bone cancer, didn't you, kid? No?
I mean, if it's true, it solves theodicy fully. And that's my argument. It's the only it could be wrong, but it's the only thing that fully solves the problem of evil. Because if that is true, if you're like dying in Auschwitz, but if it is true that you consented, that outside of our temporal time, you were like, I, as a piece of God, am going to go down and experience the life, Alan Watts style, if anyone who knows who that is, and I'm going to experience this pain and suffering. That's the only thing that actually fully explains the problem of evil.
No, I think I
haven't heard anything else that fully explains it.
I think that would be actually evil. Imagine that you have the knowledge of what's going to happen to you. Okay, and the thing that's gonna happen to you is pretty fucking evil, and God decides to just let it happen anyway, because He has the authority into sending you to, be ravaged by whatever He decided in the past.
No, but in my theodicy,
you're a predeterminist.
In my theodicy,
it's like, okay,
no.
Yeah,
no, it's not.
You consent to the thing that happened to you. That's what you're saying.
Yes, but it's
you should know
predetermined
what
by
it
yourself. It's predetermined by yourself.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
You have to be no. You can't do that.
That's what I'm saying. You can't say no. That's my. No, this is my. You can't say no to my argument.
Okay,
these are my axioms.
You're a Mormon then. You believe you are God, pretty much, and you're becoming God again.
Not a God, but yes, I think that I have the spark of divinity, and I think I'm working up toward theosis to become God. Yes. I would never deny that. I think that's the basis of any true religion.
You're just but at that point, you're just denying free will.
How is that denying free will? I'm saying outside of space and time, there was someone who would be once known as Confluence.
Outside of space and time,
I was a part of God.
Wait.
And I was incarnated onto the earth. So I consented to this. So that doesn't remove free will. It doesn't. It's not predestination from something other than myself. If anything,
yes,
I
but you are God.
This,
that's what you're saying. So you predetermine what happened to you.
But that's not
there
unfair.
You go. It's there's no free will.
You said there is free will because I have free will outside. If that would be like saying God doesn't have free will. If I'm saying that outside of space and time, I made the decision to incarnate, then I had the free will.
I'm telling
then.
you the reply that exists when it comes to free will, so that you can actually be accountable for your actions. In your case, a person that was a murderer knew beforehand that he was going to be a murderer, decided to come here anyway, do all of the murdering he was going to do, and then he would be back into being God after he did all the murdering, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so in that case, murdering would have an ontology, and the ontology would be of God. Just so you're saying that murdering would be good.
I think. I mean, I don't want to. I know you're ortho pilled, but I'll tell you my perspective from being Calvinist pilled. If you'll listen to it, okay? So I used to be a hardcore Calvinist, fully reformed. Again, all the points of tulip, total depravity, unconditional election, limited atonement, irresistibility of grace, perseverance of saints, all of the 5 points, right? I was a 5-point Calvinist, 10 toes down, okay?
Yeah.
And what I came to realize is that there's 2 levels to all of this stuff, and there is something about it that's transrational, and that's just something we have to accept, not to say the T word, but it is transrational. Free will exists, and if you look at the Bible, election, there's a lot of passages that talk about the election of saints that seem like it's not our choice. There's a lot of passages that also talk about our free will. We have to hold those things at the same time. So I do think I am predestined. I will say this now, you might disagree. I think I was predestined to follow Christ. I do fully believe that. I also think I fully have free will, and those things are held in tension in some divine mystical way, but I think we just have to accept that that's how life works. That's how the Bible presents it. There's some passages that talk about free will. There's some passages that talk about election. I think there's more that talk about election, which is why I was a Calvinist in the first place, but the reality is the Bible talks about both, and life seems to indicate both. On one hand, we can look at our neurochemistry and seem that how do we make a free choice? We're determined by our biology. But on the other hand, it seems like we can make free choices just based on our experiential pursuits, right? So I think it's both. And yeah, it's a bit transrational. It supersedes our physical minds to some degree, right? You can't logic it out. It both is and isn't at the same time. We have free will and we don't. We're predestined and we're not.
But this doesn't refute anything when I say about murdering, about evil itself. You're giving
No, it does. It does because it does, because it's both at the same time. So from the predestined point of view, I agree. Then you could say you did nothing wrong, but the free will has to be held in tension. Even though I am predestined, I think, to do everything I will do in my life, I think there is a degree that's predestined to do that. But the other side of the coin is free will, and I have free will, and in the moment I have that, and I can make choices. And it sounds like it contradicts itself, but I think that's just because it's transrational. I don't think the rational is the highest. I don't think the rational way of knowing things is the highest form of knowing things.
What is the highest way of knowing things?
I think the highest way of knowing things is using a spiritual intuition to know God.
What is spiritual? What is spiritual?
So I think man is a tripartite structure. Okay, so I think man is body, soul, and spirit. I would say the soul is what is the ruach, as the Hebrews called it, right? Or the psyche, as the Greeks called it.
Okay.
The ruach contains your emotions, your subconscious, right? Your rationality, your ego, and then of course your body contains your body, and then the spirit, the pneumos, that contains all of the higher forms, the way that we connect to God and to reality itself. It's a faculty that you have to develop in your own mind that I think can connect us to in much higher ways than mere logic can. I think philosophy in some ways is best thought of as a thought experiment. It's good, it's iron sharpening iron, but I think ultimately the people who actually approach God in any mystical and real way, I think they're using some type of spiritual will to do so. And I just, that's what I fully believe. And that's what every experience of my life has dictated to me.
Yeah, because you are the ultimate arbiter of what is experience, right? So it depends on you.
No, I'm not saying that. Saying that.
Then why did you bring it up? Let's say that I have a completely different type of experience that you. How do I know that my experience is correct and your experience is correct?
Yeah, you hope that you're getting the correct view from God. I think God is the authority on it,
But it was already predetermined what kind of even view I would have. Why would God not give me the correct way of looking at things if he has predetermined how I am going to be? Why don't I get exactly the same kind of actual intervention from God, because that will be the ultimate authority, as you said, so that I can actually get to know him? If I decided, if it was predetermined and it was decided.
Because it's both. It's predetermined, but free will still exists, and those things are held in tension.
No, that's a contradiction. You cannot.
It's not a contradiction.
Performative contradiction. Yeah.
It's
you either have
transrational.
No, it's not.
It's transrational, but it's yes,
a contradiction.
it is.
It's just a contradiction.
It's not. It's a contradiction rationally.
That's
yes. That's why I called it transrational.
Yeah,
Do you understand
that's
what that word means?
contradiction.
So you don't think there's anything that's transrational?
No.
Okay, well then.
What is God?
Then that's why we can't have this discussion. Because
what is God called?
You have to. You ask me these like questions that I'm like, I don't even know.
I know, but he's called Logos.
It's such a.
He literally is
but God is called a
Logos.
million things. You can't ask me a question that has 1,000 fucking answers, Emmett, and be like, oh, it has to be Logos. God is called the El Shaddai. God is called Yahweh. He's called Adonai. He's called a million things. You can't like look for one answer, and if I don't say it, be like, oh, he's called this one. Do you see what you do?
It's like the basic. Oh my God! It's one of the basic things that we know of God. He's pretty much called Logos.
He's called Yahweh about 30 times more than he's called Logos. Okay, he's called Elohim probably 100 times more than he's called Logos.
What is What is the difference between Elohim and Logos?
Well, Elohim is a Hebrew plural feminine term that means gods. It means gods plural, but it's usually translated as God. Although sometimes in the Old Testament it is translated as gods. It depends on the context. Because when it's given to other tribes that are polytheistic, it's translated as gods. But when it's given to our God, it's usually seen as Elohim. It's plural, but it's still talking about one God. Whereas Logos, of course, is the punts back to the Greek concept of like about logic and the word and like what and rationality and what the Greeks were going through at the time.
So one is in the Old Testament in Hebrew, and the other one is one of the most important books when it comes to the whole Christian theology, and it's it's literally the beginning of the book. Is that what you're telling me?
Of the beginning of the book, but if by book you mean New Testament, no, absolutely not. That's not right. If by book you mean the Gospel of John, which is the fourth book of the New Testament, then yes.
How is it one book? The New Testament is it one book?
No, the New Testament is what, 27 books?
So if I say book in singular instead of books,
then I don't know. I don't know if you're talking about Matthew, John, Luke, Acts, Romans, Second Corinthians. You'd have to specify. But no, Logos is not. Kurios is the most common anyway. Just for your edification, Logos is not the most common used word. It's Kurios. Kurios meaning Lord.
We are talking about who God is and how is
yes,
it that
it's mostly Kurios. It's not mostly Logos.
We don't use Logos at all. We don't use it as a reference.
We use it.
Directly.
It's not the most common by far. You can look at any like Strong's Concordance to fact check me.
I don't
yes, you did.
Why you're being so pedantic when it comes to these? You didn't say the most common. I said
That's literally what you said, though.
The way that we usually refer, specifically when we're talking about the God and when we're talking about one of the specific requirements or one of the specific attributes that we have for God is Logos, and we use it because it is the reference to the logic. We're saying God has no contradictions. He is above the world. He is giving us this whole system in which we can use as a reference model so that we can actually understand and get to know him. Not only, okay, he also gave us a bunch of other stuff like the church.
I'm still here, by the way.
Mm-hmm. But if we're gonna go with the idea of a logical understanding, Logos is one of the attributes of God. That's why he's referred as. That's why he's referred.
I agree. I guess the reason it might seem like I'm being pedantic is because I just want to be clear that that's not the most common name given in either the Old Testament or the New Testament. So I agree God is Logos and God is logic. I concede with that for sure. But I
Yeah,
would just say
so
that
tell me how
there's a
can
reason
he
it's not the main
contradict
one. God
himself?
is also trans logic. He is beyond logic and rationality. I mean, that's just true.
Okay, tell me how can he contradict himself then?
Just a sec, I have to drink something.
Yeah, we're going out in a moment, okay? Calm down.
Okay, sorry. I don't think God, when I'm saying trans-rational, I don't actually mean contradiction. I mean that these two things have to be held in tension. I think free will and predeterminism are held in tension. I think on God's level, they don't contradict each other. I think it's only from our point of view with our limited kind of like rationality and stuff that they appear to contradict.
So
Because,
A and
I mean-
not A is not a contradiction because God said so in your worldview? Like, if
No,
I say
no,
the sun
I
is
would
not the
say-
sun, is it a contradiction?
No, it is actually. I guess if you want to go to like the three rules of logic, right? The one I think, and this is me. I'm just like I'm kind of riffing right now. Like I would have to think about this more. But the one of the three laws of logic that I think I would take issue with, if we're talking about like trans rationalism, is the law of the excluded middle, because I think that is where I think problems come to. And I know there are systems of logic that challenge the law of excluded middle, but I'm not like booked up enough to like know if they make sense or not. But that's my issue. So I would never say A doesn't equal A, or that the law of non-contradiction doesn't exist. But the law of excluded middle, to me, I do think is a bit sus on a trans-rational level, because I do think it's entirely possible that something can be kind of both things at the same time. I think that is just undeniably just true on a spiritual level. And I mean,
So
if
you
I
can be
ask
saved and not saved at the same time, right?
no, but okay, can I, this might sound like a weird question, okay? But
Can you
I actually,
believe in? Can you be a Christian and not a Christian at the same time?
no, I don't think so. Unless
But
you
that would be
define like
that would
either of
be
those
an-
terms and like radically.
But that would be a spiritual term, right? Wouldn't that be a spiritual term to be a Christian and not a Christian?
Can I can I give you an example that I think could ground it? I mean, it might not. It might lose you completely, but can I try?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I would say that dreams are an example of something that often are like supra-rational, right? Or trans-rational, okay? And so have you ever had a dream where, let's say you're dreaming of something and you are in like, let's say a school, but the school also in your mind for some reason represents like the United States government, in the House of Congress in some ways, but it's your school. So it's like it doesn't make sense, but in your mind, in your dream mind, it's both. You're in your school and it represents that. Or you see your ex-girlfriend, but it's a tiger, but it's like it is literally a tiger, but you know in your mind that's also your ex-girlfriend. In the dream world, it makes sense. And so I'm not sure if I'm like losing you, but do you know what I mean by that? You've probably had dreams where it's like it doesn't make any sense. You see that tiger, it's a tiger. Nothing about it rationally should indicate it's your ex-girlfriend, but yet mentally you know that is your ex-girlfriend. That's kind of the thing I'm kind of punting toward. Now, this is on like a subconscious level, so I think on a spiritual level it's a lot higher, but I guess just as an example, does that make sense at all or no?
No, but let me explain you why. I can actually explain you why it doesn't make sense. It's the same thing as it would be the same thing as using a drug and say that the drug brings you closer to God because you have an enhancement experience with your senses. When you are having a dream, you know it's not true. You know it's an enhancement experience with your brain in which you are probably exploring your mind. That doesn't mean it's true, and that obviously doesn't mean that it's real. And you can break even logical ideas when it comes to dreams. And the same thing happens with drugs. You can break logical ideas when it comes to drugs.
Interesting.
Yeah, but you
So
know
you can
why?
get
You know
super
why?
rational.
You know why you can do that? Because it's dependent on you. You depends on your on the thing that you have, the senses, to make supposed sense of things. So it's an introspection on you, okay? Which, by the way, would be it would be an way of explaining the demonic ideas, for example, instead of getting closer to something outside of you, like God, that can actually ground reality so that you can know things. So instead of going in between, instead of going away from your own subjective experience that might be wrong, you're giving that subjective experience the highest level instead of giving God its proper place. I know you want some food. That's why you're wrong in that aspect.
I don't think that's why I'm wrong. Again, the dream was just to present an example of where that can happen. And I mean, even if we look at the Bible, we see the same type of stuff in the book of Revelation, right? We see the same type of dream-like imagery where the roads are made of paved gold, but yet you can see through them. That's a logical contradiction. You can't see through gold, and yet we have to square that circle. So we assume that it's in some type of language that we're not quite grasping, that somehow the roads are made of gold, but yet we can see through them. And so there's a lot of imagery in the Bible that's like that, where especially in Ezekiel and Revelation, right? These more kind of like these strange, not apocryphal. What's the word I'm looking for? Eschatological, I guess. And apocalyptic books, right? They have a lot of stuff that's very far off. I'm just saying in the dream state, I'm not even saying it's true, but I'm saying in that you can at least appreciate from what I said about the tiger being your ex-girlfriend. In that moment, in that dream state, you have accessed a trans-rational state. You might say it's not good to access that state. That's a fair perspective to have. But you have entered a state where trans-rationality exists. And you can do that anytime you fall asleep. To some degree, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I understand. Why don't you add the book of Confluence to the Bible?
Well, because I'm not that kind of prophet.
Why not? You're a prophet. A prophet is that who speaks the words of God. If you are speaking, no.
I sometimes speak the words of God.
Hey, I'm not done. If you are speaking,
I just want to clarify.
If you are speaking the words of God, why shouldn't you have the book of Confluence in the Bible?
Because sometimes I speak the words of God, and sometimes I don't. Most of the times I don't, and it's not always easy for me to tell exactly when I've spoken the words of God and when I haven't.
Are you a prophet or are you not a prophet? You're losing me here.
Sometimes.
Can you sometimes
if by
be a
prophet you mean someone? Yeah, I sometimes speak the words of God, and I sometimes don't. Most of the time.
Can a prophet be sometimes a prophet?
Yes, we see that clearly throughout the Old Testament.
No,
clearly, all in the minor. Have you read the minor prophets?
Have you? Yes, and no, all of them.
Okay, so was Jonah always speaking the truth? No, he wasn't. He even says in the book that he's not always speaking the truth.
What? No, he says no. He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do he doesn't want to speak the word of God, so he tries to run away from it. He never does not speak true. In fact, he gets mad. Jonah gets mad at God at the end, because he says that what God did by not destroying the city was showing that he was a false prophet, and then God goes on and gives him the whole idea of this is the divine. I have the power and I decide. But the whole point of why he got mad was because he went there and said that they were going to be destroyed, and by God showing mercy, he was proving him to be a false prophet. Because the whole point of being a prophet is that you cannot give false prophecy.
I'm saying
so
that
you
not
always
all,
you always have to be, if you're a prophet, you always have to be right in your prophecy. Always.
So what? I actually, just to ask then, what do you think of apostles? Do you think Paul, them? everything Paul said, do you think was right?
Yeah.
What about when Paul says, I'm not speaking on God's behalf, this is me speaking now? Mm-hmm. And he creates a specific divide between him prophesying what God is saying and what his personal opinion is. And he does that directly in the text.
He's giving a prescription as to how people should act in a perfect way, but he's saying this is not a sin. So he says, what I think is,
he doesn't say it's not a sin.
No,
he says this is not God speaking, this is me speaking. He differentiates.
That's the point.
So he is sometimes a prophet.
The point is sin. So he's saying it should be better for all of you to not get married and to give yourself and your life to God. But if you cannot control yourself, then get married. That's pretty much what he's saying. And he's saying,
Okay, so he's saying his own opinion
I'm
versus
not saying
what he's saying
these-
is God.
Yeah, because he's not saying that it would be a sin to get married. That's the point.
Okay, I'm trying to like look up the passage.
Yeah, Corinthians 7.
No, I'm talking about
It's literally
about it.
stated in Deuteronomy, whatever.
I mean, yeah, okay, so you have your passage and there's the Second Corinthians one where he says, and here Deuteronomy. And here's my judgment about what is best for you in this matter. Last year, you were the first not only to give, but also to have desire to do so. Now finish the work so that your eager willingness to do it may be matched by your completion of it according to your means. He's specifically saying, this is my judgment. In the other passage that you quoted, he's talking about like, this is not coming from God, this is coming from me. So why would Paul make an effort to distinguish what is coming from
Because
him and what is coming from God?
He's giving a prescription on sexual ethics. That's why
I know. So
and the
my
prescription is not. Is
that
not
doesn't disagree with what I know. So, but you're not disagreeing with what I'm saying. So, in
because
the same sense,
both things that he's saying are not sin. It's hey, if you can't be chaste and just be chaste, it will be better for you if you're just chaste. But
I'm not saying it's sin.
Get married.
We're talking about prophecy. I'm saying one of those things. Paul is saying this is talking, but he's talking on behalf of God. Right?
No, this is not prophecy. What about that is prophecy?
Because he's speaking on behalf of God. Someone who speaks on behalf of God.
Yeah, but what about that is prophecy? What about that is the prophetic nature? Tell me.
I'm saying almost everything Paul writes is of the prophetic nature in that he's speaking on behalf of God.
No, he's not speaking on behalf of God
that's
there
just true.
Because he's not saying that this is a sin or not a sin. That's the point.
I'm saying the fact that he has to differentiate logic, the entailment of that is that everything else he's saying is on behalf of God. If you have to stop a book and be like, this is actually me talking now and not God, the entailment of that is that everything else you've said is on behalf of God and is prophetic.
Because in most cases, when he's talking, he's actually talking in prophecy and giving you prescriptions on morality.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, yes.
This is not one.
Exactly. So
so you can.
That's my whole point, Emmett. I'm saying so he's a prophet, and then he's like, actually, this part is just my opinion, and I want to distinguish it between what I think God is speaking through me and between my opinion. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying Paul makes the delineation to distinguish those things.
Okay, the delineation is for people to not misunderstand it as a possible sin. That's the whole point. So he's saying, hey, if you don't get married and you're chaste, it's not a sin. It might be better for you, but if you can't, it's also not a sin. It's trying to give them that so that they don't.
Why can't that be said from God?
So that
why would he have to say that? Why couldn't he just use God's words through him? Why would he have to say this is me talking, not the Lord talking? Why would you ever have to say that?
Yeah, so that there's no confusion when it comes to
How would there be confusion? He could just say what God is saying. God is saying it's not a sin if you do take someone in marriage.
Because there's people in general that are going to be Gnostics, for example, that will go to the Bible and will say, oh, this means X thing. And since I have the way to interpret it, without the church, I'm going to make these kind of interpretations. So he's trying to be precise so that people don't have
I think
confusion.
I think this is a little bit of orthocope, if I can be honest with you.
Oh,
I mean, look
Lord. There's no more. Listen,
at,
there's no more cope in the world than being a fucking Gnostic. Okay, so that's the most amount of cope that has ever existed in the world.
Look, I'm not a Gnostic. Okay,
you are a Gnostic. You are a Gnostic. You're absolutely a Gnostic.
No, I'm an esoteric Christian. Okay,
it's called a Gnostic. Welcome to the club. You are in the Steelman, Maryland, and now Confluence club.
I'm not a Gnostic. But I'm saying,
before we continue,
Second Timothy, when Paul is saying for Timothy to bring his cloak, is that prophetic?
Before
Not
we
everything
continue,
Paul says is a prophecy, obviously.
Before we continue, Moses continued, the Lord your God will rise upon you prophet like me from among your fellow Israelites. You must listen to him, for it's what you yourselves requested of the Lord your God when you were assembled on Mount Sinai. You said, don't let us hear the voice of the Lord of God anymore to see the blazing fire, for we will die. And then the Lord said to me, what they have said is right. I will rise up a prophet like you from among their fellow Israelites. I will put my words in his mouth, and he will tell people everything I command him. I will personally deal with anyone who will not listen to the message of the messages the prophet proclaims on my behalf. But any prophet who falsely claims to speak in my name, who speaks in the name of another god, must die. You may wonder, how will we know whether or not prophecy is from the Lord? If the prophet speaks in the Lord's name, but his prediction does not happen or come true, you will know that the Lord did not give that message. The prophet has spoken without my authority and need to be feared. So he tells you what is a prophet, and he tells you what is exactly that needs to happen. And the prophet cannot be wrong on his prophecy, ever. Otherwise, what happens? He's a false prophet.
Yes,
okay?
Nothing I've said contradicts that, Emmett.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you make the book of Confluence and put it in the Bible?
Because I told you, and I want to address you and your chat. Agrillipus. Agrillipus is just everyone's maybe I'm a bad communicator, sarcastic saint, but those dreams don't come strong. I'm not saying the dreams come from that. Okay, Agrillipus. I'm not saying that just because I've had those dreams that they're divine. I never said that. I don't know where people are getting that from. I've also never done a hallucinogen in my life. Anson, I'm not trying to make my own religion. Transrational doesn't necessarily mean divine. Agrillip, I don't know how to say his name. Never said that. Again, Agrillipus never said transrational meant divine. Feel like you guys are reading a bunch into it that I'm not saying. Yeah, you can all say that. That's fine. Yeah, I know Paul never claimed to be a prophet. I don't know why you're spelling prophet like that, but that's cool. I'm just saying that we would all agree that the definition of prophecy isn't tied to future events, and Paul was obviously prophesying in the sense that he had the gift of prophecy. He was speaking the truth. So the reason I never make the book of Confluence is because I can't be certain when what I say is of God or is not of God.
How can't you not be certain if you're a prophet, Confluence?
I didn't say I'm a prophet. I said sometimes.
You said you're a prophet.
No, I didn't. Rewind the VOD. I said sometimes.
Harder, dude.
Rewind the VOD. No, rewind the. Emmett, it's amazing. It's amazing to me that in a technological world where you can watch back a VOD, that you're gonna cope and maul and seethe so hard when you can just go back and see that I said sometimes. I never said I'm a prophet. I said sometimes, because sometimes I say things that are from God. Sometimes I do.
Please clip him. Please clip him.
Yeah.
Clip him when he said, I'm a prophet. Please. Please.
Yes, I would. Yeah, I would love to see that.
Please,
I would love to see
him.
that. I would love to see that.
Somebody, please. Just clip him.
Because I specifically said sometimes. I said sometimes.
You said that after, because I asked you, why wouldn't you make the Book of Confluence? Okay.
And I said the same thing I'm saying now.
No, and then after I said that, then you said sometimes, okay? But before that, you said that you were a prophet. So
okay, well, I hope
I am not sure.
You're making me a bit nervous now. I hope I didn't say that.
No, you said that.
I didn't say that.
You did.
Well, I guess we'll find out with the clip, because my true thoughts is that, yeah, sometimes I say things that are of God. Sometimes I don't. The reason I don't make the Book of Confluence is because I don't have the religious knowledge to know when what I'm saying is from God and from not God. There's sometimes where I feel like, I can connect with
that you're a prophet then.
I already said if there is some clip that pops up, I'm not I said sometimes, okay? If I did say it, then okay, I'm not saying I'm a pro. I shouldn't have said yes. I'm pretty sure I said sometimes. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll accept the L's on that, okay? Then that was retarded.
Well, sometimes yeah, you know what? I understand what you're saying.
Sometimes I prophesy.
Sometimes I say
sometimes
shit.
I do.
throw it at the wall, and sometimes it sticks, and sometimes it doesn't. You just take shit, throw it at the wall, and sometimes it's...
Yes. I mean, I feel like you're saying that as a jab, but absolutely yes. Sometimes I say things and they're from God. Sometimes I say things and they're not from God. How do I know?
It always goes back to the knowledge claim, because you're saying, I know that I say things that are from God. It's like, are you a prophet?
I
Yes.
didn't say that.
Sometimes,
okay, again,
maybe.
I didn't say that.
I said it.
I didn't say that, and someone can go back and clip that. So that gives me more confidence now that Emmet just misquoted me from 5 seconds ago.
No.
I didn't say sometimes I know. I said sometimes I say things from God, and sometimes I say things that aren't from God.
What I said is it always goes back to knowledge, because you
claimed
you say things from God.
Sometimes,
okay, but we don't even know when. You don't even know. How is it that you know that it's for God?
That's why I don't write the book of Confluence.
That is, it's like, oh my God.
That's why I'm not writing the book.
How can you say that you're a prophet? How?
I'm saying sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I say things that are from God.
Which times?
I have to be in the moment. I have to be in that trans-rational divine state, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
shrooms.
Emmet.
So
no. I've never done a hallucinogen. Never done a hallucinogen. To be clear, okay. I mean, but Emmet, like, I feel like
so my mushroom told me, right?
Sometimes I feel. I don't want to say I feel bad, because that sounds condescending. So I don't mean that. But like, I feel bad that, like, have you never had an experience, like a religious experience from God? Have you never had any of them in your entire life?
No.
You've never had a religious experience?
No. I believe in. I have gone to God to the point in which I thank God for it, but it was thanks to rationality and better argumentation and ideas behind it, and then it's faith.
Really,
there's a point in which I have this is why I don't believe any of
all of your religious experiences have been fully just in the level of the rational.
Yeah. When I came to the idea,
insane.
When I came to the idea of God, and when I left my atheism, like when I was 20. One of the things that got me out of the atheistic framework was pretty much the idea that I was not able to know enough to be able to decide what was good or bad. And it came for pure rationality, and it came from pure empiricism, because I was a pure empiricist, and when I came to the point in which I was actually asking questions about good and evil, I realized that I needed way more information that I was even able to attain in order to be able to say this is good or this is evil. So it came my actual, like, you can say, well, how did you came to it? Probably the only way I could come to the idea, or the only way that I could say I had any kind of religious experience is thanks to humbleness. It's like, oh, I needed to be able to lower myself to something greater, because I realized that I wasn't the ultimate authority on anything, right? Before that, I was pretty much that way. Like, I had that idea, but I was just way more of a misanthrope, and I just hated everybody. So I thought it was just everybody sucked, and I didn't have any way. So I needed to be able to lower myself in order to get to that point.
I think I'm how long have you been a Christian?
10 years, maybe more.
How many years?
10 years, maybe more. I was raised Catholic, but I don't count that as me being a Christian.
Do you have like an active something that would fall in like the mystical traditions of Eastern Orthodoxy that you do?
I mean, I believe in the mystical traditions. I'm just not.
But do you do a practice? Okay, but do you think
you mean like going to liturgy?
Yeah, I mean a number of
Yeah,
Yeah,
but those
and
are
a number
those are
of-
not. I mean, those are not mystical. You do them for a reason, right? If you are
No, I'm
if you are doing
I,
a fast, for example, you do it for a reason. You do it so you can you have better control of yourself. You are giving
sure, but you wouldn't
you're giving
deny
the
there's a
saints
mystical
a due.
tradition within Eastern Orthodoxy, right? And I'm asking, do you do any
No,
practices that would be defined as in any way mystical?
like you mean
Like long times of
like
contemplative
going?
prayer,
Do you mean like
extended
going?
amounts of
Okay, do you mean like going to liturgy and partaking of the Eucharist, which is literally
no,
partaking of
no,
God
no. That's
and
that's
the
more
energies.
exoteric. That's more exoteric, which is good. But I'm talking about like the Saint Teresa of like Avila stuff, right? Like the the stuff, or the Saint John of the Cross stuff that's more.
Yeah, you mean the
you know,
saints, but the saints are not esoterical either. The saints were people that were alive that are interceding for us, and we have logical way of going to it.
No, I think you're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying the people I mentioned, they had a rich pattern in
they-
their life of doing mystical
Okay.
practices. Like I'm
Maybe-
saying, have you ever had a time in your life where you sit for like an hour in contemplative prayer? Do you ever do that?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I have a experience like that. What do you mean?
I'm just asking if that's something you've done.
Yeah, but I don't have any. Like I pray. That's what I do.
But not pray for like 5 minutes. I mean, like your eyes are closed, you're trying to experience God, you're sitting there for like 60 minutes. Have you ever done that?
Yeah.
Like actually?
Mhm.
And is that a regular practice or just something that you've done like a
No,
few
I don't
times?
do it regularly, but I've done it.
Do you think if you did it regularly, you could have an experience that could be seen as hard, as ineffable, as hard to put into words at the very least?
I don't need that Confluence. I have other ways.
I'm not saying you need it. I'm saying if you did it,
I have revelation, which is good enough. Okay, I have the church, which is good enough.
so you don't want you don't want
have
a
to-
mystical experience with God. Okay, that's fine.
What do you mean by a mystical experience? Like
Okay, I just
do-
want to quote.
let me
I
put it
was
this way.
right. Oh, I
Let
just
me
want
put
to
it this
sorry.
way.
I have to respond to Agrillipus, whatever his name is. To be exact, I believe you said sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. That's what I fucking told you. That's what I fucking told all your chat. All of you could go fuck off, but don't actually fuck off. Subscribe to my channel, Confluence 350. I'd always be plugging. Come on. So I didn't say it. Okay, I didn't say yes to it. I said
No,
sometimes
you
I
said
am,
yes,
sometimes I'm
and then
not.
you
So
clarified.
sarcastic saint, you can lick my sack from behind, okay? And not in a gay way though, like in a straight way, because I said sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. Agrillipus, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I just want to, But Emmett, why don't you want those mystical experiences? I get that. That troubles me, brother. Like that's like if like
I don't
God
need
is
it.
real.
Like,
it's not that you need it, but don't you want that intimacy with God? Don't you want what like Teresa of Avila had, or Saint John of the Cross? Like, don't you crave that?
No.
That makes me feel sad.
Why?
Like
I'm happy
because that's like
you don't know how happy I am that I can finally that I can
I'm
finally
sure.
I finally found a way that is logically consistent. It's paradigm level. It's true. It solves the problems that I had when it came to me. This is the problem that a lot of people say, well, it's just preference. Dude, I would prefer a lot of times to just be a fucking DJ, okay? It would be so much easier. It would be so much easier to just be a fucking DJ. But it's not about me. It's about what's best and better and good. So at the end of the day, it's better that way for me. I prefer it. I prefer it not because
Yeah,
it's
I
my
guess-
will. It's because it's better for me and for you and for everybody to be a Christian.
you can't say you can't say that because
Yeah, I
again,
can
the
say
Eastern
that.
Orthodox. No, you can't because
Yeah, I
Eastern
can say
Orthodox
that.
has many saints that did mystical traditions, and it was obviously better for them
I
to
can
spend like 5
say-
hours in contemplative prayer.
I
So you
can
can't say it's
say-
better for me to not
can
do
say-
contemplative exercises or to stare at
No,
icons. You can't say that.
That's not what I said. I said that it's better for me and it's better for you and it's better for everybody to be part of the Orthodox Church That's what I mean. Okay.
Okay,
So
which
calm
has a
down.
rich mystical tradition of doing mystical things. Right?
I don't. As long as you are under proper authority and they are doing it in accordance to tradition, I don't care. I don't have to do it. I'm fine being part
Yeah.
of the tradition of the church and being partaking on the church. That's all I need.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, I have to. So again, I have to fight with Agrillipus. Again, I know I'm saying his name wrong. No,
Agrillipus.
Agrillipus. You just said sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. That's not claiming. He directly asked me. I said sometimes. Didn't say yes. So you're claiming to be a prophet again. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. That's not me claiming to be a prophet. That's me saying sometimes yes, sometimes no. I don't know how much more clear
Agrillipus.
I can be. Agrillipus. I'll get it right eventually. Agrillipus sounds better in my head.
Agrillipus.
Agrillipus. Is that's Greek, right? What does that mean?
I'm not entirely sure. Polis is city.
Agrillipus.
Agri is probably from agriculture. Like
It's usually
the city
agra.
of
It's usually
green.
not. It's usually not agra though in like Greek, right?
No, it's agri. I don't know.
I think it's a neologism. Like I don't think it's a real Greek word unless I'm spelling it wrong when I'm googling. But so I don't know what it means to him. But
Yeah.
so I guess that is what it is. I guess yeah. I'm not saying you have, but I feel like you would at least acknowledge then that the trans-rational. I mean, if you read your own people, the own Eastern Orthodox people,
Yeah, but do
they
you know
go
why
into the
they're-
trans-rational. I'm not getting
No,
controversial
they're
there. I
not-
feel like you're saying. You act like I'm saying Gnostic stuff, but the fact is you don't know your own
It's
mystical
Gnostic.
tradition. With all due
No,
respect,
it's
Emmett,
Gnostic stuff.
you don't know your own mystical tradition of the
I don't
Eastern Orthodox
have
Church.
to
You just
because-
don't.
Okay, let me put it this way.
I'm not saying you
Why-
have to. I'm just saying you don't.
Why is okay? Let me put it this way. This is something that a lot of people say about the Orthodox Church. Okay, why do they say that they are against the Scholastica? If I say that this is the only way in which I come with a logical conclusion, what do you think that's a contradiction?
Sorry, you have to define what was that word you used?
Scholasticism.
What does that
Scholasticism
mean?
is it's a Roman tradition in which they are using the study of the Bible and the study of these kind of things. So okay, let me finish this real quick, Agrillipus. I'm gonna open the panel a little bit. So the scholasticism is the study of God, and they say, especially the Roman See said that the study of God will be the way to get to God. So they have like PhDs, they have different degrees when it comes to the Scholastica. And in the East, they said that they pretty much called it out as a possible heresy and said that it was a bad thing to have as part of the dogma and doctrine of the church to have a scholasticism. What do you think that is?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Because the church is a holistic experience, and what they're trying to do is there's people that are very fucking smart. I'm not saying I am, but I'm saying that there's people that are very fucking smart, and they will be able to get to the idea of God through logical entitlements and through a study of the Bible and to a lot of different things. And as long as they are under the tradition of the church and under the guidance of the priest and under the guidance of the church, that's perfectly understandable and fine. Okay, but there might be people that are not that bright or that get there through another mean, and those people might not even read the Bible. They might just be there of pure faith, okay, and they listen to what the priest has to say, and they're under the church, and they're following tradition, and they're following the capacity of the church. And both of these people are both under the body of Christ in the church, and you don't have to do it through scholasticism or through supposed mysticism or through feelings or through anything. The way that you do it is through humbleness to the church, through obedience to Christ, and through following and partaking with Christ in the Eucharist. So that's the way in the holistic experience how you see it. So it's not one way. It's not the specific way that Confluence has. Okay, it's the way of the church which you are humbling yourself.
I've never claimed that. I've just been trying to justify that transrational or super rational experiences can happen, that can be divine. That's been. I'm not saying everyone has to do it.
That doesn't mean they're actually transrational. That means that they don't have a way to understand necessarily the experience they presented. Okay?
I think if something I think if something is fully ineffable, it is probably transrational. If you can't commute something in any type of language, if it's truly ineffable, like definitionally, I think it's probably definitionally transrational. I guess that would be my postulate.
Jesus Christ is truly ineffable, and he's completely rational.
He's completely but transrational doesn't mean like anti-rational, right? Trans means like beyond, right? Jesus Christ is beyond rationality as well. He's also fully rational.
He's just beyond the capability of
it.
man. He's just beyond the capability of man because men will sin and he didn't.
But that's what maybe we're defining rationality differently. Like, I mean, a perfect computer who's like, let's say, studying these things would not be able to encompass the full character of Christ, right? A perfect AI that's as smart as ever couldn't grasp the full character of Christ, and that's because it's like Mary's room. If you're familiar with that philosophical example, right?
But
do you know about Mary's room?
Okay, but you're committing a mistake here. Okay, you're conflating the idea of this perfect computer, which is impossible because there cannot be a perfect computer.
It's a hypothetical, Emmett.
Yeah, but it's an impossible hypothetical. There will be an impossibility of, so it cannot. I'm rejecting it. It cannot be.
Okay. So you're saying it's impossible for a human to be perfectly rational. Is that what you're saying?
Unless your name is Jesus Christ.
So even
the
in
only
our
begotten Son of God, is God.
Even in our redeemed state, you would say we still couldn't be perfectly rational. Like, no, even if we die and we're glorified in heaven, we're still not rational.
You're
perfectly rational.
At that point, you're conflating states. At that point,
I'm not conflating.
Right?
I'm asking a question.
You're asking me in temporality, and then you said after temporality. So that is a conflation of the state.
I'm not conflating. Let me repeat myself then. I'm asking after death. Okay,
mm-hmm. When that would be after temporality.
Yes, after temporality, mm-hmm. when you're dead and you are glorified and you're resurrected, then are you fully rational?
That would say that you will be fully rational if you have been glorified by God and through Jesus Christ, right?
Okay, so I guess if you let
because
me
you will
do
be
a brief, I know
you would be partaking.
I know you want to open a panel. I know you want to open a panel, but I actually want to just ask you this, just out of my own curiosity, about the Mary's room thing. Are you familiar with that thought experiment or no?
No, you can ask me.
Okay, so there's something called Mary's room, which someone in chat can correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but it's a thought experiment where you imagine someone who's like watching a TV that's giving all of the knowledge, but the whole room is in black and white. The TV's in black and white. The girl's name is Mary. She's watching the TV. It teaches her everything there is to know about everything in the universe. It teaches her everything about how colors are seen. It teaches her about cones and rods. It teaches her about philosophy and what it means to see a color and all of that. Everything you can imagine, all information that can be given is given on that TV to Mary. But she lives in a black and white room. She's watching a black and white TV. She steps outside. She sees the colors of red. Now, she learned everything about red on that TV, but did she gain knowledge? Did she gain something when she saw red? Because every rational fact about red, she already knew from the TV. She spent millennia watching the TV, learning about everything, including the color red. But once she sees it and experiences what philosophers call qualia, I would say she has gained new knowledge. Now, that knowledge it's not part of rational because she could have just learned that from the TV about the facts-based thing. What she did was experience something. So I guess I'm curious how you respond to that, because I guess that's what I'm kind of talking about. If I have had experiences with God, and I would call them transrational because any words I could give you could not convey what I have felt. And I think a lot of people who have had any type of, and I'm not talking about, again, I've never done a hallucinogen. I'm talking about stuff through like prayer and stuff, or going to church, or a deep meditation, like that type of stuff, you know, like not anything drug induced or anything, but I'm saying, I would say I've gained my most special experience with God I could not convey in words. So I feel like I'm Mary stepping outside the room where I'm seeing the red, and you're telling me, no, everything is on the TV already. And I'm saying, no, if you went outside the room, if you truly saw red, you would know there's something beyond the rational. What's your response to that?
You're talking about qualia and about the experience of, okay? I can use the same analogy and say, let's say that you have, let's pretend for 1 second that you have an idea of God, okay? And then you have this incredible experience. It's so vivid, so beautiful. Oh, it's such a great experience, okay? How do you know it's not caused by a demon in order to entice you to be something and to follow something that is false and just wants your soul?
I think there's a few metrics. I think you match it up, I think, to the Bible. I think you match it up to what you already know about God through things like tradition. And then I think there also is, and I think you reject this, which makes me really sad, I think you match it up to your spiritual intuition. I can see an experience and I can spiritually know that that's from the devil. That your intuition is a faculty that you can develop. And I don't know why more Christians don't accept that. In the same way, Emmett, you can develop your mind and your emotions. You can develop your spiritual intuition to know if something is coming from good or from evil. And I think we know that, ironically, intuitively.
I don't think we
when
do.
When you see something like OnlyFans, even if you didn't actually have rationality, you could still get an intuitive grasp that this is something bad. Like on an intuitive level, you would know it's wrong.
We're talking about the experience of, okay? We're talking about the experience of the thing.
Well, you asked me how I would know if it's from the devil or not. I'm saying one of the things is the spiritual intuition.
Let's say, okay, are you going to tell me that some of the people in OnlyFans are not, are not attractive to your senses? You wouldn't be like, nah, this person does OnlyFans. That's not attractive anymore. Really? Is that what you're going to tell me?
No, I'm not. I'm not sure why you're asking that, but no, I wouldn't tell you that.
I'm gonna ask you once again. You were talking about. There is this TV, you never see the color red, you go outside, you finally see the color red, you get a different thing, right? Okay, let's put it this way. Let's say that you've never seen a woman before, and then you go out in your, when you're 18, your hormones are all over the place, you see a girl, it's the most beautiful girl you've seen, okay? And then you learn that she does OnlyFans. Is she gonna stop being the most beautiful girl you've ever seen?
No, but I feel like I feel like now you're kind of conflating things a bit. I'm just saying you've gained new information despite having all the rationality of being in the room watching the TV. That's the whole point of the experiment.
Let's continue. We're gonna follow this through. Okay, so now that you've seen the first one for the first time, it's the most beautiful one that you've ever seen, and let's say that she's actually fucking beautiful. Okay. She does OnlyFans. What changed in your senses to say this is not the most beautiful person I've seen? In your sense data. No, don't tell me about the whole rationality behind why is OnlyFans wrong. Just talk to me about the sense data and what changed.
Then nothing. Then unless you saw a more beautiful woman, she would still be, from your sense data, she'd still be the most beautiful woman you've ever seen.
Okay, so that's the whole point. The whole point is the senses. The sense data that you have is a tool for you to use and to be able to conform into rationality, not for rationality
is.
to conform to your sense data. So
No, but
you are putting
Emmett,
you're putting your sense data and your own experience and your own thing, which is the problem I have with all of you, because you are the because
Emmett,
you no,
with
I'm
all
not
due
done.
respect, you
I'm
are
not done.
misunderstanding. You are
Because
misunderstanding.
all of you will always go back into my experience is the most important thing. Okay?
You are grossly misunderstanding.
I'm not.
I am not. When I'm talking
I'm
about
not.
spiritual intuition, I mean something that's on the polar opposite of sense data, brother.
Nope.
I can see a girl and think she's the most beautiful thing ever, and then my spiritual intuition can tell me that girl is the worst person and you should never interact with her. That's not my sense data. That's my spiritual intuition.
That is not true.
It happens to me all the time. I don't know what you're telling me.
So.
I guess
lying.
you're telling me I'm crazy, and
yes,
you're saying you've never had an intuition before. If your intuitional faculties are so dead, that's fucking insane to me. You have to fix that. Honestly, that's the same as someone's like rational faculties being dead. It's a part of what makes us human. You have to develop those things. I'm letting you talk, but like you're so off base. It's like I'm not even sure how to.
There's no way that you can get that through sense data. You usually get that through other kind of data. For example, the nose ring
I'm not
theory.
saying you get it from sense data. I'm saying you get it from intuition.
Yeah, but
you get it from spiritual. Intuition is not sense data, Emmett. It's not sense data.
Oh, it is sense data. Okay, you're misconstruing it. Yeah,
it is. You don't understand what intuition is at all. If you think intuition is sense data, you have no grasp of what intuition is. And I'm not trying to be rude. You just have absolutely no ability to know what intuition is if you think it's tied to sense data.
It has nothing to do with your sense data. If you see
that's
the most beautiful girl that has
that's what I said.
If you see,
I don't know if you misspoke. That's what I'm saying.
Oh Lord! If you see 25-year-old Heidi Klum going through this, walking down the street when she was 25, and you're gonna be telling me, "Oh my God, my intuition told me that she was trouble." Like, you're fucking out of your mind. You would be like, "Oh, that woman is fucking beautiful." That was what you were thinking.
Emmett, seriously, honestly, I honestly want you to ask, okay? Like, I want to calm the temperature down a bit. I actually want your opinion. You have never in your life seen a girl that you know is hot, but something in your intuition is like, that girl is trouble, I should stay away. Even though you know she's hot on one level, but intuitively you have some like type of like spiritual knowledge that like this girl is trouble. You've never gone into a place, as an example, and felt this place is demonic. You've never gone to like a club or something, and it's not just about what you're seeing. There's some like spiritual thing you're picking up on.
It was
You've
about
never
what I was
had
seeing.
That.
So
you've never had a spiritual intuition that's independent from sense data.
There is a theory. It's a very simple theory. I think it's true, in which it says that people wear their scenes or their sleeves. Okay, and 99% of the time, when you see a woman like that, she has a fucking nose ring. She has the hair dyed up in a fucking weird way. She's wearing weird ass fucking clothes. You know it. You know it because she's that girl, and you know how that girl dresses up. Okay, it has nothing to do with
you always
only
think it's
your
rational
data.
and sense data.
It's a rational thing that you're doing, absolutely.
But you don't think it's ever. You put no value on intuition at all. Just to be clear.
No, don't put value on sense data. Sense data is just sense data.
Neither do I. But that's not what I asked you. I said, do you put value on intuition? That's what I asked.
You said yourself that it has to do with how you feel and what you feel. It has nothing to
No, I didn't.
Yes.
Emmett, I separated this before when I was talking about the Ruach. Emotions are part of the Ruach. That is the soul, okay? Logic, rationality, ego, the subconscious, that's part of the Ruach.
Yeah.
The spirit is above that. That's where we have the intuition.
Yes,
no, I'm not talking about how I feel. I'm talking about the intuition. I don't know how I can be more clear.
About how you
Feelings
feel.
are down here. No, I'm not. Feelings are down here. The feelings are the nefesh in Hebrew, right?
Where have you gotten these intuitions? When you are out of your fucking mind, or when you are out there seeking to get understanding directly from God? 99%, what you're gonna tell me
the latter.
Is, I was fucking out of my mind. I haven't done X, Y, or Z
again.
Thing.
Never done a hallucinogen in my life.
You don't have to.
I'm just saying this happens when I'm in deep prayer. This happens when I'm in deep communion with God. This happens during worship. This happens during religious things that I'm doing. It's not when I'm like fucking high on some drug. It's not when I'm like tripping balls somehow. It's not when I'm like, haven't slept for like 7 days. It's none of that. And I guess if you haven't had that experience, then I guess we're just going to talk past each other, because I don't know I don't know where to go from that. If you don't think intuition's a valid thing, I mean, we're just on so polar opposites of the coin that it's ridiculous. But again, it's weird to me because your Eastern Orthodox tradition puts so much value in these spiritual, mystical experiences. But you're denying mine. And it's okay, why?
It is different, okay? What we value is the connection with the idea. What we will value is the connection with the idea of God, and it would get us closer to the logos. Not we wouldn't be. You need to connect your camera and stuff. It wouldn't be the. It wouldn't be the denial.
Confluence is sack liquor.
It wouldn't be the denial of said thing. Yo, Corey. I'm sorry.
Big Soda,
Big
what's
Soda.
up?
How are you guys doing tonight?
Okay, I have to pee. I have to pee for like 2 seconds. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to take this logic. So with intuition kind of requires a bit of experience in a general area. So if you have intuition about, hey, I think my car is going to break down. I have this intuition. Usually it comes from the experience of being familiar with cars. And so I would say, unless you're having a lot of spiritual experience, I don't know how far your spiritual intuition is going to take you.
Well, as I said, my problem with
Hey,
this.
how's it going?
Hello,
What's up, Ag?
What's up? I just got a question for Confluence.
Yeah.
He had to go pee right quick.
He had to go pee.
Okay.
Just a second.
Well, what's up, guys?
What's up, buddy?
I think I made my point pretty clear at this point. It's like when you go into these kind of Gnostic realms, you're gonna always have to find. It's always gonna depend on you as the holder of the experience, and that's exactly what he's saying. It's like, no, I had this thing that I experienced at some point, and that's why I said that sense data holds no value to me. But it doesn't mean that there's no proper experiences that can be felt within the church. It's just
Yeah. Well, he was also talking about like his dream, having like kind of divine dream, like something in his dreams, and but I'll hold my question.
Yeah, that's fine. Confluence is allegedly a man. That was such a
allegedly.
Allegedly.
Well, he's allegedly a prophet too.
Yeah.
But sometimes.
Yes, only sometimes.
Don't forget.
Sometimes he isn't, and we don't know.
Agrippas, what's up?
And we don't know when he is and when he isn't.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Straight up. When have you ever prophesied something that actually came true? Do you like write this stuff down, or do you?
No, okay.
Remember,
This is actually, I think Emmett will back me up on this. The idea that prophecy has to do with future events is actually incorrect. A prophecy just means that you're saying something that's of God. That's why the New Testament, Paul talks about that some people. This is in the New Testament, by the way. Talks about that some people will be given the gift of prophecy.
Yeah, I don't need the reference to get to my next question. So,
I guess the answer is I haven't prophesied a future event. That's not what prophecy means.
You said sometimes you're a prophet. So
yes,
sometimes, what is sometimes?
I just explained that prophecy doesn't mean a future event. You get that, right? It doesn't. So I'm not saying like I'm a Nostradamus. That's not what prophecy means. That's a misunderstanding of the word prophecy.
What's your definition of prophecy?
Prophecy is speaking God's truth.
Okay. So when have you done that? Sometimes.
Yes.
When?
Yes,
when have you done that? Sometimes. You said sometimes you have done that, and sometimes you have not. When have you done that?
Yeah, you've never been in a conversation with someone and you feel like the Holy Spirit kind of is like on you.
Oh no!
You feel? See, that's where you messed up. You brought up your feelings. No,
I hate the red pill. Fuck the red pill. I hate the red pill. I hate it so much. You guys get so hung up on semantics. If I said I think, then it's based. But because I say I feel, the red pill's fucking retarded. They don't understand how semantics work. Holy fucking hell. No, honestly, that triggers the fuck out of me. I hate when people do that shit. When people are like, oh, they said I feel instead of I think. Fuck off.
You shouldn't have said I think either. Go ahead and say what you were going to say, and I'll just let you finish. I apologize.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I guess I think with my rational man brain that
doesn't sound any better when you say it gay like that, but go ahead.
Okay, I think with my rational man brain. Okay, I'm Andrew Tate coded now, and I think with my Giga Chad Sigma.
When have you actually? Oh my god.
Okay, sorry. I'm just.
Never mind.
You triggered me. You triggered me.
Yeah, I guess it was too good of a question.
No, I'll answer it. I guess I would say there's been times where I'm, especially with people specifically, there's times where I'm talking to someone, and I'm not gonna give a personal example because they're all very personal, but. Just to give you an example, there's sometimes where I'm talking to someone who, let's say, is like struggling. Let's say they're down bad. They're not doing good. Right. And there's times where I feel like, oh, I said I feel again. Okay. Don't jump on me. There's times where I intuit from what I think is God that this is the correct thing to say in the moment. Maybe a Bible verse comes to my mind and it's like God telling me, it's like, this is the Bible verse that person needs, or this is what you should say to them right now. I think in that moment, I am channeling God to some degree. I think God is telling me to say this thing to somebody.
But that's what we're trying to say is kind of like if you said you are a Christian, some sort of Christian, I don't recall the pretense what you said, but that's not how that works. You don't just like not having normal conversations with somebody and all of a sudden you're like you have some kind of divine revelation and inspired by God. That's not
really.
How that works.
Oh, that's not how it works. You've never had that. You've never talked to someone and then you get a feeling that like a Bible verse comes to your mind and you feel convicted by.
But that doesn't make it a divine revelation.
And you don't feel convicted by the Holy Spirit that in this moment there's something that you ought to say, that God is putting something on your heart that you should say this. You've never felt that.
Well,
or you just say you have.
That doesn't mean it's divine revelation. We have brains.
I didn't say it's divine revelation. I said it's prophecy. Yeah, I didn't say it's divine revelation.
It's prophecy. It just means that you remember Bible verses, and when someone says something that reminds you of that Bible verse, that's what comes to mind.
That's not what I said. I asked you, have you ever felt that the Holy Spirit is laying on your heart?
Question. Well, sure.
But you're changing it. You're changing it to memory. I'm not saying I remember a verse. I'm saying God has actually convicted me and has told me to be like, you should say this verse. And I feel this like pressure where I'm like, I know in this moment that I should say this to this person.
What if I feel?
That is the extraordinary lack amount of brain cells working in your head. That is not God telling you to say things.
Oh, you gotta be careful with saying that, in my opinion. You gotta be careful with saying that, Agrippius.
No, okay, all right. What rebuttal? Go ahead.
I think you should be very careful with saying that because I think you're with saying that that's just the lack of brain cells and not God, because I think you're calling something that is possibly God, not God. And if you're very confident in that,
what are you again?
I'm an evangelical Christian. I used to be a Calvinist.
Okay, Calvinist. Okay.
But yeah, now I'm evangelical.
How do you think you get to heaven?
I think you get to heaven by accepting that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. And I think there's 3 stages, right, of salvation. I think we're redeemed, we're justified, and we're sanctified. And yes, I believe in the Trinity, of course.
Okay.
Wait, what did I miss something? What's the laughter?
Oh shit.
Well, here, let me take you down a line of logic.
It's not a feeling.
Yeah,
okay?
sure. Apparently, me believing the Trinity is funny, so I guess someone else step up. Because fuck.
Confluence. I just want to ask you a question. Let's say that I have this. It's not feeling. It's like this thing in the back of my head. I think it's revelation directly from God that you're kind of full of shit, and that's fucking funny to me. That's the reason why I'm laughing.
No, I just want to. I'm just trying to lay down what your beliefs are. I'm don't mean to laugh at you. I'm just kind of laughing at the situation here in the conversation.
No, it's fine. If anything, I just feel sad that so many people have never experienced what I feel like this is such a.
Yes, I know.
This is such a normal thing.
Confluence. Let me tell you something else. Nobody has experienced what you experienced.
Oh yeah.
Because
I
it's your
guess that's
your
kind of-
experience. It's personal.
That's kind of what I was trying to get at. But
I've never smoked shrooms or eaten shrooms or done anything with shrooms. I've never taken any psilocybin in my life.
I know it's.
What about LSD?
I've never taken any hallucinogen. I've never taken LSD. I've never taken DMT. I've never taken peyote. I've never taken ayahuasca. I've never taken.
What
any
about a
bread.
lot of marijuana?
Yeah, one time. Yeah, one time.
One time. So that's like sometimes.
That was a lot. That was in my like late teens, and it was a terrible experience, and I never smoked it again. It was a terrible, horrible experience, and I did not get any divine revelation from that. In fact, I got demonic revelation, and I could tell the difference because I used something called intuition, which is something that happens.
Intuition,
crazy,
right.
hey?
Like a woman.
Not like God telling you, but like just some intuition in your brain, memories, knowledge that you've learned. But I still have to ask you the question: what have you actually prophet? Like you're a prophet sometimes you're not. Define what you mean by that. Like, what do you mean by sometimes I'm a prophet?
I think I already did. I think you guys are taking that in a maybe more extreme way than I meant. I meant it in a way that I described to you in this very call, that I've been in personal connections with someone, and I don't think it's just a Bible verse comes to my mind. It is, I do believe, you can laugh, I believe it's the Holy Spirit giving me a Bible verse, bringing it to my mind, and letting me know that this person needs to hear this now, or some word of encouragement. That's what I mean by prophecy.
So have you talked to a minister or a pastor or anything like that about this?
Of course. I was doing a master of theology. I've talked to like a million of all faiths pastors and all this stuff.
And they all say that God is speaking through you?
I've never had someone disagree with what I'm saying with now. No, because I'm not claiming to I'm not writing a book of Confluence, but I've never actually met someone who disagrees with what I'm saying, that you can that God will sometimes impress something on your heart to tell someone. I've never met a Christian actually ever that's disagreed with that until today.
You have now, but what I'm saying
I have now.
By claiming what you're claiming, you're actually pushing people, you're making people believe that just any old person can be a prophet or prophesize, or however you want to word it differently.
Oh, you mean like how the Apostle Paul said that one of the gifts of the Spirit was prophecy, kind of like that?
I'm gonna press play for just a second.
Not to just every Confluence out there.
But it's a gift of the Spirit. Oh,
Let me put it this way.
I have to respond to Agrillipus, whatever his name is. To be exact, I believe you said sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. That's what I fucking told you. That's what I fucking told all your chat. All of you can go fuck off, but don't actually fuck off. Subscribe to my channel, Confluence 350. I'd always be plugging. Come on. So always be plugging. Okay, I didn't say yes to it. I said sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. So
when you say sometimes, that's what
you can lick my sack from behind. Okay, not in a gay way though.
That's gay. That is very
good faith here, man. Good faith. If I say I drink water sometimes and sometimes I don't, do I drink water? Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you say you are
I have an easy answer to that. If you asked me, am I a gin drinker? I have drinking gin, but it's rare. So I don't think I could answer yes or no. I would say, because that's what you're asking. Am I a prophet? Am I a prophet? Would I use that's a noun? Yes. Sometimes I am a gin drinker. Yes. Sometimes I am not. That's not. Do you understand that? With gin, I drink gin once every 3 years. Am I a gin drinker? I don't know if that would count. I drink it once every 3 years. I wouldn't say I'm a gin drinker.
The question is yes. because you do drink gin.
Really? So if I used mushrooms once,
let me
and
put
you
it-
said, "Are
let me
you a
put it this
mushroom
way,
user?"
Confluence.
I would have to say
I
yes
would
if I
say
used mushroom once when I was
mushrooms-
10.
Confluence.
You
This
wouldn't
is the
describe it with
argument.
sometimes, though.
Okay, this is the argument that people say. This is a very simple argument. Okay, it's used by Connor. Okay, if you suck Destin's dick, you suck dick. Okay, yes, that's the
Yeah.
way it works.
It's
I'm
blatant.
sorry.
With that case, sure, but with other stuff, it just doesn't work
So
like
you
that.
suck Destiny's dick?
If you asked me,
Listen, so
if you asked me,
prophesize sometimes and you prophesize not,
wait.
what is something you've prophesized?
Again, not that happened. Again, you got to uncuck your lib
So
cuck
how are
mind
you-
and recognize this empirically correct fact
You're
I'm
not
about to
answering the
spit.
fucking
Prophecy
question.
isn't about the future. So stop asking me if it happened or not. That's not what prophecy means
So
in Greek.
what do
That's a bad
you-
hermeneutic.
Okay, so how? What? Oh my gosh. Okay. You're not fucking answering the question, dude.
I will answer
You
it.
can always just filibuster on. I don't.
I'm
care,
not Phil. I
but
will. You just said the
You're
future
not
thing. I'm
answering.
correcting that. Ask me. I'll answer.
What? Okay. Let me try to rephrase this.
Okay.
You said sometimes you're a prophet, sometimes you're not.
Yes.
Let me ask, what do you mean by that?
I've said it before. I'll repeat it, but I don't want you to say I'm filibustering. I mean that sometimes in some usually private conversations with people, especially people that are struggling, I will get what I would say would be a word from God, something that comes to my mind that I don't think is my memory. I don't think it's what I'm feeling. I don't think it's what I'm thinking. I think it is God communicating to my soul. You should say this verse, or you should say this, or you should go pray. Sometimes I'm walking down the street and I see someone and I feel God say to me, you should pray for that person. I think that is a divine thing that is happening. I don't think that's my emotions. I don't think that's my rationality. That's
You
the
know
kind
what?
of thing I'm talking about.
You know what that's called? That's called being human, man. I do that all the time. It doesn't. I don't think it's God telling me to pray for somebody because I feel bad for them, or if I all of a sudden am reminded of a Bible verse. It's called being human, man.
I fully agree. We're on the
So why are
same
you saying it-
page. The intuition is a human faculty. That's my whole
Does
argument.
anybody else get what I'm asking?
No. I get what you're asking. I
get
want
it
to.
too. Am I just wording this wrong? I don't know.
Someone help me understand, because I would
Okay.
agree it's human. The intuition is a human faculty. I've never denied that. I've said that so many times.
I got to take a leak, and I'm listening, but maybe
Here,
someone else word this differently.
Go ahead, Soda.
Yeah, like someone help
do my
me. Someone
best.
help
I'll
me
do my
understand
best.
this.
Okay, so define what you think is prophecy again.
Prophecy is when you are speaking truth that God is telling you to speak. I think that'd be
it's God's words, correct? Like God is saying it.
It's not so direct as that, but yes, it's God connecting with a spiritual part of you and imploring you to speak something into existence or to do something.
So you would say there's been prophecies that haven't been God's word.
Again, like if we want to loosen it up, yes, I've walked down the street and maybe I just see a person and I don't think there's any reason why I feel I should pray for them, but I just feel. And again, I know, don't jump on the word feel. I'm just using that word, okay? But like, in my spiritual senses, I feel like God is saying, pray for that person or go talk to that person. I don't think it has a rational correlate. I don't think it has an emotional correlate. I think that's, and so that's not a word spoken, but I think that is God telling me to do something and me doing it. So I guess that I would count that, yeah.
In the cases of the Bible, have we seen an example of prophecy used where it didn't reference God's word or God speaking through someone else?
Yeah. There's a bunch where people are led to certain places, like led to certain locations.
And
that happens a bunch in the Bible.
And that's God's word. That's not their word, correct?
Well, it's not a word. It's that they are led by the Holy Spirit is a lot of times the verbiage that's used.
Okay, can you name the prophecy where that happens?
I'll have to Google it.
I think the problem we're having is, I think when you say prophecy or God's word and God's doing something through you, the problem is you're equating your own ideas and thoughts and conversations and giving it the label of God's doing this through you. And the question would be, how do you know? You don't know. You're only assuming that God is doing this through you because there's no definitive way for you to say it's God's word.
Yeah, there's no definitive way. I mean, I'm not that's again why I wouldn't write the book of Confluence, right? But
so you wouldn't be a prophet because
Well,
you wouldn't be directly speaking with God's word.
No, that's why I never said I am a prophet. That's why I
You said
answered
sometimes.
yes. And I
Which is
feel
saying
like
yes in conditions.
again, if you ask me, am I a marijuana smoker? I already conceded that yes, I smoked marijuana too much when I was, when I was 18. I wouldn't. If you ask me, I'd probably say no, I'm not a marijuana smoker because I haven't smoked marijuana in a long time. So I think those were the noun becomes a bit confused, right? Like I'm not saying I can be like, you can ask me, hey, give me a prophecy, and I'm gonna be like, all right, let me close my eyes and I'll have a seizure and then give you a prophecy. I'm not saying I'm like capable of doing that. I feel like I'm saying something like very like mundane here that you guys are taking in some like ultra crazy way, which is crazy. If you guys are all like practicing Christians, I'm actually shocked that you guys haven't experienced what I've experienced because I feel like it's a very normal experience to have.
So smoking
hey, one more thing,
or picking your nose or doing any of that shit. Do you think as a Christian that's the same thing as proclaiming to be a prophet sometimes and not?
I think yes. I think that certain people. I think if you're listening to God, you will be led in certain directions. You'll be led to say certain things and to do certain actions. And I think that's what Paul means when he says the gift of prophecy. Again, that's one of the gifts of the Spirit is prophecy. And it sounds like you guys are like, no.
But the problem is how do you know that you're actually being what is the word I'm looking for by God? Like influenced by God, yes.
Confluenced by God.
but like I could sit here and say, well, God's telling me to like, pick my nose. Okay. Who are you to tell me God didn't tell me to just pick my nose?
I know, but I guess I'm curious on how you apply that to any of the other,
That's what we're asking you. How do you apply that? How do you know that God's?
I guess I want to engage, but I actually want to hear your thoughts on what I'm asking with any of the fruits of the Spirit. Because like one of the gifts is teaching, right? That Paul talks about. That's one of the gifts of the Spirit. I mean, how do you know if you have the gifts of teaching or not? Like, how do you objectively know?
I'm not the one trying to teach. You're the one claiming that.
I know, but do you understand what I'm saying? All of the gifts of the Spirit, they're kind of
your claim for you.
But do you get what
we're asking you?
But you must understand the point I'm bringing up. Surely, right? The fruits of the Spirit. I guess this is my kind of syllogism.
I've got no beef with you, Confluence. Just FYI, I'm just asking questions. That's all
I know. I don't have beef with you either, Agrillipus. I hope did I pronounce it right that time?
There, man. Everybody says Agrillipus, and it's like it's piss.
Agrillipus.
It's all
is that
good,
right?
Though. I don't give a shit. I made the name.
Agrillopolis.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
So the syllogism I would make is that we know in the Bible that there are gifts of the Spirit. We know that. And none of them are something that you can really guarantee, besides some of them like healing, because then I guess you could say, well, you can rationally check if the person's been healed or not. But a lot of the gifts are things like preaching and teaching and prophesy, right? And all this stuff that it's like, how do you know? So I guess I would say yes. There's no way to verify besides my spiritual intuition. I look at for me personally, I guess to answer your question directly, because I do want to do that, assuming you're asking in good faith. To me, I look at the results. There's been many times where I am prompted by the Holy Spirit to go talk to somebody. Let's say someone on the street randomly, and it ends up in like a good conversation where that person actually needed help, and I talked to them about God, and it's one of those conversations.
Right now.
What?
Let's say that's happening right now, and I'm legitimately asking you. Let's just say, what comes to your mind? How do you know that you're being influenced by God when you are talking to you right now? Or are you? Or is this just some, bad conversation?
Right now, I wouldn't claim either. I wouldn't. Like I said, there's some I can't control it. it's like sometimes you get a prompt from, I think, the Holy Spirit. And so right now I wouldn't say I'm getting a prompt. Again, I don't, so I could be saying good words, I could be saying bad words, I guess. But to answer your question, how I know is I would say I have the spiritual intuition to, let's say, go and talk to this person, or to bring up a Bible verse, and then and then they say, let's say after, they're like, that was the exact verse I needed to hear. Well, then I take that as like, okay, my spiritual intuition was probably right. I'm glad I listened to what I thought was God, because it seems like it was confirmed, because I thought I should say this thing. I thought I should approach this person. I thought I should pray for them. And it ended up that they needed prayer. They wanted to hear that verse, like something kind of divine happened there. And so then I use that to think like, yes, okay. And I correct my intuition. If sometimes I'm wrong and I'm like, okay, so, and then again, and I see intuition the same as rationality. My rationality can be wrong. My intuition can be wrong. It's something that you need to train.
Well, do you think preaching and teaching and then prophesizing is they're two different things, or three different things even?
Yeah, but they're all gifts of the Spirit that you can only know by trying to judge the results to the best of your ability. It's nothing that you can be sure on. You can't be sure that you have the gift of teaching. It's only that you people seem to listen to you, and you think you're leading them to God, and you're doing the best you can, and it seems like it's having good effects, and then you're like, I probably have the gift of teaching. That's how most of the gifts of the spirits work.
We're thinking. I get it. Okay.
So you don't know.
Okay.
That's what we ended up with, right? You don't know if you have an actual.
I get what he's saying, and I get he's I get you all of a sudden have like something wonderful to say, and you think, and you might be a good preacher or teacher, but those are different than prophesizing and being a prophet.
Or having
they're all gifts of the Spirit.
You can,
and I would say,
no, wait. Before we go to the gifts, how do you know it's a gift? How do you know what you're doing is according to the gifts given to you?
I don't know if you. I don't know. Could you hear what I was saying before?
Yeah, I heard everything of it, but it comes to a point in which you go.
Okay, well,
so I felt in my experience.
It's not. I don't think you listened to what I said. If you're saying it's about feelings,
it's because he gets the thought. He thinks that, I've helped somebody, and wow, they've like listened to what I said, and I told them something, and they listened, and I think I'm a good teacher,
In my personal experience, which is my personal,
I'm still being swayed, like how that is influenced by God as opposed to your background.
Let me put it this way.
I can answer that.
Wait.
Okay, you go ahead, but I do want to answer that.
I can tell you this, like he can, from thanks to divine providence, I can say that all of that at the end of the day is for the glory of God, and it can be helpful to the other person. That's not the problem. The problem is, where is he getting these? The problem is, how can he justify that what he's feeling, because it's a feeling, is actually coming from God, or is it coming from his subconscious, which is an experience, which is
or I mean, you could interchange that with thinking. Feeling and thinking, like conflict.
Yeah.
Like I feel, I think, but
No. But how do we?
What you're
because
thinking
he's saying the claim that I have problem with is he's saying that he has the feeling of the Holy Ghost and the Holy Spirit, and thanks to the Holy Spirit, he's able to discern this thing that he's gonna say to the people. And the question
to be fair,
is,
he changed it to think.
Emmett,
he changed it to thought, but at the same time,
Emmett, what bugs me is I don't think you can steel man my point. I think actually a Grillopolis can steel man it. I don't think you can, Emmett, and that troubles me. Then steel man it.
Let me put it this way. You said it a moment ago that the way that you did it.
No, steel man. You know what a steel man is?
The way that you do it, thanks to your own personal experience, okay, is because you have this thing that you feel coming from the Holy Ghost, in which you can come up with a passage, or you can see someone that is calling you to do X thing in according to what you believe to be a religious activity. Okay? And the question in that is not whether or not you feel stuff, because I don't care about that. It's that the justification to say this comes from the Holy Ghost, or this is an experience that comes from God. And that justification is where I have problems with, because I can feel anything I want. I can even feel things that I don't want. I can even get feelings from external sources like demons that might feel really good, and that has nothing to do with the actual claim of me doing in accordance to the Holy Ghost.
Emmett, this steel man is absolutely terrible.
Oh
Okay.
my God! I'm not trying to steel man you. I'm trying to. Give
I
you
asked
a
you.
response
I
to your
asked
sheet.
you. I asked you if you would steel
Shit.
man, and you said yes. And then
You
you
think
fucking
you have-
straw man the
you
shit
think
out
you
of
have
me.
these
So if you
extra-
can't steel man
okay.
me, say you can't.
You
say you can't
think-
do it, or
you
you won't do it.
believe-
Don't tell me you're gonna steel man me,
You
and then
believe-
fucking not steel man me.
You believe you
Fucking
have this
hell.
extra. You believe you have this extra feeling that it's not a feeling because it's coming according to you from the spirit.
That's a terrible. A
Is it
Grillopolis,
not-
can you steel
is
man
it
me at
not
least?
true?
Fucking. Oh my god.
Is it not
you're,
true
you're,
that
you're
you believe
triggering
that
me
you
so
have
hard.
intuition that it's coming, that it's something you feel, that it's coming from your spirit? No, is that not true? Is that not part of your argument?
Can you steel man me or do you not want to?
I don't know.
Are you
interrupted
incapable
me.
or are you unwilling?
Are
What's
you,
one
are
of
you
the
gonna
two?
Are you gonna interrupt me again?
I want to know if you're trying to steel man me or not.
I'm asking you. You're going to interrupt me or you're gonna let me?
I mean, I'm just curious if you're trying to steel man or not.
Are you going
But
to
I won't interrupt
me or
you.
not?
I won't interrupt you. I just want to know if you're trying to steel man or not.
You believe
Okay,
you.
how about this?
Okay.
I'll do moderator here. Emmett, you say what you steel man him, but Confluence, I want you to steel man back what we're trying to say too, though, after that.
Okay, sure.
Fair?
Confluence believes that there is this third, he believes that we have this thing called intuition, which is coming from the spirit, which is a feeling that if he that tells him or allows him to be in connection with God, and he can have this kind of supposed revelation at times in which he can talk in accordance to God thanks to this third feeling. That is your argument. My reply to the argument is not even that you don't feel that, is how can you justify it? That it's actually coming from God.
And I think part of it that you kind of missed there was like he's not saying he's talking to God, he's saying God's talking to him.
No, well, he's talking for God. He's saying that he takes the
Okay,
but that would be a theosis, that would be like a theosmological action. He will be in contact with God at that point.
If I can add, I actually think that was a good steel man. Besides the part about the feelings, because I don't think it's a feeling. I would say feelings are tied to emotion. I know sometimes those, and you might think that, but I'm just saying to steel man it. I don't think. If I feel when I say it, I don't mean I feel something emotional. I mean I feel something on an intuitive level.
Let me put it another word.
That's good because you recognize that feelings are involved with emotion, not like direct. Sometimes they're not direct. Okay, cool.
But
So-
the only other thing I want to say to
word.
Emmett, Emmett, I want to say just one thing to what you, because what I actually think it's a good steel man. The only thing it's missing is that I did give a justification and I said it was results based, the same with almost any gift of the spirit. How do you know if you have the gift of healing? How do you know if you have the gift of prophecy? How do you know if you have the gift of preaching and teaching? You look at results. You can't prove that you have the gift of teaching. You look at the results. Are people listening? Is what you're saying scripturally backed? Is it granted by the church, right? If you're talking about the gift of healing, did the person actually get healed or did they not get healed and they fucking died anyway, right? Like, so I would look at results. When I get that feeling from someone and I give it to them, then I would take that as results. This is a guy from my chat. Hello, you found the link. Thank you. Nice to see you, Baltachi.
Amen.
Is that how I say your name?
Yes, that's right.
We can recognize that our feelings sometimes, like feelings of accomplishment, sometimes can be like self-centered, selfish kind of.
Sure.
I mean, so I don't know.
Well, the word I would change when it comes to that, let's call it experience. Yeah, problem with that word?
I brought that up too, kind of, like your experiences, your knowledge, what you've learned in your life can affect your thoughts process and your feelings process.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I would say that experience is also okay, an empirical claim, because you're something that you experience through your feel not through your mind. So,
but I
at the
think
end of the
intuition
day-
is higher. My stance, at least, and you can deny
Yeah,
it.
but
My
how-
stance is
how-
intuition
tell
is
me
higher
how.
than emotion and mind.
Tell me how.
What do you mean how?
Yeah, how is it higher?
Well, that's
How is
what,
it?
How is
so
it
I asked
higher?
if you could like kind of steelman our argument back, and that's our argument is like, how do you know?
Yeah,
How do you know that
I can.
God?
Yeah, I can. If I can get into that, I think your argument is that you think if I was to steel man you would say Confluence is going around and he's getting stuff mainly through feelings and sense data and his experience, and he is perhaps good intentioned but falsely attributing it to the divine without any real way to be able to back it up or prove that it's coming from the divine. So he thinks, and he's being too arrogant and too boastful by saying that sometimes he can prophesy, but what he really means is sometimes he gets a good feeling or a good Bible verse comes to his head and he says it and he sees good results in the world, but that doesn't mean anything. It's not enough for us to justify that he thinks that he has some like type of like ability to commune on God's behalf.
See, we haven't gone there yet. We haven't saying like we're just asking. We're not saying like it's meaningless and you don't know. Like.
Well, I'm kind of steel manning what
kinda
Emmett was
asking
saying
and
before
trying to
as
get your
well.
mindset. Yeah. Okay, I got you.
No,
Well,
that's not.
we're
being
trying to
my
get your
argument.
mindset though. Still, I am. But
Wait, then Emmett, correct me. What was wrong with my steel man? Because I tried to.
Yeah, the problem, and it's just the justification for it. That's what I'm.
That's
Listen,
I
can
feel like I
stuff.
said that in my steel man.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
because it's not justified. You're just saying that.
I literally said that in my steel man. Okay, I did. I'm sorry, Emmett. I did.
Problem with it is that you're adding stuff. We're just looking for all I'm looking for is for you to justify how are you saying this is coming from God. At what point are you going to give me the justification for
I've
this thing
given
that
it.
I feel is from
I will
God,
give it.
besides
I will
my
give it
subjective
again.
Experience.
I will give it again if you want to know. It's how we establish any fruit of the spirit, any gifts of the spirit. It's results. So yes, I get a feeling, I get some intuition. I feel like I should go talk to this person. I should pray for them. I should tell them about Jesus. And then I look at the results. If they tell me,
Okay, let me tell
hey,
you the
that's a
results.
random verse that has Emmett, can you please not interrupt me? If that person says that, that verse doesn't connect at all, then I'm like, I guess, was I wrong on that? But if that person says that verse was exactly what I needed to hear today, or yeah, I'm actually suffering. How did you know this? Right? Then I would say that. So I'm empirically analyzing it.
So
and that's how we analyze any of the gifts.
Could I tackle something right quick?
Good.
No,
Okay,
just a second. I'm just gonna finish.
Oh, yeah.
Do this.
No, yeah,
For
go
me,
ahead.
it's very simple. The fruit of what you're doing is getting people away from the church. So that's a bad fruit.
I mean, I think it brings us to quote Nine Inch Nails. It brings me closer to God, okay, and it brings others closer to God, and I believe that.
Just you, because you're the ultimate authority on what is God and what
well,
isn't,
that was
it
the
depends on your
song, so I couldn't change the song
because
title.
it just depends
but,
on your experience. There you go. That's exactly
can we
what
let
I need to know.
Baltacci joined? He hasn't said anything, and I want to hear this guy out.
Thank you.
Then Big Soda. Baltacci, then Big Soda. Yeah.
Because he's been patiently waiting. So
I actually agree with you guys. I didn't realize you guys were steel manning his argument. I thought you guys were atheists.
Oh no!
And I enjoyed trying to debate you guys.
Yeah, no, we are. Well, I believe in orthodoxy that to be the true Church of Jesus Christ. But
amen.
As long as you believe in the Nicene Creed, you're a Christian. Okay, let's put it that way.
So then I'm a Christian.
Big Soda, what you got?
Okay, let me tackle this. Have you ever been wrong in your spiritual intuition?
Yes.
Okay, so how are you able to determine when you're right or when you're wrong? Is it only when your fruits, I guess, bear?
It's I would say, and this maybe this is too honest for a panel, but it's both fruits. But there's also been times where I feel like I should say this thing, and I say it, and almost immediately I feel like the Holy Spirit kind of like come down on me and feel like, that was wrong. Like I shouldn't have said that. Like maybe my ego or my feelings got in the way or my rationality, and I thought I was speaking something true, and I actually shouldn't have said that. And it's kind of a swift rebuking that happens. And this is just like me being honest with you. I don't know if this tracks with anybody, but that's how I experience the world. There's stuff I do and I'll get this immediately like, you shouldn't have done that in my head. Like not verbally or anything, but just like a feeling that feels the same as any religious experience that I've had when I'm reading the Bible, when I'm going to church, when I'm worshiping. It all feels, you kind of get the feeling of what God is.
So can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is there a discernment in your brain? I mean, how, you know, I'm not in your brain, so I don't know exactly what you think and how, you know, and your past and all this stuff and everything that convolutes to it. But is there a discernment in your brain telling you the difference between what God has asked us to do as you know, followers of Christ, as opposed to what you're doing?
Yeah, I think God has asked us again with prophecy being one of the gifts of the Spirit. I think God has asked us to do exactly what I am doing. Again, I'm not writing a book of Confluence. I think the word prophecy scares people off. I'm not bringing any new revelation to the table.
I tried to move past that word, but yeah,
why
I mean,
not?
Okay. But
it seems like the problem we keep facing is like when we hear the words of prophecy in the Bible and prophets, it's the definitive word of God. There is no it I feel it to be true or I think it to be true. It's the definitive truth. And
Okay.
if you
And
Okay,
there
Big
is,
Soda,
there are
actually-
things that has to be happen that you know it cannot.
yeah,
it
it's not
cannot
like
ever
picking
be
your
wrong.
nose or smoking weed.
Okay, no, that you guys, that's great. I guess I would want to know then, tell me a prophet after St. Paul talked about the gift of prophecy, because he talked about the gift of prophecy that was given after him. So tell me, who is the prophet? Who is the prophet that came after the New Testament?
There
Can you
have
name
been
someone?
prophets in
oh,
the church,
see the problem,
and they
it's
are
not for me to name them.
Okay. Oh, exactly. So
Yeah.
you
Wait,
can't
wait.
name them.
Wait,
Well,
there are
well, you're the one
prophets.
claiming you are, so I need you to prove the claim.
The other
Okay, so
thing
you
is
can't name any of them.
Confluence.
So there's no
Confluence.
verifiable way to figure it out.
Hey, calm down, okay?
Sorry,
Correct, that's why
Emmett,
I'm-
you're super quiet for some reason. Yeah, I can
I don't
barely
know
hear
why.
you.
Wait, are you literally claiming you're a prophet? I'm sorry.
No, 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 no.
What about
no.
now? Is it better
Okay,
now?
I'm just-
I'm saying sometimes I think I can speak with a prophetic utterance. I think when the Holy Spirit, I think,
Dude, that's
comes upon
claiming
me,
to be a
I can say
prophet.
stuff. Well, you can say that. I'm just not saying that. I think just sometimes
That's what you're
I
saying.
think
You're not understanding the entitlements of your position, dude.
I just disagree with you. That's
Sometimes I'm
fine. We
Jesus
can disagree.
Christ. Sometimes I'm Jesus Christ when I want to. And
Again,
sometimes
it's
I'm
like
not.
you're making fun of me for claiming
No, I'm not
a
making
gift.
fun of you.
But you
giving
can't.
a
None of you
position.
can point to a single prophet, even though Paul specifically
was,
names these as
have to
one
acknowledge-
of the
Confluence.
fucking.
Let me
You have to
explain.
acknowledge the difference in the definition of prophets between the Old Testament and the New Testament. First off,
I made that very clear. I
let
said
me-
I'm
let
not
me
talking about
explain
future
you-
events. Neither is Paul.
Confluence.
I said that I said that an hour ago.
Let me explain what prophets are in
Okay.
the church. They're usually people in the church. They've been they spend a lot of time within the church. They have oversight within the church, and what they say, in according to prophecy, is given to the church for the proper interpretation, so that they can verify in accordance to tradition that they're saying something that's true. It's not something that
Yes.
I feel. That
Okay, can you give me a
believe.
name post testamental of one, just so I know?
I would say that
the New Testament. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, I would say
I
I
would-
would
I-
say
With
every
the
single
saints,
one
I mean-
of the bishops that went into canonize the Bible were prophets. In accordance to what the
Did they call
prophet
themselves
is.
prophets?
They don't have to, because there's no more. There's no such thing as an office of prophet. What they do is they give the church what they believe to be prophecy from God, so that the church can give us interpretation. Because there is a.
That's so.
Do you understand that there is a hierarchy and that there's an.
It's so weird that Paul names like seven, like gifts of the Spirit, and you're saying it just applies, that one only applies to like 20 people throughout history.
Yes, because
like
we're
to
not
me,
Gnostics.
that's
Specifically,
crazy.
that one has to be there has to be a lot of oversight, because we're not Gnostics.
Why that
We
one
have
over
to be
teaching?
believing.
Why that one over preaching?
No,
Why that one over
all of
speaking
them
in
are within the
tongues?
church.
I think
All of
it's
them
the
are
fear
within
of
the
heresy.
church. So if you're gonna have the gift of teaching, it has to be the gift of teaching within the church, so that you can teach the people of the church. And if you're gonna be the one of the one of tongues, it means the idea of the people of the church being able to communicate with other people, so that they can do the gospel and spread the church. So all of it is
This is a description
within
of New Testament, yes, prophets, yes.
Well, I mean, the description of
why
New
I was
Testament
asking you,
prophets has
like-
nothing to do with bishops, to be clear. I mean, to be
Oh my
very
God.
clear.
Well, says who?
Yeah, says who? How do you know? What exactly do they mean in accordance to in accordance to the tradition and the church doctrine? And you know that you realize that all of the new the New Testament was done within the church, right? So how do you know exactly?
Thank you, Emmett.
Wait, what? Can you say that last sentence again?
Yeah, for example, all of the letters from Paul were sent to where?
To a bunch of different places.
And what were in those
to
places?
Ephesus, to Corinth,
What
to
were in
Rome,
those places?
Various local church bodies.
Yes.
The churches. Okay, so it was given to the church. So
well,
like
not all of them.
Romans
Some of them
was-
were given
was-
to people, like First Timothy, Second Timothy, Titus, Philemon. Some of them were given to people. Some of them were given to churches.
That were in there? Were part of?
They were personal letters.
Part of the?
Some of them were trying to start churches. Some of the churches didn't even exist at that point.
So they were not part of the church? Is that what you're telling me?
They're part of the church in the sense that I'm a part of the church, in the sense that all believers are part of the church. But there wasn't a set up church structure. I'm sorry, that's just that's a misunderstanding of the first century.
Are you baptized?
It just is.
Confluence, are you baptized in the Orthodox Church?
No.
Okay, so you're not like them. They were baptized in the church. In the Orthodox
They were
Church.
the Orthodox Church didn't exist in
It
70
exists, it's
AD.
the
I'm
same
sorry,
church.
brother.
I'm
I'm
sorry you
sorry.
don't get it,
Yeah,
but
that's
it's
what
the
the
same
Catholics
church.
say too. That's what the
Yeah.
Anglicans would say
The
too.
problem
And
with the problem with the Catholics is that they renounce Chalcedon, which means that they are in heresy, because you cannot renounce tradition. Because
yeah,
we
and
have
that's great.
tradition.
And the Catholics would say stuff about you guys,
No,
like
they don't.
And you're so myopic that you
have
don't
no-
understand
you don't-
that, which
you
is like
don't-
it's
you
almost
don't-
hurts.
You don't understand the debates. You don't know him. What
Do you know the
what-
difference between Catholics and Orthodox?
Yeah.
I know.
Apostolic succession. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I know it split off at some
So
point.
do you
I
realize
can't give
that
you
when
like
Paul was writing his letters, that he wasn't just writing it to just random people. He intended to write, like if you send a letter off in the mail, are you not sending it to somebody you intend to send it to?
well, of course.
Yes,
I
of
said
course.
already. Send it to
So-
churches and to personal people.
You started naming off books that he just sent to random people.
I didn't say. I never named off books. I said he sent it to Ephesus.
said
That's a place.
Timothy
Corinth.
and-
That's a place. Rome is a
What about
place. I didn't name
Timothy?
off books.
What
And
about
I said he
Timothy?
also sent it to people. Timothy, Titus, John. He sent it to people and places. I didn't name off books.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
did.
They are
Timothy's a
known
book.
as books, Confluence. They're known as
Timothy's
books.
a book, but when I'm
Jesus.
talking about he sent a letter to a guy named Timothy, I'm not meaning to evoke the book. When I'm saying Ephesus, I'm not talking about Ephesians, or I would have fucking said
Okay,
Ephesians,
let's
right?
just speak clearly because
Ephesus-
words matter. You said
Yeah, I think I spoke very clearly.
Okay, Confluence. Let me put it this way. When he's writing to Ephesus, is he writing to a random person in Ephesus, or is he writing to a specific place and a specific persons in Ephesus?
Yes, I already said that. The books that are broadly named after
what about
places are written to
Timothy?
churches.
What about Timothy?
Timothy, that was written to a specific person,
Yeah.
yes.
Was he baptized in the church?
Yes, but not in the Eastern
So is he
Orthodox
like-
Church.
is he
That's
like you?
that's ananachronistic.
It's
It
the
just is. I'm
same.
sorry. You
I
can
only
cope
brought
harder.
that up
It's an
because
it's an
it's the same
anachronism.
church.
Apostolic succession.
See, the
Yeah.
problem is
There was
both
no
Catholic
who was the
and-
Pope at the time? You're gonna say Peter?
I'm
Like
not
fuck off with
Catholic.
your
I don't-
apostolic succession.
I
We're
don't
talking
keep
about
up with
Timothy being
popes. I'm not
baptized
Catholic.
in the Eastern Orthodox Church because Peter was alive. Fucking
No,
rope
it's
me,
just called the
honestly.
church.
care about
It's
popes,
just
I'm
called
not
the church.
I don't even know fucking any of the popes. I could give a shit less about popes. I'm not Catholic. Fuck them.
Okay, good.
But
Based.
listen,
Red
Confluence,
pills. Got it.
I can go to the apostolic succession of the popes, and I can tell you who was it, depending on what time you say. We know
I
it.
can tell.
It exists.
It was Peter. It was. I can tell you without looking it up. It was Peter.
There you go. So I can go ahead and just search.
That's
and I
not
can tell you who's
apostolic
the pope.
succession. If it's the first guy, you're gonna base it on the
Apostolic-
keys of
I'm
Hades.
talking
That what you
about
loose on heaven
success.
is loosed in heaven. What you
Listen.
loose on earth is loosed in earth.
So,
that one fucking
not-
verse
Tom,
carries
wait.
you guys
Con-
so fucking
The
Far.
reason I brought this up is because of the knowledge passed down from
That's good.
apostles
You guys.
directly to the preachers. We're not.
You may think this is like too much, Baltachi, but it isn't. Okay, we're
I
having
think
fun.
Baltachi's
because-
having a good
Baltachi's
time.
like-
I think
Oh
he's
my
liking
God.
it.
Actually, you guys are very knowledgeable. All right. How about this? Could I say my faith and you guys could criticize it? Like I'll say
No.
what I think.
Tell us your faith. We won't necessarily criticize
We're-
it, but go
we're
ahead.
not
I mean,
here-
whatever. You guys could try to pick it apart. You know, I don't. mind.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, let me give you.
We might
give you a
ask some
point,
questions.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're not here to try to destroy your idea of faith. That's not the point. Even with
Only
Confluence,
my
that's not the
idea.
point.
Only me.
Shut up, okay, Confluence. That's because you're my bit. I mean, you're my friend. So, what I was gonna say is, it's not. We're not trying to do that directly. What we're trying to do is we're trying to have an idea of what is your justification and your understanding, and maybe bring you closer so that you can actually get from the critique that we give you, you can try to reconsider your own beliefs and have a better
Or-
understanding of faith. That would be
or-
like the point of.
Even better, just understand our point of view. Be able to steel man what we're saying. That's
Okay, enough preamble. I know it's
Like I
Emmett's
went through a
channel,
moment
but
where I was an atheist too.
I wanna
I
hear
know,
this guy.
I know the
Wait.
arguments. Like I used to watch a whole bunch of debate shows. You know, I do know them. I do know the arguments. I'm not saying I don't. Okay, my idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, completely open to criticism. So God the Father is the structure of reality, and kind of like social order laying on top of it. That would be like a short representation, right? Jesus Christ would be the truth, especially when spoken out loud. So kind of like the logos, the truth when spoken out loud. And then the Holy Ghost would be the part inside of you that is able to learn or be reborn. So it's like and then there's there's an ultimate morality kind of laying on top of us already there, and that would be God. And everything is kind of going towards that morality, just at a different rate. Because
do you with any religion or denomination? Can I ask that?
I mean, I grew up in I was born in Latvia. I'm originally from the Soviet Union. My mom is Jewish. We didn't really practice a lot. I had a lot of Orthodox Christian influence when I was younger because of where I grew up, and and I am fairly mixed as well. Like my grandmother is from Azerbaijan, so like she's Muslim, and then I have a grandfather who's Christian, Orthodox Christian. So I am mixed, and I have had influence probably of Christianity and Judaism the most, and probably Christianity the most.
Would you say you're Eastern Orthodox now? Would you say you're a Protestant? Would you say you're just generally Christian, or?
I'm,
You're not,
you know,
you're not
I'm
Muslim.
I'm not Muslim.
Okay.
I'm a Christian. I would say I'm
So-
a Christian. I'm hesitant to say I'm an Orthodox Christian
I was gonna
because
say.
I don't know any of the facts that would, I can't argue it. If somebody were to question me on it, I'd fall apart. So
Well,
I can't say that, right?
That's kind of what we're here for, man. We're getting knowledgeable here.
Yeah. Well, Taji, I will say this.
But I do believe in Jesus. I do think those three things are true and absolutely fundamental. Like
Yeah.
those three things that I said, where you need those three things in order to actually
Okay.
progress in life in a positive way.
I will say this, okay? Because I am very wary and worried that I will get you away from the church or from Christ. That I cannot really that I wouldn't feel comfortable telling you this is the correct thing or this is not the correct thing, because I believe that there is something called authority. So I recommend you, you don't have to obviously, but I will recommend you to go to an Orthodox church, talk to a priest, and actually lay out any kind of question when it comes to theology. And the reason why I say this is because they are the ones who have not only the authority, but whose job has been and is to help people to get to the point in which they can believe in what's to come, right? And they can tell you more about the church, and they can actually help you get better. So that is my recommendation, my 100% way of doing it. Uh, and I will be like the only reason why I say that, and I can talk to, like, I have less problems talking to people who are denial, who just deny it and being like, they're like, oh, for example, Confluence, he's a Gnostic, so he's like, I know my truth, my
Not a
stuff.
Gnostic, to
So
be clear.
that
Not
kind
a
of
Gnostic.
stuff.
You know what, man? You know what's so crazy is just I just started debating people, and like every single time, like I bring up my faith, and then there's like atheists, and then there's religious people. So what I realized that a lot of times religious people are even worse, because you bring up your opinion, you're like, nope, that's not what it says, and that's not what the church
Yeah,
teaches,
no.
and then I'm like, all right, maybe I'm not saying I'm 100% real here, but it's just that they're so adamant in just this one concrete thing
And I
that it
think
does push you away. You're right. Like it's
I think
just too.
that's what Emmett's alluding to is when in doubt, you have doubts about what we're saying. You should seek a higher understanding, is what he's saying.
Yeah, because I can tell this is what I'm wary of, and I am really wary of it, especially with people that are like, I can debate a lot of it and I can have an idea of it, but I wouldn't like to get you away from the church and from the faith. That will be on me of wrongdoing. So that's what I said. That my recommendation in these kind of cases, when you are trying to find a better understanding of proper
Test.
theology,
Can anyone
is,
hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, usually I have to rejoin if I disconnect my mic. Sorry.
I would say that you should go to a church, you should talk to a priest, and you should get a proper way, instead of a guy on the internet that doesn't that is not there with you to actually kind of understand and even ask the correct questions. That is,
Because we're not called to do that, and we're called to bring people closer, not push them
Yeah.
away. So yeah.
So I said that in a, like, I understand that you have questions. You can ask me any question you want. I'll try to answer it the best I can. But that is that is like my recommendation for you, so that you have so that it's better for you, and it's also better for me, because I know that I'm not leading you astray, right?
Right.
This is kind of why I like to ask more questions than, try to tell people how they think and how they feel and how they are. If you notice, I ask more questions than anything.
Yeah, I'm the deadhead that asks the philosophical questions and try to get people to give me justifications and shit like that. But at the end of the day, it's true. Like, I'm not a priest. I don't have a full blessing. I tried not to do any super religious debates. Obviously, we're talking about religion. We've been talking about religion for maybe an hour, but that would be my recommendation. Hello, Marte.
Hey,
How you doing?
Baltachi, as a quasi prophet, if you want like my advice, like I'm happy to give it to you as well. So
Yeah. To be fair, that I'm not asking, like, I think the better knowledge we have of how other people think is a better way to talk to them about it. And if you don't understand what the other person is thinking or saying, you're not really having a good conversation, because you can talk past each other all day.
I think that's what happens a lot on debates.
Amen to that.
Hello, Marte. How are you doing today?
So asking questions is a better way for me to understand what the other person's worldview and argument is, and on their beliefs and their thought process and their feelings or whatever you got.
How's it going, Emmett? How you guys doing?
What's up, Marte?
I don't know if you guys have the rest of the people on the panel know who I am or see me before, but welcome.
No, haven't
I
met
understand.
you.
Welcome. I'm
Nice to
coming
meet
on
you.
now.
Well, I'll introduce you, Marte. Let me introduce you, okay? Marte Relas, extraordinaire athlete, guy that is adjacent to the Crucible that's getting Andrew Wilson in shape, and maybe me someday, and podcaster and debater extraordinaire. Okay, this is Marte Relas.
Wow, in the flesh.
I wanted to come on here because I wanted to propose something. I just wanted to kind of come by real quick and do a drop by Emmett. I know I don't hear the bird ASMR right now, so I feel really disappointed right now. I'm highly depressed right now because I'm not getting the soothing, relaxing sounds of birds. You know I'm black, so I love chicken. So that kind of like messes me up already. So here's
Turn
the
some
thing
lights
that I
on.
want to say real quick. I have a proposition for you. Don't think gay, by the way, but I have a proposition.
Of course.
So remember, I'm getting a lot of unalive threats right now by Roma Army.
Yeah.
And this is becoming very problematic.
Okay.
Because she refused to debate me. She's charging me $800. I don't know if you saw that before.
I did.
So instead of doing this, I've issued a very interesting prompt for your channel, which is going to bring in a lot of people, right? So I've issued this is going to be a crazy challenge that's never been done before, let alone on your channel.
Okay.
If they did beat me, if they beat me in this debate, and when I say they, it's me versus two people now.
Okay.
So it's not just one person. It's two of her loyal, devout followers from the Roma Army. If they beat me in this debate, we're going to do a vote by audience. I will delete my YouTube channel, my Instagram, my Twitter, and every social media platform I have if they beat me in the debate.
What? Oh, shit. Damn.
Yeah.
Listen, Marte.
I'm used to debating like 8 on a panel, like on Fatty's channel. And by the way, the IQ over there isn't that high, so I'm not saying anything of greatness right now. IQ
Wait,
over
who's judging this? Emmett's audience?
I never underestimate opponents.
Yeah, the audience matters, man.
Because
But
if it's
there's gonna be-
Emmett's
doesn't matter
audience,
if
I
they're
feel like
right,
you're
if
not
they
risking
disagree.
anything. Obviously, Emmett's audience is going to side with
No,
you,
no,
right?
no,
Like,
no, because there's gonna be a ton of people that are gonna come to the channel that are not.
Yeah, we're almost
necessarily with
got
me.
2 million people are on a YouTube channel.
Yep.
2 million, by the way. Look at where we're at. Does that change the perspective now?
Yeah.
2 million on your YouTube channel?
No, I
On her.
guarantee you she's going to say, Rome, I'm going to be here. Can you send some supporters here? So this could happen, right? So just understand the gravity of what I'm proposing here. It's kind of like I'm used to going against really heavy opposition when it comes to debates. So that's what I'm presenting to you, Emmett. Should you accept this on your platform?
Yep. Listen, I'm ready.
Okay.
I can do it. I want a clean, unfair fight because it's 2v1, but it's still gonna be a clean fight. And
yeah,
bring it
No
on.
gay shit, but I just want to watch.
That sounds so gay, dude. You just made it.
Well,
I'm
Marte,
a spectator in the chat.
let's
After you said that. That's crazy.
those kind
I
of
don't get
allegations
online.
follow you around. You know, it's part. It's part of.
Can we get back to like the I like eating chicken and birds? Let's get back to that.
Let's
go
get back.
Yeah,
you
let's
were
trace
late,
back to
Marte. They're asleep right now. Okay, that's why you can't listen to them. It's because it's night. You're late. You're late.
What, they don't snore? What are you
Like
talking
a
about?
like a black person, you're just late. Okay, stop being
They should
late.
be terrified
Marte.
that there's a black person around because I like barbecue sauce and chicken. Don't they don't they have a correlation they could put together themselves? Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I agree with you. In fact, you know what? If we ever meet, I'm gonna take you to Chick-fil-A. That's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be my
I'll
treat.
take you out for a
Can I pay
steak
you
if
with my
we ever
EBT
meet.
card?
What?
Can I super chat you with my EBT card? Is that possible or what?
Yeah, you can. But since I'm not monetized yet, it's gonna have to wait. But don't worry about it. Okay, I'll accept
don't
EBT.
worry, my channel's still on Section 8 right now, so I can't really. I'm kind of.
We're neighbors. Yeah, we're
so,
neighbors.
yeah. Yeah,
Marte-
man. I mean, that's the thing, though. If you want to accept this debate, I don't mind doing this. Like, this is something I would gladly mud stomp these two people. Matter of fact, I think there may be a third party involved.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually going to be a fun time while I destroy two of these degenerates. I'd love to.
Sounds
do that.
perfect. Do you want to come next Saturday to do forced karaoke with me? It's gonna be super gay, but you're used to it, so it's gonna be fine.
Are your birds going to be singing in the background?
They are, and they sing in the background
All right,
with us.
you got me sold. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm bringing barbecue sauce and I'm bringing grape drink. Is that cool?
Sounds perfect. I'm gonna get you some
right,
Kool-Aid so that you feel right at home.
It's grape
Kind of-
drink. Oh my god. See, you're
Kind of disappointed we haven't heard the birds yet, man.
insulting my
honestly,
Kool-Aid color already, man. It's not Kool-Aid, it's
Emmett-
grape drink. That's crazy, Emmett. I mean,
I don't
you
know. I'm
sound
not
like
black,
Count
okay?
Chocula right
I'm learning. I'm in my journey through the
AKA
black.
Count Chocula Emmett on the mic. This is crazy.
I'm on my journey to know the black community. Okay, it's a journey. I'm still learning.
Oh, don't worry. You're gonna know the black community really fast. Tomorrow I have the debate. You know what the prompt is, right?
Oh, yeah. I know what the prompt is. I don't want to say it, but yes, I know what the prompt is.
Oh, you don't want to say it. You're gonna
I
be
really wanna
familiar with
know.
Black Culture really quick tomorrow.
What is the prompt, you guys?
It's
I
me and
already
Rob
I
Noel
already had
teaming
to
up.
I already had in my last karaoke stream. I already had to private the stream because I know there's
Oh,
gonna be
wow.
a bunch of people telling on me on that stream. So
Yeah. This is gonna be crazy. But the prompt is it's me and Rob Noor. We're teaming up, right? Against two, these guys are gonna get destroyed so bad. The prompt is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? Oh, you're gonna get a 101 lesson in black community. But here's the thing though, I'm on the side of Destiny is worse than George Floyd.
yeah,
So that's what I'm defending.
absolutely.
That's a hell of a
Right.
prompt, brother.
Right. Me and this hillbilly hick got into it, and I can't talk because I'm not far from being trailer park darky myself. But here's the thing, though. We got into this debate, and he was saying, well, George Floyd was really bad. And I was like, no, Destiny's worse. 10 times worse because he's actively bad for society. George Floyd is passively bad. And everything he did was isolated. He did Fent by himself, isolated. Pregnant woman issue, isolated, right? So everything that happened was post him and wasn't even him. He was a patsy. So anyways, I don't want to give away too much of the debate. They're going to get wrecked so bad it's hard. Matter of fact, I mean, no homo, by the way. But here's the thing, though, is like Destiny actively was making fun of a firefighter. He basically promotes the, I don't want to say it, but bullets entering conservatives' bodies on YouTube. He said this. Like, there's a lot, and he's got an active following. It's just, I'm
You can
gonna
say
stop so bad.
unalivement. You can say the unalivement of the conservative voice. Yeah.
Yeah, you could say the unalignment. Yeah, that's fine. You could say that. It just sounds stupid when I say it because now I have to say grape and unalive. Like literally, we now have like blasphemy laws on YouTube. We can't say things because now it's going to be scrubbed, and we can't talk about a certain country. It's like they can't condemn Christian nationalists for having opinions when they have blasphemy laws themselves.
Well,
but that's a whole different argument.
But Marte,
You
like
guys ever been on TikTok? It's even worse.
Yeah, it's bad on TikTok. I got kicked out of so many rooms in TikTok. It's crazy. Yeah.
But it gets worse, Marte, because it's if your name is Jimmy Kimmel, you have to protect your free speech. My free speech. It's like, Jesus
Yeah, but
Christ.
if your name is anybody during the Biden administration, and you brought up the
Be right back. I gotta
your
piss.
video got taken off, and yeah, it's just bad. It's all bad, man. So
And YouTube admitted to that they censored, that they were pressured by the Biden administration, right? That was
Oh,
a
yeah,
fucking hell of a
exactly.
memo.
yeah,
it's wild.
Confluence. You're absolutely right about that Confluence, especially on that, right on the money.
He's
and then
a
there's no
good
telling what
nature.
else
He's a good nature
that's it.
lefty. A good nature lefty.
Wait, Confluence, you're a lefty or what?
I'm not. Emmett just calls me a left. I'm not a lefty. I'm not. I'm center
Well,
right.
it's
Okay.
ad hoc.
He likes to debate.
It's an
me.
ad hoc.
He likes.
He
likes
also
to
says I'm
debate me on the-
Canadian, which I'm not. So he
I will say
slanders
that's
me
really good ad hoc
repeatedly.
too.
Marte,
I mean,
let
you
me.
drink wine from the Baba.
Yeah.
I do that. I do drink wine from the bottle. Okay.
Yeah, he's a wife mom. It's okay. We accept you. He debates me on the
That's
letter people.
crazy. Wife mom.
Yeah.
Wife mom is crazy, bro.
Do you know why I call him a wife mom, right, Marte? Have you seen the wife mom debates with Jay Dyer? The wine mom debates
Oh
with Jay
yeah, I
Dyer.
saw that. That was
Yeah,
crazy. Yeah,
that's why I call him a wine mom, because he always has his wine bottle and he's always drinking from the wine
wine
bottle.
mom. Yeah.
Today
Yeah,
I
he's a wine
drank
mom.
beer and you still call me a wine mom. So you know what? I can't beat the allegations. Doesn't matter. It's too late now. You see me drink
late.
wine from the bottle 20 times, and now
Yeah,
all of a sudden I'm the guy who drinks wine from a bottle.
You're
Fuck.
also
I have
you're
a
also
question.
Gnostic, so it's fine.
20 times is a
Has
lot.
anybody had Marilyn on their channel yet?
Just
I-
get
I-
Confluence's Baba. He'll be okay.
I think she's. I don't think she's gonna come to my channel again. I banned the Steelman and then I muted her.
Well, he
for
didn't
like a
show up,
day.
right? He totally blew you off. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
That was so rude.
That's bad. That's disingenuous for sure.
Yeah.
But I
beat
mean,
him so
she
bad in the debate.
she was on his side and she hasn't show up ever since. So I don't think she's coming back.
She showed up to my channel and just put comments, but that's I don't know. That's a whole different conversation. I don't want to go down that path. So
Yeah. What do you have to say to Baltachi though, real quick? I was telling him he says that he has like some questions when it comes to theology. I said that to him that I didn't want to give him any kind of prescriptions. That what I would say is he should go to an Orthodox church and actually talk to a priest so that he has a better understanding and they can guide him better. Do you
yeah,
have
that's
any...
the best thing that I would yes, you right on the money. You're saying that correctly. I would refer him to like the clergy in Orthodox Church. I wouldn't say, hey, this is what we're going to do and do a whole exegesis on this. I'm a catechumen myself, so I'm a student. This could get into a whole theological debate where I'm now defending their church, and it's like you need permission. There's this whole thing, and it's like, you know, I had this debate with Glenn Lawrence tonight about this, and I think that if you have absolute truth on your side, but you mishandle this, you could be turning people away from the faith, and this is what we don't want to do. And I stay away from theological debates. I think I'll continue to do this and just do secular debates like Andrew Wilson so far.
Yeah. He's a catechumen. That's why I wanted him to give you his perspective as well.
Yeah, I can't go into it kind of because if you say, well, no, I don't think that that's true. What just happened when you say that? We now got into a debate. Anytime also, mind you, anybody says this isn't a debate, you're in a debate.
Oh yeah.
Well, it can be a
this
conversation
is
unless you're with
correct.
Confluence and he starts blaspheming, and then you have to go into the whole thing again. It's like Jesus Christ.
You mean prophesying, Emmett? You mean
No, my
prophesying?
You know what he said? He said to me, like I'm asking him about stuff, and he goes on. He says like I have this kind of prophetic nature, and I ask him like, why didn't you make the Book of Confluence? And he's like, well, I'm only a prophet sometimes. not all the time.
This is straw man. This is a straw man.
Fire is at hand. I see. This is crazy.
Martea, don't listen to what Emmett's saying. He's lying. It's more
I don't
slander.
know.
Okay.
Frank's not listening to your box wine takes. That's what he's saying, I think, right? Crazy box wine takes.
It's not box wine. It's always from the bottle, never the box. That's degenerate.
Yeah.
That's a line I won't cross.
Doesn't it come from the box to the bottle?
I hope not. I don't know. I just go to the fucking liquor store and I buy a bottle of wine.
How
But
much?
they have
How much
box wine.
Francia?
I don't buy that.
Confluence. How
that
much Francia
degenerate.
did you get? How much Francia did you get? Today?
How much what?
Francia.
What is it? Wait, what's Francia?
It's a cheap box wine.
That's the boxed wine. that you can get.
I've never had box wine in my life. I drink
got
normal
microplastic
people
in it.
wine that comes in bottles. I don't buy wine in fucking boxes. I'm not that far gone. I'm pretty far gone, but not
I
that
don't know.
far
It
gone.
sounds like an anecdotal claim right now that you're making right now, unless there's evidence of this.
You haven't lived life if you haven't had boxed wine.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
calling this that's an anecdote, sir. I'm gonna need something else other than anecdotes.
I'll go get. I have the bottles in the recycling bin right now. I could bring out a lot of bottles of wine.
That's still anecdotal evidence.
Yeah, let's get the boxes. Don't try to be selective about your information.
There's no boxes. There's no
I
boxes. Okay.
prophesized that Confluence
okay.
is not able to.
That's trust me, bro, in a debate.
Trust me, bro.
How, you want me to prove the absence of my box wine? How can I prove a negative? You'd have to look at my whole home and my whole history to know I haven't bought box wine.
We need
I mean, I
Then-
can't.
don't have boxes, which means that I can't even question your boxes that don't exist, which means you possibly could have boxes, and that means I can't question it, and you can't even question that.
I concede it's philosophically possible I could have had boxed wine in the house. I concede that there's no way. It's unknowable. It's possible.
Yeah.
I can see that.
You're right. It's unfalsifiable that you may have boxed wine over there that I can't detect.
I could have boxed wine just out of the camera frame.
That's true. Wine in your bottle.
But I'm just gonna make this assertion that you may have it because you're drinking wine that came from a box.
Confluence, that night at Apes, we saw your box wine, okay? You were drinking directly from the box wine. You were all over the place.
Never drank box wine in my life. Show the clip. Only bottles, okay? And someone was wine shaming me because they didn't have corks in them, okay? I don't have time to pull out fucking corks. I'm just buying the screw up wine that I can just drink, okay? I don't got time for that shit. People are talking about decanters in Grid Server. I'm not gonna decant my wine. I just want the alcohol inside it, okay? I'm buying like fucking $12 bottles of cheap ass wine. I'm not gonna decant that shit.
Can you prove that your bottles are in boxes, Confluence?
What?
Can you prove that your shipping wasn't in boxes?
Yeah, the bottles probably were in boxes. I'll concede to that.
Hold on.
$12 for a bottle of
The bottles
wine.
were
You might as well
probably
drink the box.
temporally located inside of a box in
You might as
shipping.
well drink the
Yes.
boxed wine.
You got the concession, right? Emmett, you got the concession, right?
You might
Yeah,
as well
we
drink
have it.
That's semantic overload, and that's not the same as boxed wine.
We got
I think that's debate over, right?
boys. We got him. We got him, boys. Clip that. Clip
This
that
is a
and
long
sheep that.
con. This whole theology was to lead up to this.
We trapped him.
I didn't have Confluence drinking box wine on my bingo card, but I'm glad I had it on Emmett.
He puts the boxes into the bottles. It's okay.
Marte, can I give you one advice with your microphone?
Yeah, go ahead.
Take it like 5 centimeters away from your mouth. Like, yeah, maybe.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Better? Okay.
Yeah.
If not the
used
same.
to having
better.
such a shitty mic.
Yeah,
that,
it doesn't
now
matter.
that when I have a good mic, I'm
Just a little bit away from your mouth.
sorry.
I had the same problem with Confluence, and then he finally stopped touching his mouth, which I can't
by touch,
believe
he
it.
just made it gay, and then you just still made it gay. So I guess there's a pattern happening here. I'm waiting for Confluence. Oh wait, hold on, box wine, that's gay. I just connected.
I already did the gay thing. I already conceded, unfortunately.
These patterns are just connected.
We're all gay tonight, boys. Okay,
No,
I'm sorry.
whoa.
That's going to connect this whole circle of like inception that we're creating with gayness. That's crazy.
I thought we were talking about wine. I don't know how we got to that, but
Third degrees of separation of homosexuality happening on Emmett's channel. This is crazy. This is insane, bro. Yeah, it's crazy.
Thanks a lot, Confluence.
I mean,
I started all this. Me and
There's
my
at
wine that
least-
ships in boxes.
There's at least a
fault.
little bit of degrees of separation, okay? Just a tiny bit, but still separated. At
Not
least I
much,
didn't
though.
have the
Not
man
much.
calling up on my videos on that.
All right, guys. I got to bounce, but I had to present that to you, Emmett, to see if you can accept that debate, which is
Yeah,
pretty
I'll
crazy.
accept it. Let me know. Let me
to
know
meet you,
when if
Marte.
you're doing it. And yeah,
Yeah,
sure,
nice to
I'll
meet you,
do it.
brother.
Yeah, nice
Wait,
to
you-
meet you guys. Hopefully, I'll debate you guys soon on the Raging Tomato or Rob's channel or any other channel. So I'll see you guys around the debate sphere. So
Hey man,
See you
have a good
soon.
night.
God bless you.
Take care.
I just joined for the fuck of it. I don't debate, but I like seeing you up and debating, so it's cool.
I like. So okay, now he just roped me back into this. Here's the thing, though. I think we need more aggressive people in debates. I think I'm tired of these milquetoast, kind of like on the fence sitter debaters that get into these theological debates, and they go on these long tangents. There's no energy, which is the two people we're going to debate tomorrow. I think that if you're going to debate, you have to have these uncoachable things that happen. Like you need to be charismatic to some degree. You have to be entertaining. Like there has to be something more than just you sounding like Ben Stein. You know, Jesus walked up to the well, talked, to him, and it's like, bro,
Yeah.
like We need some energy. And I mean, I think that a lot of people, when they do debate, that's one thing that's missing, that you can't coach charisma, right? You can't coach entertainment value. There's a lot of things that we can't coach. And entertainment's like a really broad spectrum. But I think like if I'm hearing Confluence do a debate, I think we can be animated, use our hands and things like that. But I think me interjecting maybe like him being gay because of box wine, it's a good tangent to go on because it kind of almost proves the whole point in the premise. But anyways, back having
bringing it back around.
Extremely important. You have to be entertaining. I think that when you're doing a debate, that's how you build abilities. Extremely important, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can't. That's the number one thing. You can't be boring. I think that if you're boring, it's the same thing in dating as it would be in podcasting, as it would be in debates. I think there's a strong correlate to this. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But yeah, it's extremely important and vital.
No, I fully agree. My first debate was on Wick's panel, and I was like meek and calm, and I wanted to be polite, and then didn't get invited back for a long time. Next debate, I was fucking angry and a bit unhinged, and then I got invited back, and now I'm getting invited into all these places, and I'm like, yeah, you have to be, like you said, you have to be not boring. You have to be charismatic. You have to be, and you can risk it. You can say some unhinged shit, but as long as you're entertaining, that's what people care about in some ways.
Understand it's all about the conversation. It's not about getting angry and fucking throwing them personal shots. You just got to keep with the conversation.
What he's alluding to is being passionate. I think being passionate is extremely important. And how do you say your name? I've seen
Agrilipolis. Agrilipolis.
Grid One messed your name up big time, by the way.
He's been, it's all good. He's been saying it the same way, so I kind of gave up, but
because I heard Agrilopolis, that's what he says, or something like that, and I'm like,
well, I always say Agrilopolis.
Agrilopis, and I'm like, come on, man, it's not
Agrilopolis.
You could have chosen an easier NPC name or something else, but you picked the most difficult. Shit and it's crazy.
So I just made this shit up, man, and then after I made it up.
Hold on, is the reason why you have a hand for your PFC because you need sign language because nobody can pronounce your name?
It's actually my late wife. She punched a fucking wall and broke her hand, and I have the X-ray from it. So I just made that as my fucking my emoji thing.
Oh, that's some deep lore. Wow.
Yeah. So it's like
block me from kind of going in and kind of talking shit.
That kind of just like shut the insults right down.
Okay.
Shut it down right away.
I have an actual question for you, Martin.
I don't give a shit, dude. I'll talk about anything.
With the wife story, that's crazy. Okay.
It happened. You know what I'm saying? But I'm good. I don't care. I'll talk about anything.
I have a question for you.
To this day, she's saying talk to the hand, and nobody can refute anything. All you got to do is tell that story, and they're like, "Fuck."
I'm trying to get Beth to make me one of those boxes she makes with my hand on it.
I have a show that I might be producing. It's called Dating Wars. It's gonna be either on Grits or it's gonna be on Aves, depending on what happens. I would like you on one of these panels. Do you think you'll be interesting? It's gonna be about dating. The topic's gonna be about dating.
That's right up my alley. Yeah.
Okay.
Relationship dynamics and things like that. That's right up my alley, man.
Awesome.
I'm just.
You can pass on to all the religious and box wine debates over to Confluence.
Hey, I want the dating debates too. Okay. The dating ties into the box wine, okay, and the prophecy. If you believe it or not.
Confluence, you'll be the first man in the woman's side if I get you.
Wine, I love it. Thank you. This is so good.
He's gonna
Marte, if I have to book Confluence, he has to be on the woman's side, which is not possible. I don't believe in this trans stuff, so he can't be in that.
Emmett, honestly, this is my worry. If I ever was to get invited onto whatever, I worry that Brian would put me on the right hand side of the panel with the OnlyFans girls, and I'd be like, no.
You're not going next to Brian.
Yeah, probably not.
Dan, if you heard Andrew talk about Roma today. He also said, why is she on the left side with Brian? This doesn't make any sense to me. It's never made sense. And that's what the debate is about. It's about being Roma being a fake grifter. And that's what the 2v1 debate is going to be about.
Okay. Sounds good.
Can you throw out when and where that's going to be?
Well, the arbiter of this debate is Emmett right before you, so he can tell you when if we figure it out.
I can do it any day. I would think next Thursday is the best day. I'll send the date as next Thursday. But if they can't do it, or they need Friday, or they need Tuesday, or they need Wednesday, we can do it any of those
Yeah,
days.
just let us know when you find out so we can join. Yeah.
These
The only
guys are
day-
really pissed too, by the way.
I
They're
just wanna
so
watch.
mad.
That's fine. If I mean, you know, I love it. This is gonna be great.
I'm gonna be so calm during this debate. It's crazy because like these guys they don't have any debate experience, so Sarah's not gonna take them on because Sarah's gonna say, well, no, I need to vet these people and they need to jump on a panel. There's two guys and they refuse to jump on a panel, but so it's like you get it. It's like NPCs and they anons. It's kind of hard doing that, but I think that you're more open to doing that. That's why I went to you. So I don't, James from Modern Day Debate is sure not going to do this.
No,
he'll host me because he'll say that I'm a public figure. I mean, by right. But that's the thing, though, is like if they don't have a following or anything, James from Modern Day Debate is going to host it. He's literally told me this.
Can I ask what the girl what's the girl's name? Roma, what's her last thing? I want to know if I recognize her from whatever.
Her name's Chloe Sunderland or something like that. She has a
Chloe
platform
Sunderland.
called the Roma Army.
Yeah, stop
Chloe-
simping, Confluence.
Confluence is like subscribing.
I'm not looking
to
for a
OnlyFans
date.
right
I
now.
just
It's,
want to
like,
know.
ready to go.
Marte, you got a calm, a calm vibe to you, I would say, man. I think as a debater, keeping that calm vibe and being assertive like you're talking about and charismatic like you got, I think you're gonna do a pretty good job, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I think you're trying to rizz me up, bro.
No, I just
Just got just a little gayer, a little bit gayer.
This is crazy. We're
fuck up,
completing the
Confluence.
circuit of 30 minutes separation. All right, bro. Now you're rizzing me up. You might as well just keep going. Let's go.
Marte, calm down.
All right.
Oh
Marte,
my God.
calm down. He's
Let's
not a
just stop.
producer. Calm down.
Let's
He's
stop
not a
this.
producer. Okay.
Oh, is it the girl with the neck tattoos that like go up?
Yeah,
Is that-
that's who it is, man.
Okay,
She's got-
okay,
and
yeah,
The
yeah.
crazy thing, she's got upside down crosses on her neck too.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, I see that. I'm looking at a whatever episode that I saw before.
Yeah, she
She's
got
like, I knew I
destroyed.
recognized her.
Yeah.
She refused to debate me. She said, "I'm going to charge you $800 to debate you."
And you're getting unalive threats from like her or her audience or what?
Her audience.
Are they like a bunch of psychos? I guess
I don't
so.
know. They're guys who obviously they lack comprehension and grammatical, skill sets when they type me and DM me and message me and write comments. Obviously, it's like, and a lot of them are from Black culture, even though they're white, which is weird because there's also this aspect of like the population of liberals who adopt Black culture but hate whites, which means they hate themselves. You guys know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Which is
Of course,
weird
yeah.
because I don't understand the liberal whites who promote hate against whites because they adopt blackness and they aren't black. This makes no sense as a conservative hearing this.
You know, I think it happens a lot. Like, I think what ends up happening is it's. I mean, they say it's white guilt, right? They say it's white guilt. They feel
That's
bad.
a psyop.
It's-
White guilt is a
I don't
psyop.
think it's a psyop.
I think it's
I
a
don't think
psyop.
it's a psyop. I think it's like, like, all right.
Can you prove that it's not a psyop?
Well, no, I
I'd love
can't
to hear
prove.
that.
Wouldn't it be
prove
the
that it's
opposite,
not a
Marte? You would
psyop.
have to prove it's a psyop. It's your claim.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like you were the one
Right. I'm
saying
trying
it,
to be
so-
disingenuous right now. You're not allowing this to happen. My gayness. I have to fight this, right? So it's like now I have to be a dirty rat. This proves that I'm anti.
I love this logic.
This is called the dark arts of debates. I'm trying to help you guys out here, teach you guys a little. And here's the thing, though. Of course, nobody would accept this, but I think that if you're doing something that's dirty in a debate and nobody calls you on that, is it really dirty?
That's what Admiral Gibbs told me. I don't know if I like that, but that's what he says. He says
here's
he
the
just
counter
says
to
stuff
that.
if no one calls him on it, then he's like, it's all good.
Here's the counter to that, which destroys my own argument. I'm going to destroy myself real quick. If it's recorded, can somebody then have a living testimony of how you're going to get dunked on and use that as an example that you can't delete from the internet?
I don't know. I don't think there's anything.
Right. Even
That
if they don't
can-
catch it in that debate, they now have a recording that can live on forever.
Yeah. So if anyone fact checks it later, then you're gonna
Yes.
get kind of dunked on for all eternity. Yeah, I can see
this
that.
is the argument as to why using the dark arts is also bad in the internet era right now that we live in. So
Okay, Martin.
yeah, I'm not trying to put on like some clinic here, and I'm not an instructor, but good stuff to know.
You
Man.
mean like win a debate through lying, like through straight rhetoric, but actually be wrong?
Yeah, it would be wrong because it's going to end up putting egg all over your face in the end of it. No homo.
Okay.
I'm trying to protect myself right now. Even now,
Pause.
Enough shots fired.
We'll just say that.
Well, you say that. Okay, I agree. We'll agree to that. I can agree to that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. You have to be charismatic in debates. It's important to be entertaining, all that stuff. But Roma charged me $800 to do this debate, and I was like, "That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard of in my life." Because here's the thing I think about. So Confluence, let's say you and I are going to fight, and I'm on one side of the arena and you're on the other side, but I gave you $800 before the fight because I said, in order for you to fight me, I'm going to charge you $800. What if you beat my ass? Would the crowd not say, wait, hold on, did he throw the fight because he got paid to throw it?
Oh.
Yeah, if I beat you, probably they would say that. Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna say this, Marte. One of the people that has been asking, one of the people has been asking for money to do debates has been Andrew. So just think about it.
Well, no, this is another opponent asking you for money to debate them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Andrew's been like, "Hey, pay me $1,000 and I'll debate
But
you."
does it? But does he give it back if you show up?
Satire, though.
I don't know.
And when he does this, well, no, hold on. Well, actually, let me clear this up for you real quick, because a lot of people say, "No, I want to have you show up to a debate." What Andrew will do is, because that's kind of like a deterrent. And the way that this works and the way Andrew's using it, he's smart to use. What if I take a flight out to Santa Barbara to do a debate on whatever, and the other guy doesn't show up, but I'm out of plane ticket money and hotel stay money? This kind of avoids that. That's why why Roma's using it is like, pay me $800 to debate, even though I've never done a debate in my life and I'm a newbie.
And I'm
Okay, but I think it should go into escrow with Andrew, right? Like, I think the best situation would be it goes into like a Brian escrow fund, and if they show up, they get that money back. So then they're not paying Andrew to debate, and Andrew's not losing money because if they don't show, then Andrew gets the money.
But
well, they both pay to go to the debate.
Now you're involving a third party, which is good.
Yeah.
Which was the original argument. It was like, pay me the $800 so that way I can know such and such, right? But if we're involving a third party, I wouldn't even say that's neutral, because we don't even know if Brian is really neutral here, because he favors Andrew a lot, because he's had Andrew on more than 50 times. So it's like, I don't know how neutral that party would be if I was like debating Andrew. I'm just being honest. So,
yep.
Especially,
well,
answer this question, Emmett, for me.
Mm-hmm.
How is Brian's channel not Andrew's 5th channel as a burner channel?
You mean Brian from whatever?
I feel like Andrew's not on there too often anymore.
He isn't, but let's say at the
Brian
time
has
Brian
has a lot of his own viewers. Yeah, a lot.
How would this not, in some way, metaphorical way, be like Andrew's 5th burner channel?
It kind of is, but Brian was getting like 10K concurrent before Andrew, and he's getting like 8K concurrent after Andrew. So Andrew did give him a boost, undeniably, but I feel like Brian can hold his own, I think, So in a metaphorical sense, it kind of is a bit Andrew's 5th burner. I agree with that.
This is all I'm gonna say. Like, Andrew's starting to get about 10K per stream lately. So
is he really? Wow.
I would say Andrew has his own following, and Brian definitely has his own following, and it started to split off once Andrew stopped doing Brian's show.
So that can put you in the back for a moment so I can get Grumple.
You have to look at it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You have to look at the debates like this, like both parties are paying to show up at the debate, unless you're doing it in your fucking basement or like at your office or whatever. You're paying to fly, you're paying for hotels, you're paying for everything to go there. So I can see why, you might ask for like a, what am I trying to say? Like Confluence was kind of saying, maybe like an escrow type thing where, you pay, and if you don't show up, guess what? You forfeit your money. And if you do show up, you get it back, and we just have a fun debate.
Yeah, it's like if you're gonna rent a car on Turo, they ask put a hold on your account for $500 or something like that. It's the
Right.
same thing. So it's almost like a preventative insurance. I would say it's a preventative insurance that we use, so that way we can guarantee that time wasn't completely lost. And to me, that makes sense completely.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Definitely.
But for Roma's case, I can't really say that because, for one, if she's never done a moderated debate, and mind you, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this war right now going on with Roma and Andrew. Any of you guys know about that?
No.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of it lately.
I'm the guy that's, in my opinion, not to take all the credit, I'm the guy that's been at war with her for 6 straight months. And what happened is it spilled over into my comment section and Instagram, and then Andrew's wife Rachel got in there and got crossfire. And next thing you know, it's like me. Have you ever seen Neo like beating up 1,000 Agent Smiths in like Matrix?
Yeah.
This was me and Rachel Wilson in the comment section with all of her followers. And next thing you know, Roma turned around and called Rachel Wilson a dog. And then after this video, she made a video about me. And after we started firing back and forth, Andrew then got involved, and Brian reached out to Roma and said, let's do a debate on whatever. So that's the whole lore behind that. Real quick.
Wait, so what's your beef originally with this Roma person? Like, how did you get involved in the first place?
I became very interested in, just like we all do. Like, let's say that you're watching a Marvel movie. You're watching this Marvel movie, and then you find out that Thor is gay, and you never knew he was gay before. Would that change your perspective of Thor in the movie?
Yes. Yes, it would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a little, I guess.
It's almost like Disney came and did identity politics to Marvel, right?
That's a good
following
analogy.
This Roma girl.
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, you're done. But I think you can.
Was like, well, she's got a lot of tats. This is very crazy because I think I'm kind of skeptical of this woman. Naturally, I think women who lead men's movements already sounds weird. If you went to a daycare and there's a bunch of buff dudes there and no women, you would think that's kind of weird. Let's say that I led a feminist movement as a guy. You'd say, well, that's weird because you have Marte's Lady Lair. Like, I had a movement called Marte's Lady Lair. She has Roma's Man Cave. And I'm like, how come we don't think it's weird when women lead men's movements, just like we would think it's weird when men lead women's movements?
Okay, do we think the same about Pearl, though? Because Pearl kind of does that.
The same thing. I'm glad you said that because there's a direct correlation that I see. The problem with this is you have 2 women that I'm going to conflate together that dunk on their audiences. Do they ever get prescriptions for society or tell men what to do or help any men directly?
Well, let me tell you something. I think they do.
Not Pearl, I don't think.
No. They do. No. They do. I think when you're saying, this is me, because I believe in logical entailments, right? If I tell you, if I tell you, going to the gym is good. You're gonna look better. You're gonna have muscles. You're gonna tone up. You're gonna be slimmer. You're gonna have better. You're gonna have a better physique. The entailment of all of that, even though I didn't say you should go to the gym, is that you should go to the gym, right? So if I start telling you marriage is all of these bad things, and this is an easy statement of all the bad things that marriage is, the entailment of that is you shouldn't get married. And they will go ahead and pretend that that's not the case. They're gonna be saying, no, that's not what I mean, that's not what I say, I don't give any advice. But in reality, there is an advice there, and they're saying the advice through the entailment of their position.
So here's the problem with that. Let's say I told you that I was a chef, but I don't cook at all. I don't feed people, but I know what food's good, right? I know that cake is tasty and it's good, but I can't give you any prescriptions on what it does. Can I then call myself a chef still?
No.
Well, do you identify as a chef?
She calls. Well, here's the thing, though. She calls herself a men's rights advocate.
And then
She
you're a
carries
chef,
the
right?
label. Can you then?
Well-
Can you then do the same thing and remove all accountability by not giving direct prescriptions and say that you're a men's rights advocate and leader of a men's movement?
Did she say that?
Yes.
No, what he's saying is by not directly giving the prescriptions,
Wait. No, not
they can
not
deny.
not Pearl.
What?
Roma.
Roma's army, yeah.
Roma army said it. The Chloe Sunderland. So
Yeah.
Pearl doesn't say that because she doesn't. I don't think she has a name or a movement. All she
And
does
that's why I
is
don't
like,
attack Pearl.
yeah.
That's
All she
exactly why I
does
don't.
is give you the description and talk shit about women most of the time, which is fine. But
But
yeah,
Pearl's like a worse version of Shoe on Head. Okay, I don't know if that's a controversial thing to say.
It is.
Is it?
Well, you don't know the whole story of Shoe on Head. You're probably new to the internet.
I've been watching Shoe on Head a long time. I love Shoe on Head. Okay, I think she's goated.
Who's the ex fiance?
I love Boxy. Okay, yeah. So Shoe on Head is like Boxy in a millennial Boxy.
Well,
Is it
here's
not
my
the same
opinion.
person?
I don't think that women
Wait,
should
what,
be leading men's
Grumple?
movements. I don't think they should lead men's movements at all.
Yeah,
think
no, I
that
don't
it's a
think
bad
so either.
direction for society.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I
Not
don't think there
lead,
should
but
be.
help.
Well, and here's the reason why I say that too is because I'm going to make a conflation. We have the examples of that in society. They're called single mom households. What are the outcomes of these compared to like intact households? Not good, right?
Or even single father households.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
single
even
mother
better.
versus single
Mom
father parent households are wildly different.
Yes.
Yeah.
Single father is right about the same as
Yeah,
nuclear family.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Outcomes.
Only
I
difference
think
is-
Right.
everybody's-
So my distinction is
Also
that
good
we
to see
have
you,
an
Marte.
inversion of a
Well,
household
let's-
that's happening.
Yes.
We now have women leading men, which is what Rome is doing by her title. If she never had the title of men's rights advocate, I would never touch her. I'd say, go do your thing, girl. I'd probably do the finger snap and say, go do your thing, girl, whatever, right? But the
Yeah.
problem with
You're
this
talking
is
about me getting gay, man. Come on. Don't be
Girl
doing no
doesn't-
finger snap.
Yeah, we're
I'm
gonna
a great
get you, Marte. We're gonna get you in Dating Wars. This is gonna be great.
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
I'm good at dunking on people just like Roma is. Unfortunately for Roma, I don't think she should be leading men at all.
Yeah, I
She
agree.
should not be leading men.
So you're good at Duncan on
Dunkin' Donuts.
I'm good at dunking chicken and barbecue sauce, fried chicken.
Shit.
only if there's
Shit.
purple drink though there,
I
right?
dunk my EBT card in the register like this. They just do my- That's what I do. And then when Section 8 comes and I pay my $18, like I dunk my little $18 and change into like the rent pile.
It's
I'm good at
it's
all
the other way. It's the other way.
I got
And then
these
if I have kids and go out for milk,
cheeseburgers,
I
man.
do a dunk. I'm not going back up to the house. So a lot of dunking, bro.
My cheeseburgers, bro.
Got my cheeseburgers, man.
But no,
Yeah.
my government cheese.
No, I agree though. I mean, like some
Government
women
issued
kinda-
cheese.
You know, Velveeta made that, right? Velveeta made government. That was the most delicious ass cheese. So I was raised on that.
Wait,
It's good.
Confluence, do you not know about government cheese?
That's cheese
No.
product.
Oh wait,
What-
hold
what-
on. You
is this
know
a-
about
He's
Boxy wine?
Canadian.
Is this a real thing?
Yeah, he's
How do you not know
Canadian.
about
Oh yeah,
I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
Canadian. I'm just
The shit
temporally
lasts-
located in Canada.
This shit lasts for fucking
the
decades.
fat electrician has a great retrospective on government cheese. It started out with dairy farmers getting subsidies to make more milk for, I think it was specifically for ice cream in World War II. That
Okay.
would be on barges. And then once the war ended, then you got all these dairy farm or ranches. They're more like, but making all this excess milk. So the government was buying up all the milk, but then turning it into cheese so it could be stored. And then I think it was Reagan that said, "Hey, we don't need to be paying to store all this cheese in this like underground mountain facility anymore. So let's go throw it in the ocean." And then everybody said, "Well, no, we would like the cheese." So it became like first before food stamps, there was government cheese where you could
Wow.
be issued, if you were below certain means, you would be issued a block of this cheese on every month, or I don't know how long it was.
I guess it makes sense. I know they
never
did that
saw
in
a
World War
government
II with like
wasn't
meat and
fucking
stuff.
fun,
They'd give out
too.
little tokens and stuff that you could like get meat with. So I guess it makes sense.
That's
The cheese was
I might have
good.
got it a little bit off here and there, but that's the gist of the entire story. You
Yeah,
go
this
watch
goes
the Bad
great with your
Electrician's
box
piece
wine,
on
bro.
it.
Yeah.
Racial subsidy,
Give me my
that is
government
impossible to
cheese.
get
Give me
rid
my
of.
box wine. I'm good to go.
Yeah, bro. Cheese,
Like
literally
Confluence, you
cheese
need to
and
get the
wine.
Carlo Rossi.
That was a
glass
good way to
bottle.
connect that. Yeah.
You just need to have a girls' trip right after that, and you're perfect. Confluence. There you go.
So we got
It
we
needs
got
to
a
be boxed
crate
mimosas,
of
though, right?
we got a crate of
Yeah.
government cheese and a crate of boxed wine going to Confluence. Or
No,
Yeah, can anyone
mimosas
ship
are
me that?
not
Come
moving.
on. I'll eat it on stream, have my government cheese
you're gonna
box
puke
wine.
like 5 minutes later. Yeah.
Probably.
I just
Worth
want
it.
I just want my cheese and my
Throw that on a burger and you got my cheeseburgers.
cheeseburgers.
What is it with cheeseburgers? Did you guys have like a running joke about cheeseburgers? Or-
I just ordered cheeseburgers.
No, it was from
so-
it's from a movie. I forget what. I think it was like "Don't spill your juice while slipping the like a." It was like a spoof movie, I believe, from like all
Your
the
juice in the block,
like-
well, also something in the hood.
well.
Don't
sipping
drink your juice in the hood while. Oh, what is that shit?
Yeah, one of the Wayans brothers was in it. I think that's where.
Yeah.
It's from. It's just like a. It's just a movie reference, and
Gin
I
and
don't
juice
remember
on the
what
block,
movie.
right? It was gin
It
and
was
juice.
it was a parody
Looks
of
like a
Boys
real
in the
world
Hood
non-cartoon Doctor Strange.
Wait,
or
what?
Boys to Men or whatever the fuck.
Boys to
that
Men,
was.
right.
I look like the not cartoon Doctor Strange.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
Wait, like the cartoon, but not like I look like the cartoon, but I'm not a cartoon.
yeah.
Oh,
I just got to
animated.
I'll
watch
take
an
that as a
animated
compliment.
Marvel movie. That's why I'm saying that. So
Confluence,
Oh,
what's your
I'll take
prophetic
that as a compliment.
knowledge on this?
My prophetic knowledge on this is that all Marvel movies are literally goy slop. Change my mind. Okay, that's my prophetic knowledge on this.
Wait, isn't that all movies?
Isn't that
Confluence,
what?
Isn't that all movies out of Hollywood?
No, it's not. It's
just
specific movies, and it's my prophetic mind that can tell you which movies are the goy slop and which ones aren't.
or
You
Blast.
could just ask me. The only good one, okay, Spider-Man, Enter the Spider-Verse, like the animated one, those are goated. Okay, 1 and 2, goated, not goy slop, Confluence approved. Okay, you heard it
I
first.
still watches cartoons, so yeah.
Have you guys seen it? And come on,
I do
it's
too, though.
it's amazing. The Enter the
No.
Spider-Verse ones are phenomenally animated. They're so good.
They're
It
great.
wasn't amazing,
Okay,
but-
the animation is fantastic, but you have to admit that it's-
Spider Gwen though, you don't feel a
That-
certain way when you see Spider
you,
Gwen.
you
Come
have to
on.
admit that Mike fucking Morales is a DEI character. Yeah, you just have to admit it.
Well, yeah, I mean, he pre-existed DEI at least, right?
No.
That con.
He's
yeah,
been.
the
Do you know
no,
that Mike
that's-
Morales has
he's-
been every single superhero because they just keep putting in every role because that's the DEI
no,
character?
but I can find that comic. It dates back a long time ago, right?
No.
Or is it just easy to AI their face?
I'm a fucking Google this.
You
fucking
Google whatever
Google
you
this.
want. Yeah, just Google
Miles Morales. We're gonna
Oh,
see when he
man.
first showed up.
it. I'm gonna go ahead and check DEI.
2011. That's way before DEI. Okay,
Nope.
it's not.
No.
It's not as.
No,
it's not
it
as long
isn't.
ago as I thought. I was expecting
no,
like the
man.
80s. I'll concede that. But 2011. That's pretty pre DEI. I would say.
Official DEI or unofficial E DEI?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I have a fair point. It's pre-official DEI, probably not, because that's like the Obama administration. So there's probably a little bit of DEI going on
What is
back in
Kat said in
2011.
chat? Kat says, I don't write people off based on genders. I write people off based on personality and morals.
So DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, started in the mid 20th century with the U.S. civil rights movement. So you're fucking wrong.
That's if you're gonna call the
you're
civil
wrong.
rights movement DEI.
It's-
Come on, brother.
I didn't do it.
had
This
something
was
similar.
done by.
This was done by an AI
this
Gemini
was done
summary.
by
Okay,
an
gotcha,
AI,
gotcha.
Okay. So, in the
Yeah, the leftist
1980s,
idea the Soviet Union had it too.
yeah, the 1980s it got momentum and it progressed, particularly in the 2000s. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's been
you're
around for a
kind of
while.
wrong. You're kind of wrong.
I'm not. Show me a DEI policy that's actually DEI pre 2011, not the Civil
why I
Rights
said
Act,
official.
not like anti Jim Crow stuff. If we're calling that DEI, that's fucking crazy.
The
You can't
college
deny it,
admissions,
though.
the college quotas. It started way before. It started during the Obama administration.
Well, that's okay. When? I mean, because 2011's like,
Oh
you know,
my God.
early Obama administration. Well, I'm just trying to be precise here. And
It's
are we
not-
talking government college
it's not-
quotas? Are we talking about private
Dude,
universities?
it's
Because
not-
private universities can do DEI. That's not a problem. It's a problem
Confluence.
if it's government tied.
It's not early Obama administration.
So
it's
Bush
at the,
Jr.?
It's at the tail end of this. of
Obama
the
came into
first-
office in 2008, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah, it's at the tail
And
end.
I'm saying
of
Miles Morales
this-
came about as a character at 2011, so I wanted a policy that predates
It's at
Miles
the
Morales.
It's at the
Yeah,
tail
but you have
end.
to acknowledge everything that a president does doesn't take effect necessarily until, some things don't take effect until after they're no longer president. So,
Well, sure.
yeah.
And I agree, it's probably unofficial DEI with Miles Morales. I thought it was from more like the 80s or 90s. I didn't realize he was like that recent. But
Affirmative. Well, let's see when affirmative action in college started.
While you're looking that up, just super quick. So government cheese started in 81 under Reagan and stopped somewhere in the late 80s, early 90s.
So I can't get my government cheese?
There's still
yeah,
that,
it was
the shit
strictly an
still
80s
exists.
thing.
Oh,
I remember
no.
it being a thing.
Oh
What
my
form
God.
do I
Like
fill out
Snap
to
and
petition? Is there like a
EBT
FOIA request I can get for cheese? A freedom of cheese request?
Just order some
Confluence.
That'd be
MREs.
Well, first of all,
That'd be a
you're in
folk-
Canada,
folker.
so. But affirmative action in colleges started in 1960.
But in private universities or in public universities? Because
In-
there's a big
in
difference there, right? I think both are
universities.
wrong. I know, but there's a difference. If you're a private university, you're beholden to. It's like the Jimmy Kimmel thing, right? If you have an FCC broadcast license, you're beholden to more than if you're like running some random show, right? There is a distinction there between private and
If you're
public.
broadcasting on
unofficial.
terrestrial
God.
mediums, the FCC regulates you.
Right, but if you're a yes, but I guess yeah. Sorry. Well, two things. If you're doing news, if you're like ABC, Fox, or whatever the other one is, you're beholden to special stuff because they have special broadcast licenses. And then if you're on any channel, you're beholden to the FCC to some degree, but to a lesser degree than if you're one of the big news stations. And then, but to compare that, I guess, to like if you're YouTube, well, that you're not beholden to the FCC at all. So I guess I'm saying like, private versus public in that way. You can look at it in kind of a different dimensions, but either way, a private college would be different than a public college in the same way that YouTube, I guess, would be different than owning a public broadcast license.
You're talking about Section 230 under the U.S. FCC code.
I don't fucking know. I'd have to fucking
That's the
Google.
thing that became popular just fairly recently with the discrepancy about being a platform versus being an editorial.
Oh yeah, the platform versus publisher
Where
thing.
if you're
Yeah.
If you're a platform, you're like a public square where the staff, unless it's something that directly violates the FCC rules, you can't stop it. Versus an editorial platform or an editorial, which is you're curating content and you can like kick people off and whatever.
Right, and that was a huge thing with
Protections is for a platform, and they were using the thing is these I'll say platforms were editorializing and still getting Section 230 protection.
Well, they wanted it both ways,
not
right? Like we saw
Yeah.
Facebook come out, we saw Twitter. Now we're seeing Google and YouTube, right? Where you're being pressured, but you still want the protections of just being a platform like AT&T. But then you're acting like a publisher by limiting content and censoring people and soft banning and all that shit. Which, yeah, you can't have it both ways.
Well, they did for a while.
Well, yeah, you ought not have it both ways, but they did, and they still do. In my opinion, but
Okay, so
they're getting better. Maybe.
No, they're not.
Maybe. At least YouTube Alphabet coming out with that statement and being like, yeah, we admit we were pressured by the Biden administration. We're going to bring people back. That said about the Fauci.
How many people
we're
are
going to
back?
bring those people back. I don't know. I mean, this is kind of new, so I don't know if they're going to like. We'll have to see if they hold to their promises.
It doesn't negate.
It
what
hasn't
they
happened
did.
yet. Alex Jones applied to get his channel back and still hasn't, as far as I know, still hasn't happened.
But he didn't lose his channel over the Fauci ouchie stuff, right?
He lost
I don't
his
know.
channel
Name a
because
thing.
of.
I think he lost his
Name
stuff
a
because
thing.
of
They don't-
the
they're not required to
the
disclose.
schmandy schmuck. Can I say that? I
Sandy
think that's why
Hook.
he.
Yeah, you can say
No,
Sandy
that's
Hook.
what the
Everyone
lawsuit was
banned
about.
him within like 4 days. Like all of the platforms banned him on the same weekend. It was obviously like a coordinated effort to take him down, and it was over his comments, which were retracted by him. I mean, I don't know. Justice for Alex Jones. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a comment
That
for you,
Alex
Confluence.
Jones is right jar, like the jar where you put the quarter in every time Alex Jones is right. It's like it's got so full, it's overflowing.
It's filling up.
Confluence, I have a comment for you. I have a person saying that could you please explain why do you want Team Canada to win Team Hockey versus the USA?
Who commented this? That I said that so
It's in the
long
back.
ago.
No, it's in the back chat.
It's
I
in the
mean,
back
it's
chat,
K2.
yes.
Oh, it's K. Oh, of course it's K2.
Like
of course
2
K2 would
minutes
remember
ago.
this.
We need
Okay.
some. We need.
Why
we
isn't
need
K2
some.
up yet?
Yeah, why isn't K2 come? Oh, I guess there's max 6 people.
Oh,
Okay.
Emmett, I do have to
Look.
leave though because I'm now getting more on the live threats right now. I just had to buy
Oh, fun.
show it to you,
Dude.
but I have my street name sent to me right now. This is getting out of hand.
Okay,
Oh my
Marte.
God.
Marte,
So I
let
have
me.
to-
Marte, do you
let
have
me-
local? Do your like local? Do your sheriff department and local law enforcement? Have you talked to them? Like, hey, I'm.
Yeah,
I'm a
you should
creator,
talk to them.
And because
I mean, I'm
you
ex
might be
law
getting.
enforcement, and I'm pretty armed here. So I mean,
And
I wish
Grumple's
they-
got a
but-
point, man.
Just
they
so you
can
don't get
try.
swatted.
I'd love if they tried.
No, not so somebody's showing up in case you get swatted, because that's
Oh,
a
yeah.
very real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're trying to address. They're not going to show up in real life. They're giant pussies, man. They're going to
Yeah.
try and swat you. That's a thing. Talk to
Yeah,
like
you know what? I didn't think about that angle, but you're right about that. Yeah, you're completely right.
both your sheriff's department and your local municipality, wherever. So just both. Like,
Yeah.
'cause some of them have no interest at all and don't care. Some of
Yeah,
them will
that's
be like,
good to
oh,
get
okay,
ahead of
cool."
that. That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
K2 says keep Marte up there. Do you need me to
That's
drop
Batman.
so you can bring K2 or something?
No,
I
K2
actually
is
have to go
K2
because I have to
left.
study for this debate with Rob Noor tomorrow night.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
Don't
Sorry,
study for
K2,
debates.
bud.
Run what you brung.
Okay, Marte. One last thing. There was a person who told me that I should unalive myself not long ago, and one person gave me the best argument for it. I just said, "Well, thank you so much for the comment. I'll take that into consideration, but you're kind of full of shit. So fuck you."
I'll put that in a mental note right now, but I don't think I could like copy and paste that because that's what I'd have to do. I get so many.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, a good response is like, oh, I'll take that into consideration. And oh, hey, I'm gonna let your mom know what you said.
I'm gonna let your mom know tonight what you said.
When I see her
Yeah,
tonight.
your mom literally let me know that I unalived it last night. How stupid if I
That's-
tried to say it on YouTube.
That's
but
what your mom calls it when we do that thing.
Marte's going into serious debates. I don't know if he's trying to throw your mama jokes out there.
No, this isn't
that's
for
true.
debates. This is for
I really
like,
have
to
to
deal with
devastate these
haters.
guys tomorrow night. So
All right, Marte, good meeting you, man.
all right, good seeing you, Grumple. I like the name Grumple Stillskin. You have to be if you're a grumpy, this would definitely be perfect. Oh, I saw
I am
him
pretty grumpy.
behind the hand. I saw it. That beard
man
is
behind
like
the hand.
That's a
orthodox
beard.
right there.
That's Agrilepolis, the beard
Keep it sexy,
man.
Marte.
Itouch looks like he has that on his head, but it's like parted. It's
Everything
crazy.
everything that you see is gray used to be fucking red and dirty blonde, but now it's fucking gray.
That's great. They said that gingers are going to be extinct in like the next 20 years or something like that.
Yeah.
Trait.
I hope not. Damn, that's putting a timestamp on me. Shit.
Emmett, I bet you hope that.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't mean
it's
that
crazy. And then I think whites are going to be extinct in like 37 years or something like that.
They're about this because
I don't know. I have green
there's
eyes
a theory
too.
that because everybody's mixing.
Fucking
right?
weird.
I
It's like
think I think that white people should start reproducing more. It's extremely important because I do not want everything to be black culture and everything else right now. This would totally be. Anyways, that's a whole different argument. I don't want to start that.
Marte,
I
you
had
want a
3
JLP
kids.
arc?
I
That
had
would
3
be
kids,
delicious.
so I'm good.
I get called the Knuckle Tom on Fatty's channel all the time, so don't mind me. Just ignore all my shit that I'm saying. Yeah, I love fried chicken, and that's my rebuttal. Section 8 is amazing.
With
I do
barbecue
my
sauce.
EBT card swipe. You know, I don't know.
I don't even get who doesn't like fried chicken. I mean, come on. Seriously.
Yeah, with hot sauce. Isn't it
Friggin'
amazing?
water. Who
This
doesn't
is
like
terrible.
watermelon?
That's
Yeah,
true.
it's
This is
terrible.
why
Fuck
isn't the
that.
thing.
Delicious.
I love
It's
it.
so
Crazy.
delicious.
Throw some
I love fried
Cholula on
chicken.
that shit, and it is bomb, dude.
Yeah, I know. Do you love going to the store and never coming back home for your kids? Oh my, I mean, never mind. Anyways, but
It's either
been
milk or
Like a
smoke.
6-pack and
You
a
understand
lottery
what's-
ticket. Yeah.
That's what I'll tell them. It's a lottery ticket. That's what I'll say.
Went out for scratchers and never came back.
Yeah, I went for my black and milds and never came back.
It was just a 6-pack. I'm sorry, girls.
Yeah,
It
Shaniqua
happens.
needed that rent money for next month for Section 8. Yeah.
No, the EBT
Make us
money.
sick.
You know you don't pay the rent anyway, so it's fine.
Got it.
There's no such thing as paying rent.
I also think that, I mean, not to sound overtly racist here, but like, I think that's another reason why black women don't work out is because like the weave would totally get fucked up. That's one thing. And then there's a lot of other reasons why I don't think they work out. I think most of them are out of shape, and it's been statistically proven, and I could demonstrate this in a debate too. But
It's
I don't want
visibly,
Does-
it's visibly
Does twerking
proven.
count as does twerking count as working out?
No, it doesn't count as working out.
Oh, then that ruins my whole argument. You win, sir.
Oh my God, that's
He's
anyway,
humble.
it's been real, man. I got to take off. Maybe
Keep it
Casey
sexy,
will get
man.
up here. So I got to study for this debate with Rob Noor tomorrow. Not against him, but with him tomorrow. So
Good luck in the debate, brother.
Good luck.
oh no, actually, they're gonna need that luck. So,
Yeah.
you're on the side of George Floyd. We already know how this is gonna end.
Yeah, you got it, man.
They're gonna okay,
Yeah.
There's gonna
Marte.
be dead on
Just
their
every
end.
time, just say talks report. Just say talks report. Like for
Marte.
every answer, like, but you see, talks report.
There's
Wait, hold on. Did you hear what the debate was? The prompt?
yes, Marte. This is something is gonna happen.
Versus
Okay,
Destiny.
somehow this debate's gonna go to J6. Don't tell me how, but I know it's going to. There's an old debate of Rob
Is
Noor
that a
versus
prophecy?
Destiny. No, yes, it is. There's an old prophecy. There's another debate with Rob Noor versus Destiny when Destiny says that that it's okay to protest against the government and that the protests are like the language of the unheard. Take a look at it and use it because those two claims by Destiny are pretty much perfect rebuttal to all of the other shit he said about J6. But I know it's gonna go there. I don't know how, but I know it's gonna go there.
Or I can look into my own debate with Destiny, which I'd rather not. I think we already rehashed that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah,
I have
I'll
seen
look and
many
see.
times where they bring it back to J6. So
It always
Why
goes
is he
back
so
to
caught up on
J6.
I don't understand that. You
I
won't
don't
leave it
get
alone.
it. But
He's obsessed.
not he. It's the left, man. They're obsessed with that shit.
Yeah, I gotta deal. I don't have to deal with him. Rob Norris said he'll never debate him again. But I guess debating about him, I guess somehow that fits with him, his paradigm. I don't
Rob
know.
Noor said he's never going to debate again.
Yeah, he's never gonna debate
Destiny.
Destiny.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Right.
I
don't
agree.
blame
I
him
agree
for-
with
for
Rob in
kind
that.
of fucking pointless.
And I agree with Rob that the idea why is because of his continuous his continuous apologia with political violence, and I think it's perfectly understandable.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Emma. Not to counter you, but I would oppose this by a little bit, just to consider this side of the spectrum.
Mhm.
If Rob Norris not going to debate him, some other guy is going to do this. Mainly, like probably me, because I'm pro debating Destiny because I like sharpening my tools, right? So I think if nobody else is going to debate him, somebody will, because he's going to look for a debate.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. I think it's kind of okay. Where Rob is coming from is, he got blacklisted. He was pretty much defending Destiny for a long time when it came to the whole allegations, and Rob Noor is been going through he's been going through the motion of pretty much understanding some of the rhetoric of the left when it comes to violence and that kind of stuff, which you'll get there at some point. And if it comes to that, why would he even and he's becoming a higher, like he's actually growing in his popularity and all. So why would he platform a guy that would pretty much like to see him dead, right? At that point,
Sure.
he has the. I think he's correct in his assessment of the situation.
The argument makes sense for somebody like Rob Noor, who has numbers like Rob Noor.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, it doesn't make sense for me. This makes more sense for me to use him as a stepping stool to
Yeah.
sharpen my tools on, things like this. So there can be two things can be true. I think there's a distinction that we can make to where we're both correct, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think I don't have any problem with the idea of debating Destiny, but I do understand where he's coming from and why he's saying he wouldn't.
He was so pissed that day when I do. He's so frustrated.
And Marte, also, have you done any one of those like one conservative versus 50 liberals type of, or with the or
I'm showing up
like
to
the
Jubilee on the
bleachers left and right?
19th. I don't know if you guys know that.
Is that one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's me versus Brian Johnson, the tech billionaire. It'll be in LA on the 19th. Really
Good.
interesting.
Hey, announced here first on Emmett's channel. I'm not lying.
Yeah, when October 19th, do you know where it might be?
It's
Like
going to be,
streamed?
all I see is like LA. They're going to give me further details. But when I did they do a casting. What they do is they call you. It's a guy named Matt. I don't want to give too much details, but
Is it
You do a
live or
phone
is it
call.
like that's when it's happening and then it'll show up later?
Yeah,
I don't actually know about that. I don't know if it's going to be live or if it's going to be later, but I do know this though. It's the first Jubilee one where they're announcing it, because they're saying that any other debate like Destiny and everything else, they didn't announce that they're going to have this because they didn't want the public to know about this. This guy's so prominent because he's a tech billionaire that they're like, well, we can't exactly hide this. So I still had to sign an NDA. I can say this, I think, on here, so I could debate this guy. So this is going to be an extremely interesting thing. But real quick before I leave, during the Zoom call, I had to debate the guy who runs Jubilee like he was Brian Johnson. And I literally handed this guy his own ass. My own opinion. I could be totally wrong about this. But he then tells me right before he gets off and says, that was crazy. Are you available for 3 or 4 more appearances? I'm just curious. And
hey,
then after
congratulations, man. That's good.
Right. So
That-
3
that's
days
really
later,
good.
I then get an email saying, hey, the casting has confirmed you. If you can accept this, just let us know. But if you cancel this, you will be further banned from any Jubilee episode appearances in the foreseeable future. I was like, they tell you have to do it or not, and if you don't do it, you're pretty much you'll never be on again. So very interesting. They pay you a $50 a day stipend, so we don't really get paid from these things. Just to let you know.
I mean, you do get a little bit of
crowdsourcing and funding for this, by the way, too.
Yeah, you
Or
do
he's
get
paying you in
you do get a little bit of exposure. Yeah. Well, right now, Grumple, I want exposure. I just want as many people to sub to my channel as I can.
Well, put an overlay up and I'll give you some exposure.
Ah.
Yeah.
All right,
Hey,
I'm
hey,
outta here. The gay circle has been complete. Finally, this is crazy. I'm out.
You know what? Calm down,
Later, my
Grumple.
tickets,
We're gonna go in the back. You and I.
A private room.
How you been, Grumple? How you been doing? Are you gonna sleep in your chair today, and you're gonna deny it as every day you deny that you're gonna sleep in your chair today?
No, of
I
course
went to,
not. Why would I do that?
I went to
That'd
watch
be
you
silly.
grump, and I was like, "Oh, he's sleeping."
Yeah, the other day I was watching Grit's panel, and I just started hearing snoring. I didn't know where it was coming from, but just big snoring. And for some reason, I had Grumple channel up, and it was Grumple just snoring into the microphone.
That
he
didn't
does a
happen.
good job, though, man. He
About.
sits there and like I saw him like wake up, move his headphones, and then shuffle back, and then he went back to sleep. I was like, man.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sounds wild.
Hey, Grumple, I heard a rumor that you have baby hands.
Oh no, that's
Me?
true. They're
Yeah.
infantile in nature.
Okay.
They're
I just
very
seen someone post about it.
I did see that post as well, so I was curious. Let's see them hands,
Yeah,
Grumple.
I have
Let
a
me see
4-inch
them
span.
hands.
I was gonna say you could see my hand, but it's not my hand.
Yeah, there's a hand right there.
Emmett, bring
Confluence.
K2 up.
If he comes back, well, what
is he
is your
gone?
what is your accounting for this allegation that you want to see the USA team lose in hockey? How dare you, Canadian?
Okay, I
You-
can
you-
justify this.
You
Okay,
Canadian.
despite being from Wisconsin, Canada, okay, we get minus 40 degrees Celsius, Fahrenheit, doesn't matter. That's where it matches up. Okay, we have ice, we have snow. We own the hockey, okay? Even though I hate Canada and I wish I could go back to America, and I will soon, hopefully, inshallah, you know, Canada still owns the rights to hockey. They just do, okay? That's just facts. And so, yeah, obviously, Team Canada should win against Team America, despite me being an American. You know?
You're from Wisconsin and you don't have any fucking cheese with your wine?
Cheese in Canada, bro. Wisconsin cheese is so much
Where's your
better,
cheese
and
at?
it's like a third of the price. Canadian
Wait,
cheese
so
is terrible and so
you are-
expensive.
You are
That's
in
because
Canada.
the milk comes in bags, you degenerate.
Grumple.
It comes in little vacuum sealed aluminum pouches. Yeah. I get you,
Grumple,
Grumple.
do you have any comments about these heresy that this person is spewing on my channel?
You mean the goated based reality I'm enlightening you with?
I know you like hockey too, so that's why I'm asking you. Cause I'm a
don't
filthy
like
Mexican
hockey.
and
I
I
played
never
hockey
watch
for
it.
my entire, almost from since I could walk. Like I played hockey.
That's
so-
right. You're just you're unenlightened Texas.
I was
you don't
planning
like
on
this kind of
being
crap.
that was an actual career choice. I wanted to be a Bruin, not a Boston Bruin, a Providence Bruin, which is the farm team. I was
Mhm.
like, because they make a decent salary. I was like, I could play for them. Like that's my level. Probably not NHL level. When I was coming up, even into teenagers, like this is an actual possibility. That was big and fast. Defenseman. It was hey, here's an option. But then we got through high school and things got a little older, and then 9/11 happened, so I joined the Marine Corps instead.
You know, Boston is my favorite team, I would say. I don't really watch hockey, but if I had to pick one. And I was so sad when Brad Marchand got traded, because Brad Marchand is my favorite player of anyone playing in the NHL right now, because he is scrappy as fuck.
It's like, why did they do this? Andy Moog traded out, to Dallas. I mean, okay, which Texas. So okay. Tyler Sagan, also to Dallas. Like, why? I think.
Okay, but Brad Marchand traded out and then won the cup, so he kind of like played his cards right. Like he got a cup at the right before the trade deadline happened.
So what would you Confluence? What would you predict that how they're gonna? Never mind, I fucked that up.
all of this Canadian shit is actually very much putting me to sleep because it's snoozing me. Can we talk about
It's
real
another
sport,
reason.
like basketball for blacks or like football?
Or Irish hurling, which is the best sport in ever to exist.
That sounds like a horrible sport. What is Irish
As
hurling?
described by a bus driver.
Wait.
It's a cross between lacrosse, ice hockey, and first-degree manslaughter. It's vicious. And
Oh my
it has
God.
a stick. It's like a lacrosse stick, but instead of a net, it's just like a hand-shaped thing on the end of the stick. And there's a ball, and there's a soccer-sized net with a goaltender, but then also uprights. If you score on the uprights, you get 1 point. If you score against the goaltender, you get 3 points. And it's vicious.
Grumple,
Don't you swing it and it's like fucking
it's
deadly.
great. It's only in Ireland.
Grumple,
Sounds
why
like
the-
something the Irish would do, to be honest. Okay.
Okay, I just have one question.
Yeah.
Grumple, what the fuck does it sound like Quidditch? Okay.
I was gonna say that
Like,
same
It is
thing.
a little
Finding
Quidditch
brooms and-
adjacent.
It's like
Sounds
a-
very.
That's not.
Are they
Hocus
flying
Pocus
too?
is
Like
this.
Harry Potter's over there doing whatever the fuck he's doing?
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
they
know,
all ride
fuck.
brooms, of course.
Yeah.
'Cause when they're not stick handling the ball, they're riding it like a broom. Of
I
course. And then
see.
the Snitch is
The
Buccaneers
stewage.
scoring against the uprights. That's yes.
I understand
You
now.
nailed it. It's actually Quidditch in disguise.
No.
That's what J.K. Rowling used as influence.
Yeah,
as,
of course.
inspiration For
See, there's only one sport, and that's catching immigrants. We ain't talking about that. What are we talking about?
Big
Okay,
soda.
what about that UK thing where you chase that government issued cheese wheel down the hill? You guys ever seen that? And they all like run after it.
Oh,
You guys know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I think the national sport was now the putting
getting
kids
taxed
in
is the national sport in the UK.
thought it was censoring speech. I thought that was the new thing they moved on.
Well,
to.
I was
That's
going
in the
very
movie.
dark. I was going to get kids into PDF rings, but fine, we can say that too.
Oh wow.
Whoa.
That was.
Oh my.
Oh my.
I thought that's been a national sport. I didn't think that was new.
I think it's even international. Yeah.
No, it's just not. It's very national right now. They're trying to export it though, but it's very national to the UK right now.
It's catching on in a lot of places.
It's catching on in other places.
Change the name for it.
It's very popular.
Does the Middle East own claim to that sport? Does that originate from them?
Yes.
Thailand.
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 Oh wait, excuse me. I didn't say anything.
Half of Africa. I mean, all of Africa.
Especially the Oprah schools. That's one of their prime sports that they endorse.
K2 has been saying go Red Wings, which I don't know what the fuck that is because it's some kind of Canadian sport anyway.
They won. Red Wings can fuck off. Back when I was growing up, they won 3 Stanley Cups in a row. Okay, so fuck off. That's too many cups.
It's a racial
I don't know
slur.
if any other team, maybe in the original 6, like back when like the NHL started, has like any team won thrice in a row. That's like fucking disgusting.
No, this sounds
The
like pure
Canadians.
cope.
He said, "I blessed the
to. They
rains
had
down
to
in
have.
Africa once."
The Canadian. Okay, Montreal has to have. How many Stanley Cups? It's like
But it was probably when it was like the NHL was like I said, like 6 teams or like, you know what I mean? Then, you know, because I think a lot of because they were part of the original 6, so was Boston. So
Yeah.
I feel like those wins, it's different
Boston
now when
has
there's like
6.
30 something, you know, teams.
Friggin' Nashville has the Predators. Georgia has, I think, the Thrashers. Like, how is when did these guys get hockey teams?
Oh yeah, Atlanta Thrashers, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the Washington D.C. Predators.
That's the sport Emmett's talking about. That's a different sport.
I'm mixing up sports. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you're mixing up. Your
All we
My
have
bad.
in
Like,
Mexico
granted,
for
some
sport is
teams have the same names.
yeah. All we have in the sports for Mexico is football, and which means soccer.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What was that?
All we have in
Soccer?
Mexico
Yeah,
is
that-
soccer. Yeah, that's all we have.
Yeah, okay. Call it by the right name.
Yeah, I live in Canada, and even I wouldn't call it what you call it.
Shut the
Jesus.
fuck
Yeah,
up.
that's
Okay.
disgusting.
I am.
Gross.
There's
He
a
needs to go
reason.
back. Emmett needs to go back. Okay.
There's a reason why I need to go back. That was what it
There's
sounded
a-
to say.
That's the first time I agree with a Canadian.
Grumple is like, huh? Emmett needs a cloak. Yeah.
I see them eyes getting heavy. They're getting real heavy, Grumple.
You were getting very sleepy,
the sun's
Grumple.
going down.
Grumple, are we gonna count to 10 to get you to sleep? 1, 10, 1 tricky tricky, 2 tricky
Let's do some
tricky, 3
Grumple
tricky.
ASMR for him right now.
No, when Grumple wants to go to sleep, he says something and then he just starts like smoozing to one side. It's kind of like this. No, I will never say that. I will never go to sleep. He's just going back a little bit, going to one side.
The nodding off.
He's like,
Guys, leave him alone. He's changing his sleep schedule.
I'll never fall asleep.
I think he's
again.
already asleep. I think he's just asleep with his eyes open. I think he's learned a new trick to fool us all. He's doing like the
Yeah, that
Clockwork
trick right
Orange
now.
thing. He has like his eyes taped, but he's like gone.
You figured me out. This is
Oh, he's learned to talk too. Oh fuck.
he's like,
highly
fuck, I might go to
advanced.
sleep now. Y'all are talking shit.
It's the Ambien. It's not him.
It's the Ambien.
Ambien's wild.
Yeah. Bro, that
There's-
Roseanne story is pretty wild.
Bro.
Don't ask how I know. There's a large quantity, more than you would think, of people that attend defensive driving courses that were ordered to by getting DWIs for sleep driving while on Ambien.
Driving
That's the
intoxicated.
most easy to believe thing I've heard all night.
There was a woman who burned her
fighting
house
cops.
down because she made turkey in like mid-July for Thanksgiving, and she just stuffed the turkey in the oven and forgot about it.
What? What in mid-July?
Those
Where's
hypnotics,
Thanksgiving?
those
Doesn't make-
hypnotics, you're like, it's crazy. Some of those drugs, same with like large amounts of like benzos, like like Xanax and stuff, where you're like walking around like a zombie doing stuff, but you have you're not conscious, but you're able to drive, you're able to talk, you're able to do, but you are not there anymore. You're like
I can
a
safely
philosophical
say
zombie.
I've had Ambien and Xanax, and both knocked me the fuck out. I ain't driving shit. I'm not going
At the same
anywhere and
time?
doing shit. So I don't know.
Wait.
that's
I still.
See, I've
It's
had
because you don't
Xanax where
remember.
I'm walking around and I don't remember what I did the next. Like I woke up and I was like, "What the fuck happened?" And I'm like retracing my steps. So
Big
I
soda.
think
That's 'cause
it
you're
depends on
Canadian,
the
though.
person
Okay.
and the dose, maybe. I don't know.
Okay,
it might be tapping
Confluence.
into a,
Big thing about Ambien,
Wait
people
a
are
moment.
getting up from asleep
Wait a
and doing
second.
stuff.
Wait a second.
It
You said
it
that you
might be
didn't.
tapping into an inner prophetic personality.
You said
Yeah, when I'm zanned out, that's when my prophecies really come to fruition.
you said. Wait a second. You said that you didn't take those kind of drugs. What the?
I said I never used hallucinogens. A
what do you think a
benzodiazepine is
benzo
not a
is?
not a hallucinogen. You fucking retard. Are you kidding me?
I'm gonna
What happens when you
verify
hallucinate
that
on
you
them?
fucking junkie. You fucking junkie.
Me and Emmett, we go back and forth. Okay, it's not serious. He is a retard, though. I'm 10 toes down on that one.
Yeah,
okay?
of
10 toes
course.
down.
Sure.
But no, you don't hallucinate on benzos. There's not an amount of benzos
wait
you
a
could
minute.
take in a world that's gonna cause hallucinations, unless you're like having a
Bullshit.
dream.
Some benzos.
Bullshit.
Unless
I've
you're
seen people.
again closed eyes visuals, yeah, that's possible if you have like enough, and but that's like the same as like going to bed if you're like awake in bed and you have like hypnagogic imagery and stuff, or
How do you explain-
hypnopompic.
How do you explain them driving on this shit then?
That's not hallucinating. That's
It
not
is
hallucinating.
They're not. Okay. Well, I mean, it might not be
that's just-
like
this
direct
is-
definition of hallucinating, but them bitches
Yeah.
are driving fucked up.
Oh, I know. I'm just
by the way-
hallucinogen is a specific type of drug, right? Just like a dissociative is a specific type. I'm just saying benzodiazepines are not of that type of drug.
I just checked. You can hallucinate on benzos.
Yeah.
It's not common,
I've seen
but
it.
you can
But
hallucinate on
it
benzos.
happens.
Like I said, I think they're probably talking. This is my guess. This is my prophecy. I'm just kidding.
Oh my
I think they're probably
God.
talking about closed eye visuals. It's similar to opioids. Opioids aren't hallucinogenic, but yeah, you can take opioids, and if you like fall, if you like nod off, and you're like fentanyling, you can like be seeing stuff behind your eyelids. But like acid and mushrooms and like stuff like that, you're walking around, you're seeing the walls drip. That's a hallucinogen, right?
I worked in a
DMT, you're like
hospital- I
seeing
worked in
all
a
this shit.
hospital for a
Go
You
decade,
may want to
Confluence.
check
and
the
I've seen
definition of hallucinate.
Yeah,
I've-
Confluence is
I've
just
seen
coping.
a lot of people on a lot of different.
I'm saying
stuff,
it's a benzo is not a hallucinogen. Okay, that was the point of the original thing. Because Emmett said, I
Well, it's
thought
like
you said
saying
you never took.
gabapentin's
Yeah,
not
let's
fucking
get a nail on
hallucinogen.
chat for
Gabapentin
Confluence.
isn't
Let's
a
give it a
hallucinogen.
nail.
I
He
know,
deserves
but
a
my mom
nail.
took gabapentin and she fucking hallucinated the fuck out of shit.
Okay, that's okay.
It's possible, bro.
Gabapentin is none of the above.
I know, but people have different reactions to shit.
Yes. Okay, but again, the original thing was Emmett was saying, I thought you said you never took hallucinogens, but now you said you took Xanax, and I'm saying that's true. Xanax is not a hallucinogen.
I was given Xanax when I was in the hospital because I was fucking anxious as fuck about what they're about to do to me.
Give this guy
Okay.
a fucking
They
nail.
chilled
He
my ass
deserves
down.
the L. Everybody, just give him
But
a
I
nail.
did not hallucinate. I didn't go driving a fucking car and seeing shit.
Well, I know. I feel like you and me are on the same side. I'm saying Xanax, at least for the vast majority of people, doesn't cause them to hallucinate. It's a benzodiazepine. It's just not
know,
how it
man.
works.
I've seen-
There could be sigma people that like, yeah, it causes that for. But I would think it's probably more of the closed-eyed stuff. Like I said, if you take like an opioid, you can like go lie down and you can like see kind of almost like visionary stuff, but like that's not the same as dropping acid and like watching a cat walk out
How
of your
do you
closet.
know? You said you've never done acid.
I know I've read trip reports. Okay, spent a lot of time on Eurowit. If you guys know that site, shout out Eurowit, great site. You can read a lot about drugs on that site. It's fascinating. A lot of trip reports. So I'm fascinated by hallucinogens, but I've never done them. Okay.
Yeah. So I was a DJ when I was younger. So I've done a lot of this shit, and I've done LSD, and I've gotten pretty fucked up. And I know the difference between hallucinating, and I've seen it happen to other people taking, benzos and all that shit. I've seen it happen. Gabapentin, benzos, Ambien, you name it. I've seen that shit. It just depends on the person.
It could. It's still not a hallucinogen because it doesn't generally cause that. I could concede, maybe in like rare cases it could, but the vast majority of people taking lorazepam, diazepam, alprazolam, they're not fucking tripping balls on that stuff.
I just know.
No, marzipan.
I don't know about all that.
One of the side effects that
marzipan will fuck you up.
I don't hallucinogen. I don't know about that.
Well, one of the side effects from however you say that word is hallucinations.
Of what? Sorry?
Benzodiazepine, or however you say that word, one of the side effects is it causes hallucinations.
Like
lorazepam?
Do you mean benzodiazepines in general, or are you trying to say a specific drug name?
That name that you just said.
Benzodiazepines?
Yeah, it says it causes hallucination as a side effect.
But if you look up, like, okay, so if you look up, like, you guys know, like, what Dexedrine is and stuff, like the amphetamines that they give for, like, ADHD, like Adderall, Vyvanse, that stuff. One of the side effects is sudden heart failure. But if you actually look at, like, the list, it's in, like, 1 in a million people, it will cause, like, sudden cardiac arrest. I think it's less than 1 in a million. So, like, when you see a side effect on one of these drug lists, you have to, like, actually look at what percent does this actually happen to? Because it's a stimulant, so in certain people it can cause sudden cardiac failure, but it's so rare.
About, like dextroamphetamine?
Dextroamphetamine.
Well, if a person
brand name
has
as Dexedrine.
Yeah, if a person that has opposing brain functioning takes that shit, they don't have ADHD. They're going to take that shit, and it's going to be like taking speed or something.
No, that's actually a myth. That's actually a myth. Okay, and maybe you won't believe me on this, but it does the same.
I'm prescribed the shit, and I don't take it for that reason because they falsely prescribed that shit, and I don't take it because it made me fucking wired. Are you kidding me?
It makes, I would say, from all my I have used Dexedrine, I've used, and I don't have
Dexedrine. I'm talking about like dextroamphetamine.
No, Dexedrine's the brand name for dextroamphetamine. I'm just using the brand name. It's the same drug.
Okay, I thought you said Adderall. Okay.
No, I mentioned Adderall is like 25% levoamphetamine, but the Adderall is still 75% dextro. It's just like it's a combination of the left hand and right hand salts of the amphetamine molecule, and it's like they like to tell people that like, oh, it behaves differently for someone who has ADHD. I don't think that's true. It's a dose dependent thing. If you have a too big of a dose, you're gonna get wired. But like for me, when I take it, I focus. I've never been diagnosed with ADHD. When I take it, I focus. If I take too much Dexedrine, I'm wired. It's like a dose dependent thing. It's like the doctors lie to you and say that, oh, if you have ADHD, your brain's gonna paradoxically react. I don't believe that for a second. I've seen a ton of people.
The bigger the dosage, the more zombie like I got and focus more.
I mean, I was going to say I kind of agree, but I mean at the same time.
And then second of all, the Red Wings won back to back in 96, 97, 97, 98. So get your facts right.
No, they won three times. They won 3 times in a row.
Nope. Releases life.
Yes, they did.
To be able to.
Nope, not 3.
K2.
What in the
K2.
50s? In
K2.
the 50s, not
Get
in the
ready.
90s.
Get ready.
We're waiting.
Stanley Cup winners. K2, get ready. Get ready to eat your fucking heart out.
I'm just saying, I've seen, like, they prescribed me to Adderall, and I fucking refuse to take the shit because it fucking wired me. That's all I'm saying.
You have wires in you?
Yeah, no.
Do you know what dose? Because they generally start you out at like 20, and then maybe more.
97, 98.
20 milligram, yep.
And then 2002, 2008.
People are different, but 20.
It won it
I
3
got up
times
to
in the
40.
early
It
2000s.
was 60 for a little bit. It was life changing to be able to concentrate.
Booyah.
And the biggest difference was to be able to, hey, here's a distraction. Being able to say, hey, let me write that down and get to it later, and then refocus on the thing and actually refocus and not being like, but wait, that thing that we just saw, squirrel. Like that was the biggest thing on Adderall extended release, 40 to 60 milligrams for when, yeah, it is absolutely life changing.
Yeah, they just sent me over tabs, 20 milligram tabs, and I took that shit and I was fucked up, dude. I was wired and I stayed up for like 2 or 3 days and I was like, fuck this.
And then
Okay, not to distract, but I think K2 is sadly right.
Yeah,
I hate to say
we
it.
know. We
I'm
know
a Red Wings
Confluence.
fan.
We know.
I hate to say it. My childhood is messed up. I could have sworn I remember being like
It's
8 or
almost
9,
drugs
and I
within
remember them
college.
winning 3 times. Yeah, too many Zans when I was 8 years old. I think it fucked
was a
me.
prophecy.
They won
The
9
Red
times in
Wings
a row.
made the
You got
Stanley
wrong.
Cup like 20 years in a row. They made the Stanley
They won 9 times in a row.
But okay, they won twice, and then what was it, like 2 years later they won again? So maybe that's where my brain is going.
2002, and then 2000. Oh,
Maybe you should have had your
2000
Adderall before you read that.
Fuck.
that
2020,
Rude.
2008.
Emmett,
No, but I mean
2008.
the 90s. It was like what 96, 97, and then 2000 and what?
Nope, it was the year 96, 97. That was the league run. So 97. And then 97, 98, which would have been 98. The year runs in between 2 years, so.
Right, but I'm saying didn't they win shortly after again?
Yeah, 2002.
Okay, so I guess
And then
I just
again in
skipped a few years in my mind for some
2000.
reason.
2008.
Emmett, I wasn't trying to take over your stream. I don't think we are, but I mean, I'm not trying to.
Oh, don't worry. I'm having fun. You guys are doing
I'm
great.
trying to.
Yeah. I know you're like, fuck this. I'm playing this shit.
Well, not really.
And then you guys are wrong. The Atlanta Thrashers are no longer in existence. They're in Winnipeg. And the only team in Atlanta is the Atlanta Gladiators, which is the Nashville's ECHL team.
K2, you're wrong because that's gay, and I don't want to hear it.
Corey, I'm pretty sure you sang the gayest song yesterday, so.
Do you have a clip of it?
Oh, that's
Can
true.
you confirm it?
That was a pretty gay song.
I do.
Ooh. Send it to my inbox at 1-800-gmail.com.
1-800 Gmail.
Wait, that's a phone number. Wait a minute.
1-900, okay, bud?
1-2000. You know what? Don't send it to him. Just send it to my Cash App. I'll read it.
Money sign, EmmetGames. Send money.
Oh, wait. All I got to do is pay Emmett, and he'll play it.
Emmett money. Emmett.
Emmett money now.
I bet you won't. K2, I bet you won't.
You know, if you send it to my Cash App and we have the clip, I'll
Emmett,
play.
what's the price? $10 to embarrass Corey?
Yeah, that sounds okay.
$10?
That
$10
sounds great.
a one-time fee.
Oh, these Mexicans, they're raising their prices. You know
Well,
it's
it's-
getting hard out there.
It's the fee of the border. We got to be able to cross it.
Yeah.
You can't just get in here willy-nilly anymore. You actually have to pay.
What did you think was going to happen?
I voted for this. Exactly what I voted for. I'm like a kid in a candy shop. The Canadian isn't liking this.
K2, are you driving right now, by the way?
No, you're off, right? Right now?
Oh, he
K2,
muted.
I didn't see you on at all when I fired up Hell. Like, actually, I'm doing right now. I fired up Helldivers a couple times. I didn't see you on.
I think he's playing Helldivers.
I'm at the gym right now. Yay. From like when I got off at Saturday morning till like Sunday, I got zero sleep. I could not fall asleep.
Do you
I
have
was
the
fucking wired trying to fall asleep.
K2? Do you have the clip?
I do not. I was bullshitting.
See,
but I know you
yeah,
have it.
I called your bluff. I called your fucking bluff.
Emmett,
But
if
I
you
know Emmett
deleted
has
the
it in
VOD,
his back.
if you deleted the VOD, does that mean the clips I made are gone, or do those clips still exist?
It's
You
not
have to download
it's
the
private.
clips. Yes.
Oh no,
If the
because I
VOD
clipped
goes
you
away,
singing,
Blitzkrieg too.
singing "I love strippers." I fell in love with a stripper, and I put it in Abe's channel. But if you, I guess that clip is gonna be gone now.
I still have all the clips.
Yeah, they still have all.
I
the
mean,
clips.
I got
than, like,
Emmett
Twitch.
singing something about he feels like a woman.
Jesus
I-
Christ,
Oh,
stop
that-
it.
That was the Shania Twain. That should have been my song. If Emmett's
Wait,
gonna
wait,
call
time
me
out, time out,
Canadian,
time out, time out,
then
time out.
I should get to sing Shania Twain.
How do you know the
like, I got a
singer?
folder.
You
I
guys
grew
suck.
up with Shania Twain. Okay.
You look like a Shania Twain.
I don't like Shania Twain. I just grew up non-consensually. You know?
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute the stream for a moment while I look for Corey singing. So give me a you guys can keep on talking, but nobody's gonna be able to hear you.
No, you.
Well, you're still.
I did it, Emmett.
Emmett.
What did I do?
You just do Your Highness. You click on my name and say, "Here's some free money," and then the process is done.
Money Emmett.
Okay.
Emmett, money now.
I think this is what you're talking about, K2.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, yeah, this is a bad one.
Guys, get
We
your
don't
clips
have
ready.
enough bullies anymore.
And then screen record it right
bullies?
after.
Oh, Jerusalem. Yeah.
Okay.
We're doing it, boys. We're doing it.
There you go.
Yeah, this guy's name's Big Soda. My name's Corey Barton. I don't fucking know this guy.
Thanks, Agrillipus. I know I'm saying your name wrong.
You're all good, bro.
I ain't gay, but I do gay stuff. Like fucking dudes in the back of my truck. Like a little ass slap don't mean I'm queer. I just suck some dick when I drink my beer. Ain't nothing wrong with a little squeeze. It don't mean shit if you're on your knees. I love my guns and I have my rights. And I fuck dick on a Friday night. I ain't gay. I just love my bros and taking back shots in camo clothes. I watch football and spit out my chaw and stroke my buddy in the bathroom stall. I ain't gay. Now hear me out. I just like men and I say it proud. We hit the lake. Oh. We hit the lake and cut off jeans. Rub each other down with sunscreen. He grabs my waist. I slap his ass with just two men who like to smash. We share a tent and share a chew. I suck his dick, but just us two. Don't call it gay. Don't make it weird. It's just what bros do. I ain't gay. I love my bros and taking back shots in camo clothes. I watch football and I spit my chaw and stroke my buddy in the bathroom stall. I ain't gay, now hear me out. I just like men and I say it proud. proud. My bad. Fucking gay. I ain't gay now, that's the truth. Now bend over and I'll show you proof.
I mean, it's not gay, right? I said not gay like 8 times.
That definitely makes it not gay, as long as you say it's not gay.
That is what makes it not gay. Yeah, I agree.
It's
I
not
agree,
gay.
Corey.
It's super gay.
Yeah.
Easy, whoa. Don't be throwing the super word around now. I have a reputation to uphold.
You could hear your wife laughing at you.
I know, man. That's what was fucking brutal.
Oh man, that was kind of brutal.
Yeah, there was no prep. My kids were hearing me. My wife was hearing me.
Your kids?
I shooed them out of the room like a little bit after, but yeah.
Oh, you should have kept your wife for that one song right after that.
Yeah. My wife heard all the songs. I don't think she giggled as much as that song, though.
Yeah, you were singing pretty loud.
Oh, yeah. Well, loud and proud. $5. It's $5.
$5 is $5.
That made it a little bit more gay.
Well, that's fair. But it was business. And personal stuff and business don't go well together.
He was standing on business.
I was standing on Emmett's business.
Oh Lord. No, I disagree. I disavow.
He says he disavows, but it was all done in the name of Emmett.
I disavow. Nobody got in my business.
There was
That's
some
what I
standing
do.
on some business.
Anytime I drink box wine, I do it in the name of Emmett's business. So you know, I kind of feel that.
No, you do it because you do it because you're a wine mom.
Yeah, that debate you had with Jay Dyer, I was cheering for you, but man, that wasn't your best performance.
That was the best performance.
I never debated Jay Dyer.
He refuted
we
Jay
just
Dyer.
watched the clip earlier in the stream.
What are you talking about?
You're talking about the fuck off. You're talking
The
about the
wine
wine
mom, yeah.
Matilda. What the fuck was that bitch's name?
Marilyn.
Confluence.
I think we
Marilyn.
should watch Confluence debate if holding hands is gay with Indian Jesus.
Oh my god.
I never seen
I felt so good about that debate until I realized that the prompt was not what I fucking read it to be. At least I got a mulligan. At least Grid gave me a mulligan, because otherwise I would have been like the first one kicked that night.
Nobody got kicked on that debate. Nobody got kicked.
And then I freaking won. I went from Tyler was teasing me. He's like, you should have been the first one out, and you ended up winning the whole thing. I was like, that's right.
Damn, I lost to Kel and they kicked me immediately.
Wait, what'd you lose to Kel on?
Fucking some masculinity bullshit.
We gotta watch that. That's what I want to see. I want to see Big Soda get his ass handed to him by Kel.
Whoa. It's because I didn't have boobs. That's the only thing.
That's what Ozzy does say sometimes, which is probably low-key true.
Do you realize that
next time and stuff it?
You do realize that Kel has at least one vote before the debate starts, right?
Is it from Anson?
I was gonna say maybe if Anson's
That's
up
true.
there, she's got at least one.
Yeah.
At least.
Well, Anson's got like 2 YouTubes, don't he? Isn't that like 3 votes?
I don't know. He deleted his
he just deleted his last one.
Yeah, he says he nukes all of them. I don't know
Well,
why.
he says that, but I don't believe it till I see it.
Oh, it's gone. It's gone.
Oh,
I asked him why,
damn.
and he said because it was funny.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good
That's not a thing.
explanation.
It's not a thing.
Yeah, it is.
What?
He said it was.
Anybody trying to get interested and actually watch his shit, it's kind of not funny, but
Yeah, it's probably
Just
not a
when
good
you-
way to get monetized. I'm just
yeah,
gonna put that out
just
there.
when you start taking him seriously, he fucking nukes his channel.
You're not gonna get that 4,000 watch hours by constantly nuking channels.
Well, see, I've got this alt account that I get on every once in a while called Imperious, and
Oh.
I just love to troll on.
I thought you were
on my
gonna say
alt account.
PewDiePie for a second there. It's like, I
No,
have
No
this
way
alt
you're
account.
Imperious.
You're
I
not
refuse
of
to believe
course.
that.
I have this
Well,
alt account
why?
that I use every now and again. That's
I
Because
refuse
I
to
recognize the
PewDiePie.
voice. You're not.
Yeah,
Imperious.
it's same voice.
No,
You're too
Cam up.
level-headed to be Imperious. I refuse to believe that you're Imperious.
Cam up. You're not Imperious.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm in a dark cave in Afghanistan. You can't really see my face.
Lies.
Lies.
Wait, have we seen Cammed Up Imperious?
I have.
Yeah.
Bless you,
Okay,
Lucas.
Damn it.
Bless you,
Damn
Auntie.
it.
Yep, and I know his voice, and I know how he talks, and you're not him.
Damn, it sounds like you have a PhD in Imperious.
I've just seen enough of it.
Imperious is
that's-
a hard person to forget, I think, is the problem.
That's fair.
The, the-
That's fair.
the other thing is, if you were Imperious, you would have like drop already something that's TOS. He
Yeah,
can't,
you would
he
have
can't control
made
himself.
made us all nuke every stream that we're on right now. So
Well, we'll see if this sounds about right. Let's start ranking slurs for Star Wars and tell me your top 5 Star Wars slurs.
Nope, that's way too. No,
Way too innocent? Okay, fair
yeah,
enough.
way too
Fair
like
enough.
vanilla, bro.
If you want me to sing today, it will cost you. I know that day it was only 5, but if you want me to
It's
sing
gotta be
today,
like
it'll be
$15.
20. Nah,
Oh,
it'll be 20. If you
damn.
want me to sing a song, it'll be 20. I'll sing it, but we have a panel, so I have to respect these people's time too.
hey, I loved watching you sing Barbie Girl. So I mean, if the song's right,
I'll sing, dude. I'll sing anything. You know, I told everybody I'm a clown.
what about that
I
new?
was making money,
what about that
so-
new Kanye song? Are you gonna sing that yet? Or
Yeah,
what's
I'll
good?
sing it. I'll sing it. That would be the last song. I'll sing it.
Yeah,
and then
we need to give Emmett some gangster rap shit.
And then I'll nuke
Emmett, I'm not even gonna lie. I would love to
channel.
duo that song with you.
Emmett.
The new J, the new
Yeah,
the new
yeah.
G song. Yeah, that's a good song.
Yeah, the HH.
It's a great song.
It's got a
And-
good melody.
And I don't even
It's
know why
catchy.
people are
It's
so
a
mad.
catchy
is.
song.
So was World War III.
You guys are
I mean-
trolling, but it's actually a good song.
I'm not trolling. I've listened to that song probably like 200 times. I'm not even joking. I hate to say that. It's just
If they would
catchy.
allow it on Spotify, it would be in my playlist.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not allowed. It's just nuked everywhere.
I know on Spotify I found a version that replaces it with hallelujah and word hallelujah. That's the only thing I could find on Spotify.
That's a good one.
So it still
Hell,
sounds
hallelujah.
good, but it like takes away everything that is transgressive about the song.
See, I like the Hell Mustache Man. That's my second favorite.
That's HH, right?
Yeah, Hell
Judging
Mustache
by
Man.
What you sang last time, I figured it would be the cousin song.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to do here.
Okay, well I gotta head out.
Oh, because are you tired?
Yeah, well, didn't
That
buy the
Canadian
wine.
time.
The wine usually keeps me up longer, but just these beers that I drank,
Oh,
they didn't cut it. I should have maybe bought like 5 of them.
not good enough for you.
But yeah, not good enough. And no energy drinks. So, and I woke up at like 5 and went to bed at like 4. So, but
I see.
Go
gentlemen,
ahead, rage quit. Rage quit.
I will rage quit.
Rage quit.
God bless y'all.
God bless you.
And peace out. Thanks for having me on, Emmett. Always be plugging Confluence 358. Goodbye.
Fucking Canadian.
Like my fucking grandma that hits the end button before they say bye.
Next, you know what you should do every single time somebody, some Canadian decides to plug his channel on sub, just unsub from his fucking channel.
I didn't think we allowed Canadians to have YouTube channels.
Yeah, no. Well, soon they're gonna be like in the UK where you're gonna you will get in more trouble for having a YouTube channel than for for other stuff that I cannot say in YouTube.
I can't wait till we own them.
I can't wait till we nuke the new Caliphate of Nantonia.
Well, guys, I think I'm gonna rage quit too. I've got a life, so I'm gonna go live that life.
Yep. Have
at
a
2
good
o'clock in the
one.
morning.
Have a good one.
It's been an honor, guys. Have a good night.
Have a good one, bud.
Have a good one.
I appreciate y'all.
Peace. It's only midnight here, so or 12:22. So.
Ah, that's right. It's not that late. I just don't know what to do. What would I do?
It's almost 2:30 in the morning here.
I'm sorry.
Oh, maybe.
And I'm at the gym doing leg workouts.
Mom is a leg workout.
I bet. She's in that urn.
Oh. Damn. Sorry, bud.
No, I just say that to make everyone feel bad. Don't tell Kieran.
Apologize. That's.
I mean, my mom is in a fucking urn, so you know.
She's on her way out though. She has Alzheimer's. She got it at 56.
Damn. That's young.
Yep.
Yeah. I won't get depressive, or I could talk about my family history too.
What happened with
Oh,
the?
so will I.
Everybody's been depressed lately. It's just the time of the year. You start getting depressing at this time of the year, except for
Get
Grumple.
closer to the holidays.
That's not depressed Grumple. That's a sleepy. That's EP Grumple. Right, Grumple.
Grumple's like, I'm gonna take a shot of this coffee here.
It's all Oxycat's fault.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I say we need to conquer the whole northern hemisphere. And then after we take over Canada, we take over Mexico and then kick out all the Mexicans.
Yeah. Greenland should come along with Canada. Like,
oh, exactly. I'm not denying that.
Should
We need
just
all
be-
their rare minerals.
Oh yeah. I mean, Gulf of America. Come on.
Then we can get rid of that sketchy Mexican president.
We need to get
that's
rid of.
controlled by the cartel.
I don't think you're gonna get rid of her. You know what? Just. I think you should
And
just
her
target
small
practice. The moment you start target practicing in Mexico, everything's gonna get better.
You mean bring in the A1 warthogs?
Yes.
A1? Like, is it steak sauce?
Is it the A10? I think are the A10. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but A1 warthogs.
I said it wrong, Grumple. I said it wrong. A10.
It sounds like the best steak sauce, honestly.
Well, that's the best aircraft, so.
I may. Here's a fun thing. I may be this week going and approaching an Air Force recruiter to see if I can rejoin service, but as Air Force, if I can fly Warthogs.
The Air Force and the Army just
I'm
over-calculated
told.
their recruits.
They over what?
They over-calculated their recruits, man. They got way more recruits than they wanted.
Oh no, not recruits. I'm prior service Marine Corps.
How long has it been?
Only 2008.
Yeah, bro.
And I get a bad RE code too.
You
Like,
might get pushed to the back of the list.
After 6 years and change, almost 7 years, it was like medical.
Yeah. I don't know.
I
That's
thought
just
the
what I
Marines
heard.
had the A10.
No, it's
Not
Air
the
Force.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Air Force, but that's the word around the campfire that I heard. I don't know. I could be wrong though.
Oh man, what a day.
Doesn't hurt to try though, right?
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, just have a little conversation with a recruiter to say, hey, is this even an option?
Yeah.
Does it mean that
You're going to be Air Force and then you're going to be affiliated with EOD? Oh, no.
No, he was an X-ray tech or something like. No, he's a lab tech.
But he was in the
But he's
he
still
was
Air
like
Force.
he was in the Air Force.
Yeah, but this is doing like, it's still a Marine, just a Marine flying a Warthog now. It's like, aha, defeated it.
Yeah, Yeah, they've got a lot of pilots in the Navy and shit like that. And
Yeah, you can also do that in the
Army
Navy.
and Marines. Yeah,
Do what?
fly
Pilot things.
and work on machines and shit.
No, Warthog is only Air Force.
That's what you're going for specifically.
Wait.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if I can't fly a Warthog, then I don't want to do it. That's what. I was
So you're
thinking
going to be
of.
going. So you want to go? You want to be pilot? Okay.
Yeah, like fly hog. It's like literally the purpose.
Okay.
Aren't they decommissioning a lot of those though?
I thought they were upgrading a lot of them.
That's never gonna happen.
Oh, this is Paige, average female debater. I think it's Paige. Hello, Paige. Use a different name because that reminds me of Taylor, and I fucking hate him.
Who's that?
It's average debate enjoyer. It's a dude that goes in.
That's Paige.
No, average debate.
I
Average
might be too
female
old.
debater is Paige. Average.
I thought that was fucking
Average female
Anson,
debater
man.
is Paige.
Average debate enjoyer is Taylor. Tyler, whatever.
You can tell by the glasses.
Average debate enjoyer is Tyler. I thought average female debater was Anson.
No. He probably that should have been a handle for Anson to be. Now that I think about it. Yeah.
Whoops.
But I think his would be average female enjoyer would be his handle, not debater.
That sounds about right.
Does he enjoy them, though?
Who? Anson? He pretends to.
Enjoy might be.
He tries to.
Different word to use.
he tries.
I think more than like tries to fix them / destroys.
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna call you AFD. That's a good one. I like AFD.
Are we talking about Paige? Paige, we talked about this. You should use the YouTube handle French fries on the beach with laxatives. That would have been.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a good one, but maybe.
It's original and it gets the people going.
Okay. What am I supposed to do here?
Fuck, I can't keep up with all of his names. Fuck it.
With all of these names in the YouTube sphere?
Yeah, man.
Everybody's name sounds alike, man.
I said all of his names like Anson. I can't keep up with all of them.
That's
I try.
true.
My favorite is the cosmonaut.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And he calls me Afro Lip Olith. Afro Lip Olith. I thought it was funny.
Afrolepolis?
Yeah, like Afro Lip Olith. Never mind. That's gonna be funny in November. It's gonna be interesting meeting everybody that I talk to on here.
That's gonna be interesting, yeah. I wish I could go. Maybe I
wish you
can.
could go too.
It's gonna be fun.
I think so.
Except for the fact that some drone is probably gonna lose its mind. Except for that.
Oh, you got a
There's going to be
specific one in mind, or
there's going to be a
No,
couple
I
of
don't have one specific in mind. Oh wait, I do. The name starts
Grid's
with K.
Yeah, I was going to say Grid's holding the Friday night like in-person debates, man. That's going to be lit.
I don't know if I can go. I've been summoned to cover sleepers for 3 weeks in a row.
I thought you were
VHS.
going,
I'm summoned
Cat.
to attend the event, and I don't think I can.
I was gonna go, but then they told me the guy moved his vacation, so he would have 3 weeks in a row off. So I got to cover a sleeper for 3 weeks in a row.
Damn.
Nah, dude, that's money right there.
Yeah, I mean that's money.
6,000 miles.
I said damn because you ain't gonna do it.
Yeah. Maybe another time.
Just say you're a
After-
Mormon
after
looking
the
for a
holiday.
handout. Jesus.
Let's try after the holidays. That's my busy time anyway. But I don't think it's going to get that busy this year. It looks like we're heading to a recession. Just by what I am observing. Nobody's buying anything right now.
I don't know. All my shit's already paid for, except I'm driving there. But other than that, all my.
I'm just saying. No. I'm talking about like volume. It's down everywhere in everybody's reports.
What do you mean?
Volume down in freight, parcels, mail.
Volume. I thought you said value.
Yeah, volume.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm dyslexic. You got to work with me a little.
No, I just misheard you. I got you. Yeah.
Like everything's down. You see less trucks. I mean, that's good. They're getting out the people that can't speak. I guess was it Mississippi? They got a guy who couldn't a Chinese guy who couldn't understand English. If you go to Bonehead Trucker, or no wait, Mother Trucker. My bad, Mother Trucker, and just dude couldn't even understand to take the hood up so he can look at the stuff because DOT will look at everything. Couldn't understand him. They should have pulled his license right there. Oh, and then Warner Enterprises allegedly has been hiring illegals, and so has Walmart. Allegedly, they've been hiring Russians, though.
I mean, to be straightforward, I travel a lot. I drive across the country just in, like my truck, my personal vehicle, like it's a Sierra, not like a big truck.
No, I know.
I travel across the country and I see a lot of truck drivers, and they drive not all of them, but man, there's a lot of them that drive like fucking idiots.
Those are the ones that can't speak.
Yeah,
Oh, there was a guy from Mississippi that I yelled at because I could keep a CB in my truck too. I'm like, dude, you're waiting to literally 1/5, not even 1/5 of a mile to get over from the middle lane to the exit. You're lucky I even let you over.
Yeah.
I was yelling at him when he was going to the TA on my way to work. I'm like, you dumbass. You couldn't just take the L, got slow behind the guy. No, you got to wait till the last second to get over. You shouldn't even have your license. And then I started doing the Indian music. Ning, 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 ning.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't. So I just drive a smaller vehicle. I don't know about all that shit.
Because if you watch Amazon, that's all they use are people that are put out of service or whatever.
I just know.
I mean,
like
allegedly.
When I go to pass a motherfucker and they try to run me off the road, like.
Well, to be fair, you pass them on the right or the left, because on the left there's a big blind spot. Sorry, the right. There's a big blind spot.
I always pass on the left when I'm passing you. Yeah. I think I feel like, man, I feel like I got a suction from my truck. Like when I go to pass bitches, I say bitches, but these fucking idiots in these big ass trucks, they don't pay no fucking attention, and I'm passing them on their left, and I'm like, I'm driving a pretty decent sized vehicle, and they fucking swerve over and run me off the road, and it's like, maybe it's not all the truckers, maybe it's like the suction of my truck driving, passing them, because I mean, when I'm pulling my camper, I noticed the same thing except it's worse, and I gotta swerve over.
When you're between, there's definitely air pushing, especially if you're going next to somebody with doubles.
No, I wouldn't even say that. Like, not even between. Like, I'm just in the left lane, and they're in the middle lane, and sometimes
No. I said that wrong. So, there is air pushing off.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and blame it on the truckers, all the time, but sometimes
dude, the
like, I notice and they're not paying attention. I'll drive by them and they'll swerve over at me, and I'll pass them, and I'll look up and they're on their fucking phone.
Amazon's the new Swift. Amazon's the new Swift. I stay away from Amazon drivers.
Yeah.
Or contractors. They're contractors.
Yeah. Or
I mean,
Martin, or whatever those are called. And there's another one that I forget. Fuck. They're always like fucking shitty drivers.
Swift, Amazon contractors, and then FedEx. FedEx are not actual drivers ground. They're contractors too.
They're the ones that are pulling like the double trailers, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know. Sometimes, sometimes it's just me, and sometimes I'm like, you fucking idiot, because like I'll have like me, my 3 kids, I'll have the whole fam in the car.
And they're paid really bad for parcels.
Damn. Makes them not give a fuck even more.
Exactly.
Anyways.
Except for the contractor that's in charge of the 5 drivers. Some case, their biggest contractor, like when COVID happened, they were trying to get all the contractors together because they were ripping them off. And then the story, I talked to a FedEx driver, because once they finally pay off their truck, it's like they're enslaved, because they will get somebody eventually do their own truck, so they're not with the contractor. And he paid off his truck, and then FedEx made him get a new one while he rented his old one from FedEx.
Wait, what?
What?
The guy that worked for FedEx, he wasn't with the contractor. He finally paid off, it took him 5 years to pay off his delivery van. And then FedEx made him get a new one while renting his old one, while he was waiting for his new truck to arrive. Talk about
FedEx,
enslavement.
You have to buy the truck?
Yep. Or, yeah, you're owner operator if you don't work for a contractor.
But if
FedEx ground.
If he paid it off, so he had to pay it off and then rent it out and then get.
Yep.
Oh, wait, for big trucks, not. I was thinking like delivery trucks. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, this is delivery trucks too. It's all a scam. Yeah. FedEx ground. If you look on the side, it tells you who actually who owns the van.
Yeah, they got their own owner operator numbers and shit.
It's a big scam.
Damn.
And Trump's FMCA is supposed to go after shitty lease to own shit like that. That's scamming people and brokers.
That makes sense. Damn. I mean, it makes sense, but it's shitty, but it makes sense. Now that you explain it. Damn.
That came from one delivery driver, so take what I said with a grain of salt. But I've been told that by a few of the delivery van. Usually with the big trucks, it's like a guy that has like 20 trucks in his fleet all over the country. That's why I only use certain people to ship things from. Oh, and Amazon's starting to turn like that. So that's why I don't use Amazon.
I fucking hate.
Want to not do anything with Amazon. It's hard.
Yeah, I hate Amazon.
Sometimes I find better deals. You just gotta look harder.
Oh, there's web. I know there's the Camelizer, is an add-on for like it's camel.com that will show you the historical prices on Slamazon so you know like, oh, it's a Black Friday deal, or hey, limited time only. It's a giant price reduction. You can see what the actual price historical chart is. There are other the only ones that I've seen that'll do like comparison between different sites are like from Capital One, I think. So you can find the actual best place to buy something as far as price.
I'm sorry. Than those delivery companies, I rather trust. There's only two that I trust to deliver.
Which ones? UPS.
UPS and the Postal Service. I mean,
That's
the post
not
office is slower, but at least it gets there.
Yeah, that's what I do.
You like
FedEx
DHL?
sucks.
Unless you live in a big city, DHL usually gives their stuff to the Postal Service.
Yeah, I forgot about DHL. They're all right too, but it's kind of hard to like, like if you're just private and sending shit, like you would like go to UPS or go to the post office. DHL is a little bit tough. I don't know.
I'm a little biased. I just know a lot about the industry.
Yep. I'm starting to get tired, guys.
It's all good. I've been summoned somewhere else in Discord.
You've been summoned somewhere else in Discord?
Yeah, they're teaching us how to use a bot. So if you're gonna end it,
I'm probably going to. So I'm kind of tired.
and then what? Grumple's live, and then after that we'll go.
I'm not.
Are you live, Grumple?
I'm not going live.
Are you going live?
No, I'm not going live.
Are you lying to me again and I'm gonna see you live in an hour? And then you're gonna fall asleep tomorrow?
No, and I'm gonna, no.
Because
The Raging Tomato's still live. I only see 2 people live, and 1 person you don't get along. I'm just gonna leave it as that.
I got Trippy Cast, Thumping Weevil.
Oh, let's go to Trippy Cast.
Whatever, Raging Tomato.
Trippy Cast is on Sara's.
No, I mean we could still raid his channel, and then you get.
Yeah, let's go to TrippyCast. He had me on not long ago. It was kind of fun.
It's either that or your.
All right, Emmett. I gotta be summoned somewhere else. Thanks for having me up and letting me talk my shenanigans.
Yep. Have a good one.
Yep, you too, Emmett.
Thank you, Agri. For
Same, man.
coming
Thank
on.
you for having me.
Usually what I do is I let everybody has his final thoughts. So, any final thoughts?
I just appreciate you having me up, man. And yeah, we'll catch you another time. I don't get on often, so I appreciate you having me up, man.
Yeah, it was fun. I don't think he grasped the actual critique of his position, but that's not my problem.
Think so. Yeah.
That's on him. I can't.
That can be a topic for another discussion too. You can always bring them back up and fucking try to go through that. But man, it was kind of like, throwing a rock at a stone.
Yeah.
So
sometimes I'm a prophet. So, Jesus Christ. Okay, fine.
Yep. That's kind of what I was trying to nail down, like define that then, but
it's hard.
Fuck up. All right. Well, y'all have a good night, man. See you, Grump. See you, Emmett.
See you.
Keep it sexy. Agrilepolis. Agrisnephalopagus.
Have a good one. See y'all.
Grumpelstiltskin, any final words before we finish for tonight?
Oh man, hang on, give me just
yeah.
The date. Here we go. 10 seconds. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, next karaoke night, not forced karaoke, voluntary karaoke,
Yeah.
not like grapey karaoke like Emmett's karaoke.
Yeah.
The 16th, Thursday the 16th. Next, not this coming Thursday, but the one after that.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be next karaoke night. I need to make a poster. I need to do all kinds of stuff. I got a lot of work to do.
I'll be shouting you out to anybody that wants to listen. Probably do it next Force karaoke as well.
8 p.m. or 2000 Texas Standard Time is start time.
7 Mountain, 9 Eastern.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And tonight, no, Monday night, I'm gonna do something. I'm going for Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday this week.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Things. I had an idea.
Okay.
I wrote it down, but it's
a surprise.
Yeah, surprise.
Okay, Grumple's surprise stream. Grumple's surprise stream. I'll probably raid you. I'm gonna be tomorrow with Indian Jesus. So after I'm done, I'll probably raid you.
I like him. I think I've only talked to him once. He's an interesting guy. He's not like straight-sided. I think he's at least good to talk to.
Are you calling him gay? Is that what's? You're calling him gay?
No, but now that you mention it,
that was kind of funny. Let me find Trippycast. Have a good one. Enjoy your time. I'm not gonna throw you off. I'm tired. I'm finding Trippycast. This is not Trippycast. There you are.
Appreciate that we can all get on platforms.
Here's Trippycast. Go say hi. I don't know if he's gonna be there much longer, but go say hi. He's a cool guy. Yeah, I'm just gonna end the stream. I'm tired. Hope you enjoy your time with us. Nothing else to say.
Emmet.